Savage Esports. As the name suggests, and what better way than announcing themselves on this stage by getting 26 frag. Can you imagine 26 frag in the very first match in the qualifier? Yes, it is, and that was a performance showcase coming in from the Savage Esports. But one thing that I feel like they might just lack in is going to be their experience. Yes, they have a couple of players coming in terms of their fragging potential, but then comes in the addition of Sanchir.
Exactly. Sanchir is the man that's going to be bringing the experience to the table, but it's definitely going to be required for this team to stick together during their matches in the PMPL and just make sure that there are no mistakes in terms of synergy and communication. We talked about Sanchir, but we have to mention another key player for the team. That's going to be Hershey.
Oh yes, definitely. The man who led the team, the man who led the chart up in that elimination leader, and he got the most frag in entire, I guess, 12 matches itself that the team played. So this time, this again one big Mongolian powerhouse is gonna be just rocking that PMPL stage.
Exactly, and for that, we wish Savage Esports good luck for their match.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the final week of our journey of the league play stages. And well, it's going to be an exciting journey because, again, we are going to start things off with the league play days, followed by the Super Weekend, after which the top 16 for the finals will be confirmed. And Ocean, what do you have to say about that?
But, this is the last. It's the one last ride for a few teams if they have to just, make their way for top 16, because that's important right now. Every team would want to just, get their hands to be in top 16, but only a few, 16 to be specific, will make it. Talking about the other teams, right? Their journey will be ending down, and these 2 days will decide their fate of the entire season.
I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to witness. Specifically, I mean, it's going to be quite important for the teams that are outside the top 16 for now. 1952 7C, Atrax, and A1 Esports. These four names will have to give it their all in these 2 days, out of which, I mean, they're playing just 8 games, 4 games per day per team, and they have to make sure that they somehow qualify for the Super Weekend. Because if these 4 teams if any one of these 4 misses out on this Super Weekend, they are done. A1 Esports, they're already too far behind, not even attending one Super Weekend, sitting on 0 points on the overall standings. It's going to be very important for them as well to qualify and try and at least see if they can make the cutoff in just 1 week, in just 15 matches, compared to the other teams that have already, I mean, some teams sitting on 30 games played, other teams sitting on 15 games played. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but it's not impossible. They can still make it happen.
They can. I mean, we'll have to see, what goes on, because right now we talk about the format of this one. We have seen it's going to be repeating itself just like the first and the second week overall. Right now, we are starting off with 5 groups, Group A, B, C, D, and E on this week. And then top 16 from those groups is going to be moving forward to the Super Weekends. For themselves, they'll be playing 3 days, all the matches amongst themselves. And then from the overall rankings, top 16 teams. If you're at 16th, you're safe. If you're at 17th, well, that's the red zone. So top 16 teams are going to be moving on to the finals that are going to be happening on 22nd to 24th. Obviously, we'll have the conversation once we'll see the calendar.
I mean, definitely. And we're going to be seeing the calendar in just few short moments. And it's going to be, well, you guys will realize that we're very close to the finals because, again, as we've been mentioning, the last week of the league play stages is about to begin. And after that, it is just the finals that are going to be there, where the teams will compete for the prize money that has been set. You finish first in the final, you get $10,000. You finish second, you get $6,500. You finish third, you just get $5,000. And the prize pool keeps on dropping, which is quite obvious. But let's not forget, like, if you make it to the Super Weekend, again, this is the final Super Weekend. So final opportunity for all the teams to secure those $1,000 per match reward points, reward money, if you will, for themselves in this final week. Because after that, it's just the prize pool that's there.
Exactly. And, well, this is the prize pool. But if we talk about a few teams, right, they have had their own amazing share of the prize money for themselves. And well, we're talking about the winner chicken dinner amounts that are there in the super weekends right now. There's gonna be no prize, but then again, you can just establish your supremacy with those chicken dinners for yourself, and you can get these points for yourself. Like the first position gets you 15, second gets you 12, third gets you 10. Then we move on to the single digits, and 8 to 12 just gets you a single point. 13 to 16 gets you nothing except for your elimination points. That is 1 point for each elimination.
Yeah. And it has become quite important for the teams competing at the top to secure those elimination points as consistently as possible, because we witnessed what happens when you fail to do that. As Esports have taken over Stalwart Esports and now sit on the top of the overall rankings because they were consistently getting eliminations one way or the other, even in the games where they took early exits, even in the matches where they were eliminated 16th or 15th, they were walking away with at least 1 or 2 elimination points. And because of that, I mean, even though there is a big difference, because Esports on top of that did in fact manage to be a little bit more consistent, those elimination points, they stacked up slowly and steadily, and after 15 games, that amount it can be quite substantial. But looking at the groups, Group B on our screens right now, Group A, I believe you guys have seen already, but Group B, I mean, again, it's going to be quite important. Venom Legends is one of the names from this group that we would like to focus on because they missed out on the second super week.
Yeah, exactly. They have about 122 points for themselves from the first super weekend for themselves. But then this time they'll have to move forward, because if they don't, maybe they might just be out of top 16. We'll have to see what happens, because right now they are at a decent place for themselves. But then Group C has Vibes, a team that's doing phenomenal. 1952, well, they need to go for a comeback. Savage is out there. ElementriX has played quite decent number of games for themselves. This is Group C for us, and from that, a few teams of South Asia, specifically 1952, like they are struggling, and another one that is A1 Esports. If they qualify, their main goal should be to get those thousands in the super weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, definitely, securing the $1,000 can be enough for A1 Esports as well if they manage to get at least 2 or 3 of those winner chicken dinners, which won't be easy. But still, you know how much I like to believe in teams that were expected to perform but aren't doing so in the same way. I am still going to be a hopeful man. I'm still going to be hopeful about the fact that A1 Esports, they have what it takes. They are a legendary name. They have some very, very well-known players in their lineup. Talk about Sinister, talk about Jack, 6ix9ine, Dante, Shortcut. All of them are legends in their own region. And I still believe these lads have what it takes to make it to the Super Weekend and secure some amount of money from those chicken dinner wins. And if fate wants it, maybe even make it to the finals.
Maybe it can just come down to this to the finals for themselves. But then again, we'll see. You're talking about fate, right? Fate can be good, bad, ugly, or crazy sometimes, and we'll see what happens. But right now, talked about these teams. Stalwart, I mean, so this team, right? They were at the first in the overalls. Then the team just faltered slightly down. Now they're at the second. It's not bad, but then if you think about it, right, the way they lost their momentum in this this previous week kind of gets me questioning a few things. And one of them just comes up as if you're making mistakes, you are amongst the best teams. You're ranked amongst the best teams right now. And if you're making mistakes, you should understand how to just rectify those mistakes as soon as you can. Maybe this Super Weekend is going to be the one where they get the first position back once again, but then Seal. This time, Seal is looking different. This time, Seal is just looking phenomenal. And I'm calling it this time because last time we have seen them grabbing multiple chicken dinners in one Super Weekend, and they were nowhere to be seen till the finals. We have seen that Seal as well, but this Seal is very different, very good, very brilliant.
Exactly. I mean, Esports right now have figured out a way to be a little bit more consistent than what they were in the past. I mean, as you keep on mentioning this, the first week was when we saw Esports do very well, and then we would see them fall off in the later weeks of the tournament. But this time, 2 weeks of amazing, consistent performances, constantly just being on the heels of Stalwart Esports, and finally, towards the end of the second Super Weekend, figuring out a way to take the first position away from them. I mean, we did not see a spike or a drop in their performances, but as you guys can see in the stats, they've managed to be quite consistent.
They managed to be quite decent, in fact, for themselves, right? Because it's not like we're seeing any change in the stats as per se. Think about it, right? They have a lesser survival time in the second Super Weekend. Still, they are managing to perform good. That just gets us into questionings, and one of them is they're playing efficiently. with the same efficiency. And it's like, just like we say, slow and steady wins the race and all those things. So they are slow, they are steady, and they are winning the race for themselves. Look at this. This team has done, they haven't changed anything in their game plan. It's the same, and that's the level of consistency that they are showcasing.
I mean, I believe the only thing that has changed from the last time we saw them on this stage till now is the fact that instead of just one guy being over-aggressive, it's the entire team. We have seen Demo be the key player for the team, just securing those elimination numbers, but Leo, Wally, Baron, these lads are not too far behind. And I think just being on the same page, being all the players having the same mindset inside of the game, like, all right, no matter what, we need to try and secure a few elimination points from every single fight that we take. I think that sort of mentality has helped Skylightz Esports dominate the overall rankings. Still now, just sitting on the first position. Earlier on, were quite close to Stalwart Esports on the second, but now officially have made themselves the best of the pack. And hopefully we can see them continue this in the third week, move to the finals with a very strong momentum, because in the finals, things are going to be different. In the finals, I think Skylightz Gaming is going to show up. DRS is going to start applying a lot of pressure. We're going to see these teams compete for the top 5. Then IHC, Stalwart Esports, they are always going to be there. So it's not going to be as easy for Skylightz Esports as it is right now.
I don't know. You said, obviously we'll look at the stats of some other teams as well. But then just like you said, in the finals, it might just be different. I don't know. Because we know that a team like Stalwart, likes to play the finals comparatively a bit more seriously. I get it. But sometimes, a new team comes up, a new player just comes up and they just start dominating. Remember Wizards with Vibes last time? We had our own favorites, as in, the then DRS will win, the then Zeus will win, etc., etc. Wizards with Vibes just comes in and wins it. Think about it, right? I want that sort of a final again.
I mean, we can get that sort of a final because, this time, Wizards Vibes, the banner is not here, but the players are. They're playing for DRS now. It can get quite confusing sometimes, but like it's the same lads under a different team. The previous DRS players now playing under Skylightz Gaming. Again, a very big name, and they have a lot to prove because, as you mentioned, last time they missed out on the trophy, just barely missing out on the opportunity of securing it, because in the last match that Wizards Vibes played, they just went completely bonkers and just annihilated the entire lobby, securing the trophy. So this time, I think it is a story of redemption for not just Skylightz Gaming, the lads from Skylightz Gaming, but also Stalwart Esports, IHC, since as we are seeing Skylightz Gaming, they are the nemesis in the story of IHC at this point, because ever since Actions Cry, Pika Top, these lads showed up, the sort of spotlight that was always shined upon the lads of IHC, which were playing under the banner of Zeus Esports back then, it has been taken away from them, and they don't like it one bit. I'm pretty sure of it. They don't like it.
Yes, I mean, that is correct. But then if you talk about this team, right, Stalwart, the way they have played, looking at the graph, it's in the recent times, in fact. Think about it, right? Around the 40-match marker. Exactly, around the 40-match marker. Look at how inconsistent they have been. They have been taken down on 0 points as well, multiple times. 0 points, 2 points. That has been their share in multiple games. And, well, it's again the hare and the tortoise. If the hare sleeps, the tortoise would want to go for the finish line, would want to just stay there. And once the hare just he wakes up, it's like everything's changed.
I mean, definitely. But Stalwart Esports, even when they are wounded, they can still be pretty deadly, because this team knows how to climb the leaderboard, and they know how to do it very quickly. As right now, when we were looking at the point graph right there, we were focusing on the later half of the graph, because that is majorly where we saw Stalwart be very inconsistent, especially on the last day of the Super Weekend. It was like their presence wasn't even felt. We weren't seeing the same Stalwart Esports that we were seeing for the previous 2 weeks. But if you focused on the early days, it was like every alternate game they were going 20+ points, which can be pretty scary to look at. But there's another team that we need to talk about, and this team is, this is my favorite team in the lobby right now, and this entire time, Vibes Esports, because the level of consistency they displayed in the first week itself, without getting any chicken dinners, was on a whole another level. Almost closing in on the position of IHC in the second week when they actually started getting those chicken dinners. I mean, Vibes can be pretty scary if they just be a little bit more consistent and be a little bit more about closing out the matches, because I think Vibes, their end goal is securing the points. They're focused in on the points and not the chicken dinners itself, which help they bring extra points with them, also the $1,000. But Vibes, their game plan is working if they want to make it to the finals and then win the trophy. I think it's a success. Their run is going to be success. They're going to make it to the finals quite nicely and easily.
they are the most consistent team when it comes down to it, right? In this region, South Asia specifically, excluding Mongolians, right? They are the most consistent team. Think about it, right? Joker, we know him since his previous teams and the way he has played. Malik, a brilliant player when it comes down to it, right? So we know these players is like the composure. Bishal, like these players have a really good composure. Again, they are just doing one thing. This time, the survival time, you see, there's a massive difference. 18 minutes, 40 seconds versus 21 plus minutes of survival time. That's a massive difference. Although the eliminations have gone down, but this specifically shows that the increase in average from 9.7 to 10.7 points is because of their surviving and getting more and more placement points. This time they're going for it, and that's the reason as well. They have a few $1,000s in their bank too, to be specific.
Exactly. And as I said, I mean, if you make it to the late stages consistently, you will get those extra points plus more opportunity to pick up some extra eliminations. But Vibes, I think, again, as I mentioned, during the first week, they were more focused on just figuring out what is the most consistent way for them to collect points, and it worked out that mid-game aggression was the name of the game for them, from where they were getting those decent elimination numbers going every single match. But for a trade, they were taking out early exits in the game. They would get eliminated 4th, they would get eliminated 5th. They were like, there were matches where they would make it to the top 2, but they would not have the numbers to close out the game, so they would just finish 2nd, which is actually a pretty good finish as well. But they were doing that consistently. In the second week, what changed was they turned down the mid-game aggression, played for the late-game stages, and during the late-game stages, they were able to close out 2 matches out of the 15 games they played, and also be consistent in the rest of the matches based on the same strategy that they had in the first week. So, Vibes Esports, I think they have it all figured out exactly how they want to play this lobby, but what they need to do is just not be stagnant with the fact and not become too predictable for the finals, because this is not going to work in the finals. In the finals, no one is going to let you go, no one is going to let you disengage from any fight. If they see you out in the open, even if it's 100 meters away, they are going to try and push you as hard as they can. So you need to be prepared for that. And Vibes, they need to figure out as to what changes they are going to make in the finals, specifically in the early days, the first day itself, to try and see if they can catch someone off guard.
And also, you know, we've talked about Vibes enough, I believe. Now let's talk about a few other teams, because obviously we don't, maybe we do, maybe we don't get time to just, you know, have the limelight on those teams. TRZ, a team that did not qualify in the first Super Weekend. They come in, and in the second Super Weekend, they had this mantra for themselves as well for being consistent in a lot of matches. They made their mark. I want to see if they come back in the third Super Weekend or not, because I believe they have cracked the code of how to qualify from the league days and how to get into the Super Weekend. That's one of the things. Phantom, a team that just arrived, and the team is doing brilliant, to be honest, for themselves.
I mean, definitely. And as you mentioned, TRZ, one thing I want to say is this: while the other teams were playing 15 games in this in the Super Weekend, TRZ, it looked like, just made it based on 6 matches that they played. To every single day of the Super Weekend, the first 2 matches TRZ would look absolutely phenomenal, but the next 3 games they would struggle quite a lot. So they need to figure out how to be consistent in the end of the day and not get gassed out. And I know our mini game has begun. We see Godless fixing his air.
I saw Shifu maybe practicing gyroscope or something on his device. Like, he was just, you know, using his gyros from left to right.
Warm up.
Like, bro, yeah, the warm ups and all those things are happening here and there. I
no
thought,
one's
like,
eating right now though.
First game. Maybe the first game thingy, right? No one's starting it off right now. But then again, we are starting off with the first game, ladies and boys and girls. The map of Erangel. Today, it's Erangel and Miramar into the journey lines. We have to cross both the roads. One's the normal one, the OG one, the other's the desert lands. And this time, if we talk about it, the flight path starts off from the areas of Severny, from the sidelines of Severny shooting range, and is going to go down to Primos.
Oh, I mean, Stalwart Esports, we have always seen them smile within the first 2 weeks, but this time they won't be smiling, since the trajectory of the plane is a little bit further away from the Novorepnoi position. But on the other side, though, it's going to be quite interesting to see what IHC and Raw are going to do, because now the Georgia Pole position becomes a major fighting point for these teams. And again, Stalwart Esports, so they are not going to be smiling, because again, they are not even playing in this game. My apologies over there. But looking on the other side, Skylightz Gaming taking an early exit, just capitalizing on the fact that Train to Kill are not
G2K is not there, exactly. I mean, so Skylightz Gaming has been struggling a bit with their drop locations, right? I'll tell you, imagine if it's a pattern. I don't know. All right, I'll tell you one thing. Week 1, we saw them northern side of Georgopol. Week 2, we saw them in Pochinki. Week 3, will we see them in Severny? That's my question. I mean, think about it, right?
I mean, we are seeing them in Severny.
I would love it. I'll tell you, right? I would love it. I don't know what
Yeah.
obviously those players are thinking. It's their perception and obviously their own understandings of the
Yeah.
game. They understand the game better. Oh, this circle. You know, what I would love it is if Skylightz goes back to the old Yasnaya Poliana.
Exactly.
Because
I
they
mean,
know every single inch of that place.
it's like you can read my thoughts, man. Because I was just about to say this. I want Skylight to go to Yasnaya and challenge Savage Esports. That's what I want to see. I want to see that fight happen again. But we know the history with early fights from the players of Skylight Gaming.
I mean,
in
come on, it's
Yasnaya,
not.
Poliana City.
There's no Chonburi this time. They can't go there.
They don't want to risk it. I think they still have nightmares of just getting eliminated.
But I believe they can take down Savage. If not, they know how to disengage as well. If anything, they can pressurize Savage from their area. Skylightz is known for Yasnaya Poliana. Like the DRS, the XDRS. That's, I mean...
But again, I think it's the teams and the IGL's decision to not risk any sort of early game collision, not end up losing players in the early stages. Because let's be honest, drop clashes can be some sort of a gamble in the early stages, especially if you're clashing against a team like Savage Esports. It's a pure gamble. If you don't find weapons, you're done. You're out. You can't even think about fighting or even moving around. You give one footstep, you're going to be finished off. On the other side, though, if you noticed on the on the map, TRZ have gone for a switch up. They've landed on the southwestern edge of the main island. And in the game, where they decide to do this switch, is where every single team is deciding to play from the western edge. No one has gone towards Lipovka. No one is in Milta. No one is towards Shelter Prison. The team towards like the eastern line, if I was to draw off the map right now, is Yasnaya Poliana and Savage Esports. That's the team that's furthest in the east. Yeah. And everyone is playing from the west. 1952 going towards the Zarki position. Dax, they have chosen to start from northern Georgopol. ElementriX, they are going to go for their Gatka, Query, Ferry Pier splits as they saw TRZ going towards Primos. Venom Legends are starting from the western edge of Gatka farms, which is a very interesting point because they won't have a lot of big compounds to loot over there. But their rotation point over the circle, they know it's going to be empty for sure because no one is going to try and move towards the western shoreline of the island. Not even IHC. They have to deal with Raw.
Oh, well. Skylightz, these players, it looks like they understand it, right? I don't know, but I believe that, you know, these players, they are going to be happy with the place that they have for themselves right now. Given the fact the circle, and just like you said that, you know, obviously we can draw up a decent line from those sides and we can find out that no one's on the other side of that area. And it's needed as well. No one, except for a few teams, maybe one or two and nothing more than that. They might just go for a wider rotation because the circle will force them up north and nowhere else. That feels weird to say, but you know, the circle's gonna force them up north. And right now we see A1 Esports, a team. I mean, look at 6ix9ine's shirt. It says winner, winner, chicken dinner, but that's they need it.
I mean, yeah, they do need those chicken dinners, and they need them right now. No time else. But A1 Esports, they will have to figure out exactly how they want to approach this lobby. And finally, the western line has shifted as DRS. They've managed to make their way towards Milta. Savage Esports are going to have a fun time. But Ocean, if I was to ask you, which team do you think has the highest probability of walking away with the chicken dinner in this game? What would you say?
Team? Given the circle, Skylightz. Given the circle.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to do anything and they will be in that zone for like next 3 to 4 zones. Think about that, right? That's like one of the teams that I would say, given the zone. But then again,
I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
so I agree with you on Skylight Gaming spec because if you remember a few days ago in the Super Weekend itself, we saw a very similar circle when T2K were playing from the Severny position, like always, and they managed to win the game. So it is definitely going to be like a very good success rate for Skylight Gaming in this match. But they have to survive those sort of mid-game action from Dax, 1952, Draw, and all these teams. Yeah.
Also, this is not Season 3, right? Because if you remember, every circle in Season 3, when it used to be a northern circle, we used to see Mongolians dominating. Seal is playing, I get it. IHC is playing, I get it. So, But the only issue for Seal is going to be that they are dropping down to the military base area. Coming down from military base area to the northern circle with a lot of teams around you, they are the team that need to go to a wider rotation. Wider rotation as in maybe they need to rotate from shelter, mansion, backside of Yasna, and then they need to enter Stalwart or something like that. That sort of a rotation should be theirs. But if we talk about IHC, right, IHC has a lot of teams quite next to them. We see Raw, we see Atrax, we see Venom Legends to the southern side of IHC, Phantom in the Gatkas area. So for IHC, it might just be difficult. And then there is another team that is 1952. That is on Zarke.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the progression of the game is going to look like. 1952, in fact, have started to move towards the position of Skylightz Gaming, and Dax has also decided to close towards the northern shoreline along with the players of High Voltage. And we did see Mafia Ninja fire a few shots towards the lads. Nima also managed to catch off guard Wadu, dishing out some amount of damage, dropping the opposition down to around 50% HP. But now, since you have also given your locations away, given your positions away, which did not have a lot of cover, Skylightz Gaming, the players will have to find a way to reposition themselves. And High Voltage making an important decision of disengaging from this fight, not even contesting Gyalzan and Nima, who were left behind. It was a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Now, Skylightz, these players, they feel like they have a decent area for themselves, as they have just moved down to those cave lines. That's what we can call just and around shooting range. That's where they are. The backup and the players are arriving, and now they're gonna just try and stay here for themselves. 8-minute marker. That's where we are in with this game, and all these players, they're 100% ready to just take down each other, as this is just the first game, and by the looks of it, 100% they want to make up their marker right from the beginning.
Well, let's see. Extreme right now with the DP in his hands. The scar on his back. We'll try and see if he can find someone. I can't see the second weapon properly from here. But it's okay. We'll figure out if he switches. On the other side, though, Assassin and Cloud.
Hey,
These
Cloud.
lads, it looks like they're trying to see if there's someone on the compounds towards the shorelines. But the first knock, ladies and gentlemen, goes to IHC Esports, who have managed to find a knock from the players of Phantom Esports. The elimination has not been secured, though. There's still no first blood. And Slipknot, he's going to be quite close to Vexy, giving him the revive. Godless, in the meantime, just trying to see if he can put the vehicles out of commission. So the lads from Phantoms won't be able to use that buggy to get out of here, but they still can use the house as a cover and just run on foot in the opposite direction.
They might not move away, obviously, just because of the vehicles just being taken down. So they'll have to just see and understand what's happening. And TRC on the other side, 14 is coming. And Demo, he spots him, can't take him out. Well, he's going to go for the spray. 3 bullets left, will go for the reload right now. But definitely will tell his teammates that, yes, the players are there and I have been spotted. I need to take up a vehicle. If I have a smoke, I'll just put the smoke down for this buggy. And then I'll just move away. Seals Baron, though, on the other side. We'll try and move around. It's 45 seconds for him and the circle to just, move forward. And they have to just make the proper utilization of it. IHC Alex this time has a US for him. We'll try the open US. We'll try and use it to move around. Godless is moving to the backsides as well. I believe they're going to go for a backside rotation maybe. We'll see what happens. All right, Icy's there. So yeah, from the backside of the bridge, that's the rotation that they're opting for. Phantom's other players, they are taking up a decent fight with Venom Legends. All right, this is going to be a good fight.
I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to watch, as we will see potentially the first 4v4 in front of us. Phantom Esports versus Venom Legends. But Phantom Esports, they're just backing off again. No action for us in this game, Ocean. Not yet. Not in the first 10 minutes. Quite unfortunate, but we'll get through. 5 more minutes and I think no one is going to resist just pulling the trigger on anyone they see. The zone is going to be too small. The land area inside the circle is not going to be enough for all these 16 teams to survive. So I think just finding the early cover has become a very important priority for all the teams in the lobby. And where are the lads from Seal Esports, though?
I mean, they were just taking down a few players of TRZ, but then that could not happen. On the other side, ElementriX is Mr. Hughes who's coming. But does he understand? Does he know? I believe now he does, as Yul's going to go for a few shots, and not just on him, he is trying to spot down a few more players. ElementriX versus IHC. This is going to be a good one, Johnny. I mean, look at this. Hyozu, I guess he has been just spotted down. One good nade on that vehicle can just do damage, and well, it just goes down, although it does damage on the vehicle. Hyozu with a jump grenade of his own. Zol needs to move away, or not maybe. Both of them just missing up their marker, switching on to FPP for a better understanding. And this time as well, I guess the vehicle is going to take all the damage of that grenade. Yes, it does. Vehicle might just be put out of commission, but now if Zol just even sees his head, Zol's going to take up a few shots, I guess, and Hughes is going to go for a few smokes so that he could just take this vehicle and maybe move around this slight ridge. And Incus is going to go for a good cover, but you can't cover up the grenades, and that's how Hyozu goes down.
Well, I see. The nade was lobbed. Hyozu, his HP is very low, slowly beating out, and ElementriX, they won't have a way to recover their captain. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The first blood right there going towards IHC Zul. 63 players still alive. ElementriX, they're trying to see if they can get away from IHC, which I believe they have already been successful in. But IHC, these lads are going to figure out now their rotation. We know their game plan has always been to play from the edge. But right after you picked off a crucial player for a very big team who, in fact, have a good momentum in the second week, they're not going to stop. And look at this. Liquid finding an important point trade of sorts, picking off Baron from the side of Stalwart Esports. Now, he has knocked him out in the open, but finishing him. Now, can he secure that finish? As I say that, before I say that, I think it has already happened.
It's like, I heard you, bro. I heard you. I'm on it. But then again, ElementriX, they have a decent lead. And well, you asked where Seal is, and now you can just, see where Seal is. Hyozu has been lost on by ElementriX, but then they traded up for another player. 600 meters is the distance between the circle and the players right now, so they'll have to move forward as ElementriX's Incus is trying to move. I guess he might just stick around for a loot or something. You see that. But then again, Vibes' players are moving forward. Wally has been spotting them down as Vibes move away. I guess they were given instructions to not shoot right now because, again, if these players move forward, they might just gatekeep them. So they try to have a decent area for themselves. But Liquid's coming, and Demo understands is taking that TPP angle, that vision of Liquid from where he is arriving. And on the other side, Sanchir takes down Delta from DRS.
Well, let's see. Can this one pickup, can this one conversion be pushed further to try and wipe out the entire team? That is going to be quite critical. DRS, again, they do like to play a little bit further away from each other. Delta was taken out of the picture. Killer YT quite close to him. Oh! Almost makes it right in the nick of time. Otherwise, he would have been on his knees as well. But TRZ, they know their number, they know their address. And from the way Mad Cat is constantly checking the corners, it looks like TRZ, they are thinking about a push.
Yeah, it looks like, yes, they are. Godless is moving forward, though. Phantoms players, all right. They thought they could just take up a few plays down. They have this crash land site for themselves, which they are feeling that, it's good. And I get it. But then again, the next zone is going to move away. So they might have to find up a good place for themselves, as the IHC is also just trying to move forward. TRZ's Mad Cat gets taken down by DRS Killer, who would want to go for that finish. And yes, he gets his own finish as DRZ opens up their account. But look at this. Delta's going to go for a good nade. Is that going to blow up the player? Oh, Manish is just out there and the grenade goes boom. But Killer, before that, definitely takes on one, but Delta's grenade takes down one of DRS's players. Killer's down. A good grenade comes up as well. The grenades are being locked on, but Fardeen is in the molotov of his own teammate. What is happening? Is it a friendly fire game? I don't get it. Players are taking their own teammates down with the grenades, with the molotovs, but this is going to be good for TRZ as DRS. They are in shambles, and Stormy will go for a revive on his teammate, I guess. Oh, he has been spotted down. He needs to move to the other corner. From there, he can maybe go for a revive. Liquid, look at him. Mexi's going to go for a spray onto him. And DRS, they have 3 players, but Killer, I guess he's out of equation now. Yes, he is.
Yeah, Killer's going to be out of the equation, but DRS, they have, in fact, capitalized on that fight quite nicely, bringing the numbers of TRZ almost down to 1, but Storm, I believe, will be able to give a proper revive to his teammate Fardi and bring him back into the game. But let's see what is going to happen on the other side. The Phantom Esports up against ElementriX, and in fact have been pinned down by the lads from IHC as well. Alex finding an important pick, starting things off, takes damage from the flank, but A1 Esports against Raw, and they wipe them out. What just happened? Raw Esports getting absolutely destroyed. Only 6-9 and Sinister were taken out. Jax and Dante still surviving, and this is going to be an easy revive for A1 Esports. I believe the lads have finally shown up in the matches.
A1, somebody actually set their alarm clocks on the right time right now, as A1 Esports is doing really good. On the other side, look at Phantom's player just trying to move forward. All right, they do move out in the nick of the time. Atrax on the other side, Gante, Octopus, these players are out there. Venom, seal shot, he has been spotted. Atrax, they need to go for it. Spike is moving in front of Seal Shot, and look at Seal Shot going with a good grenade, taking down Octopus as well. Seal Shot, Spike is coming. He's going to go with a good nade on Spike's side. Spike, he gets out of that area, but Chana gets up a few damage with that grenade. And this time, Shield Shot's going to go with a good grenade of his own. The Atrax, they are in a bit of a trouble situation, as it's only 2 players against an army of Venom Legends, as they're taking the players down. Spike is the last one surviving in a 1-on-2 situation. Rapid is just out there. He can't take him down, and Spike will be taken out of the lobby, and that's the end for Atrax.
Well, Dax, again, an unfortunate start to an important day, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how they make it to the Super Weekend this time. Phantom Esports being shown the exit as well. Well, I believe so. It's well, it's going to be quite interesting to see if TRZ, they make it, because now even they are down to the last surviving player. DRS in a world of hurt. Savage Esports, they are looking to finish them off, and I believe they have done so already. But let's see. High Voltage against Skylightz Gaming on our screen right now. Assassin was taken out, so it's 3 versus 2 situation. Mafia Ninja and Galzin right in front of these lads, and I think High Voltage, they remember Skylightz Gaming from sort of the early attempt that was made by Galzin and Nima to pick off Vadu, so he's going to be mad at them. He's going to look to pick them off, but the distance a little too much. We'll have to go for the shots. Mafia Ninja positions himself in a safe corner of the compound.
C1 godless, C1 godless, C1 godless, C1 spot now. Just goes for the 7 shots only. Why? I mean, he could have taken Godless down, I believe, but Seal is on the other side. They are just, been taken out of the lobby, and now Evil Eye is coming up as a backup as well. Then Godless, well, he decides to disengage. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. 1952 is on the backlines now. We'll have to see what happens as Entry is on low HP as well, Johnny.
Let's see. Wait, I see.
What? C1 this time. He makes no mistakes. And finishing up with style, like taking a multi-million-dollar car in front of him.
Yeah. I've seen that IRL. It's a beautiful vehicle, but look at this. Godless. He gets mad any single time his teammates are taken out, and, well, takes down C1, goes for Evil Eye next, and Evil Eye is also very low, but Godless from the flank, from the backlines back, it's A1 Esports. The lads are here, and this time they're taking on the players of IHC, who are completely pinned down between A1 Esports and 1952 right now. Nowhere left to go, and it is 1952 inside the zone ocean. Both these teams are outside in the blue.
Exactly. I mean, think about it, right? The way they have positioned themselves inside the circle, that's just so brilliant. TRZ, meanwhile, they are out, and we are down to 10 teams, 29 players remaining in just a 19-minute marker. Sometimes we have all teams surviving till this marker as well, but things are changing right now with the time. Entry takes on Chipu, and Chipu needs up a revive. Chari's onto the back lines. That might just be a really, really difficult task, as all the other players of TE are onto the back lines as well, as the circles coming up. A1 Esports, for the first time, I'm loving their position right now. They have 5 eliminations for themselves, and they are in it to win it. If everything goes good, the final circle's coming in front of A1 Esports as well. And look at this, Entry marks an exit as 1952 gets traded out.
Well, it's going to be quite unfortunate right there. The trades not really working out in the favor, but Alex, Godless, Ziol, what is going to be their game plan to push forward right now? The smokes laid out in front of them are protecting them, but they're not going to be there the entire time. They're just going to dissipate in the next few seconds. Savage Esports, on the other side, quite an interesting approach to make the push forward towards the eastern edge of the circle. It is going to be quite risky since Vibes Esports are closing in from the rear, and Venom Legends, they are sitting on the flank. So they have to be extremely careful. Even if it's just Dictator with one good utility, we have seen entire squads getting wiped out. But we'll talk about that later, as Sancher, it looks like, has spotted out Joker out in the open behind the ridge. Is going to take down Jiggle and Malik as well. Keep continuing the spray. Don't stop. Switch the weapon. Tap shots, and well, Malik does get hit in fact, and there's the second knock.
Oh, this is not happening. This is not happening. The way Sanchi took down these two players, I bet he's not even just here. He's just playing at a different level. Anif takes down Malik with that vehicle ramen, and Vibes' Joker is just out here surviving. Jiggles down there with low HP as well. Ryu around the sidelines as well. Savage looks like they have taken up a fight in their hands, but Iceberg is traded out, and Choco won't go for the finish, goes for the reload, but then again he gets traded out as well, and Ryu's on very low HP, extremely minute low HP numbers. Well, we're not going to talk about it as Ryu's out, and so is Vibes taken down on the 7th position.
Well, let's see. Top 6 remain. 19 players still alive. And A1 Esports, they are still here with the entire team. Sanchi, he's just zoned in, trying to pick off the players from the other side. But a few shots towards Deadeyes Guys. And they're like, oh, that's where we need to shoot. They take him down in a split second. And now Hershey is the final player surviving for the team.
Oh, God. It looked like Sanchi was using that mini on an auto. But then again, you know, Hershey, he needs to be careful as the players are moving forward. A1 Esports on one side, but Deadeyes Guys is going to go just for the players of Savage as they are taking on players one by one by one. Look at the edge that A1 Esports is holding, right, for themselves. Savage as Sanchir goes down and out as well. Now Savage is out with just one player, if I'm not wrong, and that is going to be Hershey. Skylightz is surviving. Deadeyes is taking up a good fight for themselves. High Voltage is here. IHC, well, I mean, we know about this team's capability. They are going to be just out there. But A1 Esports, this time, A1 Esports, they are dead serious.
Yeah, they're completely focused on being on top at the end of this game. And let's see if they can make this happen. It's still not going to be easy. 5 eliminations have been secured by the team. And Jax is constantly keeping an eye on the lads of High Voltage for now. But High Voltage, it's not going to be easy for them to survive. Sinister finds the opening. But the trade is there from Deadeyes Guys. Chari taking Sinister down. Now, this might be the fall of A1 Esports. They need to make sure that it's not an easy finish for DE to secure. But Sinister was out in the open, so nowhere left for his teammates to help him out. But IHC Alex closing in from the back line is going to find more knocks. And A1 Esports, what is this push? They just run in head first in the entire fight. And even if Deadeyes Guys are eliminated, A1 Esports, they just might be the next team to get taken out. IHC, they've been handed the win for this game.
Well, we'll see if that happens because Godless is the last one surviving, but he's taking down anyone that he sees. This guy is becoming a John Wick right now. Taking down all the players. Plays on signal players, but then again, Godless is out in the open. Oh my God, High Voltage might as well just win this. They need to connect one more shot on Godless, but Godless barely survives. On the other side, A1 Esports, they have the players for themselves. Look at that forecast for them, 57% win. Prediction coming up for A1 Esports. The thing is that if the circle comes down on High Voltage, they are getting a good win for themselves because High Voltage, these two players are far away from each other. They can hold different angles of the zone. They can hold different positions with the circle. Oh, they can just go for this game. But Godless, again, the last man surviving. What is he going to do? He's going to go with the buggy right now. Shots are being taken on him, but there's no stopping. He's just moving. Trying to get shot up from the backside, but then again, Godless will be taken out, and this means only one player survives from A1 Esports, and that is RX Dax. Extreme from one side, Cloud from the other. High Voltage, well, will they end up with a bang? They're going for a few grenades. The grenade is quite close to Jax. He gets straight up with a slight distance for himself. But then again, the second one might as well just do the job. If not this one, third time's charm. He's going to go for a good one. But this one also gets taken up by the vehicle. Jax is still surviving, Johnny. He's still surviving. A1 Esports. Well, these are the monsters that we were missing. But High Voltage, they have that numbers advantage.
I mean, it's a 2v1 situation. This nade, I think, is just going to finish him off. Jax, not a lot of hope left alive. And there's the final moment, ladies and gentlemen. High Voltage getting the chicken dinner win in the very first game of the third week. So an impressive start for the team. And again, they need this momentum because High Voltage, let's not forget, they are also a team that are struggling in the overall rankings. So a lot of things for me personally to be happy about. High Voltage getting the chicken in the very first game of this week, and also A1 Esports getting the second place finish with a good number of eliminations. And finally, I guess a lot of the slogans of these two teams are going to be in the chat right now. The players just cheering the lads on to keep this flow going. I want to see these teams play like this. That's going to make the competition for the rest of the day a lot more exciting to watch.
What has happened to A1 Esports all of a sudden, right?
Fight for survival, man. Survival instincts kicking in.
Charles Darwin's theory, the survival of the fittest, and now they're just going for it. But then again, High Voltage got up a good game for themselves.
Yeah.
This time, we are in for a great super weekend. I can just feel it. And obviously, always number 3 when it comes down to the game is always chaotic. Third day, third super weekend, it's always chaotic. And third week is starting off with a good chaos.
Exactly. I mean, talk about starting with a bang. Well, I mean, the game ended with a grenade, but still, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break before we start breaking down this game in further detail. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back once again after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. The first game is done, and it was off to an unexpected start. I mean, talk about the top 2 teams being there. IHC securing a lot of elimination, but still not able to close out the chicken dinner win. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Have a look at the MVP of the very first game of the day and see the individual who outstood the entire lobby and made himself, well, the most valuable player.
Cloud from High Voltage just, enjoying everything. With 6 eliminations, 933 damage, 2 knocks, 1 assist, 23 minutes and 30 seconds of survival time for him. And it definitely just comes up really good for this individual. Think about it, right? He just comes up, he becomes the playmaker for the team.
I mean, definitely, he was a playmaker right now, and I think it has been an impressive start for the players of High Voltage, and hopefully they can keep the momentum going through the rest of the day as well. 6 eliminations, 933 damage, so individual performance from Cloud being very on point. And towards the end, even though we saw High Voltage also lose a few key players, just the fact that they chose their targets directly in that final top 3 situation, picking off IHC first and then going for A1 Esports, who, I mean, we have a lot to talk about that push towards the players of DRS. That was not advisable at all. That is the thing that lost them the game right there. But still, I mean, it was a good game overall for these two particular teams. Looking at the list of top players, Sancher is going to be there along with his teammate Hershey, taking the 2nd and the 5th position respectively.
Oh, Sanchi did pretty good with that mini, you know. That definitely showed. Coming up with 6 eliminations for himself as well, with the 910 damage. Just like we said, Godless, we know his capability. Was at one moment just playing solo versus squads. Dante was there and Hershey as well, just coming up in these top players. That's really good. Talking about the difference in the first and second position, A1 Esports. Well, we are happy that they got so much damage dealt from their side with really good eliminations. And as of now, they would be at the second position because obviously it was the first game. All they have to do is stay consistent. Think about it, right? Erangels and Miramars, well, they had a really good Erangel for themselves, and they got, what, 23 points with this one. So, yeah, it's good as compared to 25 that High Voltage got.
Well, let's see. I mean, it was an impressive start for the two teams, but I want to see what the rest of the lobby did in the early stages of the game, specifically the teams getting taken out early, because, I mean, the fights in the game began very late. Up until, I believe, 13-14 marker, we weren't even seeing anyone firing using their weapons, and, well, the weapons were being used, but no confirmations were there. That was what was happening. But looking at the match summary for now, highest eliminations taken by Cloud, highest damage dished out by Godless, 6-9 with the highest assist, and this is the first time we are seeing the players of A1 Esports pop up in these stats anywhere. So I'm very happy, man, right now. Frag Boys is going to be there with the longest distance elimination with 277 meters being the distance, and highest knocks, Godless. So I think towards the very end, we got to see that old wildcard region Godless all over again, where he decided, all right, my teammates are out, it's just upon me.
No chance, Godless.
Hard push on A1 Esports, even though he knows High Voltage, they can see him quite clearly, they will finish him off, does not care. He's like, I'll get those points one way or the other. We need those.
The no chance Godless, that's the one we saw, right? Just coming up from the times of PMWL and just doing really good. Godless just move forward with his own aggression. He was like, I'm the solo one surviving, I don't care. I'll see someone, I'll take him down. And talking about this one, we see it, right? Just like we said, 25 versus 23 points that they have for themselves. IHC is there with 19. Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys is really consistent. They are just doing pretty good for themselves. They're amongst the top 5 teams here as well as in the Super Weekend rankings as well. But Raw, they somehow struggle there. I mean, obviously it's just the first game. Phantom, it's just the first game, so they still have like a lot of games for themselves, 9 to be specific. So they can just make the most out of it. 7 for each and every team now.
I mean, the day is just getting started, so the opportunity is still going to be there. And, 7 games for the teams that are in the lobby right now. But all of that is going to change, because in the very next game, we're going to see the 4... Well, if I call them 4 angry men right now, it's going to change the meaning of everything I say, because that used to be a team. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Because, I mean, it is Stalwart Esports.
4 angry men, obviously, that's a
different team.
But we could just, talk about it like the 4 musketeers or... I get it. They were only 3 musketeers, right? Athos, Aramis, but then again, Darknan was with them as well. So it's like
the initial 4 of the Justice League. That's what we'll call them.
But will they be able to, meet their doomsday? Will they be meeting their doomsday or not in this one? That's one of the questions. But then again, those things are out there for the upcoming games. Obviously, Miramar is where they'll be starting up, and I would say that is always a good thing, because coming down on Miramar, right?
Exactly.
It's
the favorite
their strong
map.
suit, and always the first Miramar is won by the Mongols, except the last time when that happened, that T2K just won that from themselves. But let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and once we are having that look, we will see the way the fights just fold down.
Exactly. I mean, even though we were seeing those knocks in the early stages of the match, the first elimination went into the hands of IHC Esports around the 11 to 12 minute marker. But before that, no 4v4s were made, no attempts to fight the 4v4s were made by anyone. In this fight, TRZ, they were not off to a great start, but still the retaliation from the lads just picking off the players of DRS was in fact pretty amazing to watch. A1 Esports again taking down Raw in just a matter of seconds. I think you can make an episode of Destroyed in seconds on that entire fight, just watching the perspective of the players of Raw Esports. And I think the level of aggression, the level of commitment to team fights that A1 Esports have brought in this particular game is the thing that they needed.
And not just that, think about it, right? They're the positions inside the circle.
Yeah,
those were coming up brilliant, because sometimes you're taking up fights and all, but the only thing that just gets taken away from you is your positioning. This time, for a long time, they had a good position as well. That matters a lot. They got it for themselves. Godless, look at this. It was the last one surviving, was just taking down players. But this is where the grenades just ended the last player. And Jax, he was spotted. He was known.
Yeah.
And look at how happy they all were. Look at Assassin. Just he looked himself in the camera and was like, "Yeah, I'm looking good. I'm playing good. Today's my day."
Yeah, I mean, he knew he knew it was going to be his day. But talking about having a day for themselves, I mean, Savage Esports did a pretty brilliant job, especially Sanchir and Hershey, as we did talk about them in the top performers list as well. 1983, the total damage being dished out by the team. Wow. 10 eliminations secured, and they did not make it in the top 5, by the way. Had they made it I mean, with the chicken dinner, this would have been impressive.
This is a weird mathematical thing. 1952's elimination is 1, and their damage is 529. It's kind of a scrambled 1952 number just coming up for themselves.
Oh yeah.
But Seal, all right. Another week starts up when we see another team with 0 damage and 0 elimination. Seal this time taking that toll for themselves. Skylightz, they did not have any elimination, but 608 damage for them. More or less, except Skylightz, every other team in top 6, well, they are getting above 1,000 damage for themselves. That means, well, if these teams were dominating, that obviously means that, from Vibes to Raw, we did not see that sort of a performance coming down.
So, again, in this match, Ocean, right now, 2 of the biggest names went out with no elimination points. At least Skylightz Gaming, they walked away with those placement points. I think, so they can survive in the next match and try and see if they can make up for this game when they return in the next match, which is always going to be Erangel, because they are not going to be playing in the next one. A1 Esports, there's going to be a small little break on their momentum. DRS is not going to be there in Miramar, and TRZ is not going to be there in Miramar. Apart from them, ladies and gentlemen, I think the main focus in this particular match, as Ocean mentioned earlier, it seems like the Miramar maps are dominated by the teams from Mongolia and Stalwart Esports, and they are going to be starting off their day. We know how much of an importance they give to having a top 3 finish in the first game they play every single time.
Yeah, I mean, that just definitely comes up. But then again, we talked about all these teams. Now, Group D is going to just, stay put. They're not going to be playing in this one. But Group E just arrives, just like we said, that, it is their map, it is their understanding, it is their game. So I believe we might just see a pretty good fight coming up with all those teams, because we know it. Last game, imagine. So we always say, no matter what happens, Erangel and Sandhawk, players will always drop down on their own drop locations. But last Erangel showed us a different story, right? When obviously the flight path was quite weird, quite unique. So players were dropping down on some other drop locations. We saw Skylightz going down to the 7. I get it, T2K was not there, but then again, it was their plan B and they executed it right off the beginning. But Miramar is such a big map that more or less there are always 2-3 teams that have to drop down on someone someone else's flight path, someone else's drop location and all. So I would want to see what happens for the new coming teams, that is Group E. If someone arrives on them, are they ready for the challenge or are they not?
I think it's going to make the match more intense, and it's just the speculation that are getting me excited for now. I would love to actually see if the drop clashes happen, and that is going to result in a very exciting start to the game. But along with that, I think for that to happen, we need to have those urban circles. We need to have a circle moving either towards Los Titanes or El Pozo, major city in the game, and see if the teams are going to be forced to fight against each other. But ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to begin, and it is time to once again begin our very own little mini game, which is going to be there, seeing the players' cams and
can you spot the odd one out?
Can you spot someone eating? I think that should, we need to be a little bit more specific about that. But yeah, odd one out also works. We have seen Godless skipping rope 5 seconds before the game.
We saw him just getting ready with a skipping rope.
Even his teammates were weirded out, bro, what are you doing?
Come on, he was like, no, I'm trying to just practice the jump and punch or something. I don't know. But then again, this is the game of Miramar, ladies and boys and girls, as we are starting off for this one. And oh my god, this looks like a good path coming down.
Let's see, starting from Delmar.
Yeah. I mean, the Pozo side is going to be quite decent, Johnny. But think about the teams that have to drop down to Impala.
Yeah. I mean,
difficult for them. Lost Run is going to be a challenging place to move out from.
Exactly, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what the early game rotations are going to look like. Because as you said, there might be a few collisions. Now there are definitely going to be those collisions because teams are going to be dropping out in the open looking for vehicles and then rotating towards their preferred drops. All these teams that like to land towards the east are going to be thinking, all right, what's the easiest way, what's the safest way we can make it, and the quickest at the same time. On the other side, the teams that like to play from the western side of the map, El Pozo, Crater Fields, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picardo, even the central side up until a certain point, are going to be pretty happy with the fact that this is their playing path. This should be their early game.
Now I want to see where the circle goes up, right? Because that is going to be an important thing.
Yeah. Hopefully Los
Still
Angeles.
waiting.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, oh, this
No.
standard flight path to zone relationship.
I mean, at least this time it's still pretty close.
I mean, we are hopeful, and hopefully
Yeah.
those two islands they'll stay in the circle till the final zone.
Oh,
We are
that's-
hopeful.
That's going to be fun. I mean, if that happens, I think just 1952 JyanMaara, the teams that are still heading towards the western edge of the map, they're going to be a happy bunch of lads because, I mean, they can just swim there early, I guess.
Look
But-
at Seal. How easy for them is to get inside the circle. They move to Campo Militar, they come to Tierra Bronca, they get inside the zone.
Yeah.
IHC, Atrax, Raw. It's going to be really difficult for these teams. Stalwart is at the edge of the circle. They can have their own rotation. ElementriX coming up from the back lines. We'll have to see what happens. Savage. But, well, 7C memo. Somebody did not give him a memo. Maybe he's not playing from Venom Legends, but from 7C.
Well, let's see.
He's so far away from his teammates.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is going to be a troublesome situation for him to actually figure out a way to cross the players of Venom Legends. The only way he can do that is just let them go, let them move forward, and then from there regroup with his teammates. If he decides to take a fight or get spotted out, he's done unless Venom Legends somehow end up double guessing themselves and thinking, oh, there might be an entire squad here. If they just see one player decide to go for it, 7C Esports, they're going to lose out on their opening man. But let's see if that is actually going to happen because Miramar is quite a big map, even if on the map that we see the players might seem a little too close. When you go in game, there's a decent bit of distance between them. So I mean, there is still a possibility that 7C Esports will survive with a 4-man roster till at least the mid-game stages. But for now, Raw on our screens, and after the debacle in the last game, this time I think they're going to be quite careful with how they move.
But it's not just Raw, right? Darks also did not have that good of a game in the last game. So if you talk about both these teams, then yeah, things might just not look good. Spike, it looks like he got a vehicle for himself. JyanMaara on the other side with the place of Deadeyes Guys. Snipe, we see him just trying to climb that area. He saw that vehicle moving from True Love's side. He spotted down Shadi as well, but looks like he was so focused on that golden Miraro, just, looking forward to its beauty as he was taken down.
Well, let's see.
And
Yeah.
they're coming in to finish him. They're trying to jump.
Yeah, he's trying to get to the rooftop, but did he give up? No, he didn't give up. Went to the door.
No.
Drops down.
You gotta. Yeah, now it's good.
Finally, third time's the charm, man.
Third
always
time's
the
the
charm.
charm. Always the charm. Third time's always the charm. True Love. Now they're gonna move in that Mirage. I mean, this is such a good car, Golden Mirage.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful vehicle in its own self.
I mean, it's
a
nice,
unique,
but
one of its own kind made. Gets you good mileage. The only
Good
bad
mileage.
thing, the only bad thing about it is the ground clearance. It has such a low ground clearance that sometimes it gets stuck. So you need another vehicle to
Yeah.
just ram on this vehicle to take it out. Mirado and Miramar, I mean, they have their own love-hate relationship for themselves.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll give it that. It's a pretty decent vehicle. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that it's golden and it's going to attract a lot of attention towards itself. So if you're driving that, be prepared to be shot at.
Yeah. Golden one, yes. The tension just comes up. But then again,
I think you see it out in the open and you just want to shoot it if you are not the one driving the vehicle. I'm not even going to hide the fact. It's just out of jealousy. I see someone else driving it. I'm going to make sure that guy is not going to be in the game a few moments
and that
later.
vehicle comes to me.
Yes. Try my best to make sure the vehicle comes to me. If
In the pristine condition.
Yeah, if it gets damaged in the even the slightest, then well, let's go. I'm just gonna blow it up.
If it's not mine, no one takes it.
No one can. Yeah.
Wow. Incus, he's looking from 6 times to the other 6 times.
I used the scope to look at the scope.
Wow. I just did not get what happened right now. But then again, you know, the
Thanos
fights,
reference,
they just had started. Godless gets an M4, trades it out with the M16. That's a good trade, I would say. 1952. Look at their positioning. I love it. And I guess they're going to stay there for a while, which is good as well. Venom Legends has a really prime position for themselves. And Seal, well, they're coming inside the zone.
But look at IHC. I'm quite surprised with the fact that IHC have moved in so quickly, right behind 7C Esports. I mean, so they have made a few changes to the game plan, it feels like. But is this going to work out? Because there are still 3 teams that I believe 2 out of them will try and take that southern entry towards the circle, and that is going to make sure that all these teams, IHC, 7C Esports, Venom Legends, if they don't push further in towards the zone, then they might get sandwiched. Los Leones, as long as you are in the city, you can be safe. You have a lot of cover to work around with, but when the time comes to eventually move towards the lab and these are positioned towards the junkyard positions, it's going to get quite tricky.
Definitely is going to get quite tricky. And from the southern side, look at this Phantom. The players are coming. They're moving. Atrax is onto the backlines as well. Savage, just like we said, you know, they are also trying to make up the marker. High Voltage, the players that got their first winner chicken in the first game. Now they are rotating a bit slow, but that just gives them an insurance policy that, you know, water treatment to cruise while those areas are empty, so they can make their own way inside the circle. That would be great. ElementriX's players just coming in one by one with their own vehicles. That's good as well. The more the number of vehicles, the better it's for you in the final circles with the covers if the zone goes out in the open. Stalwart Scry is all alone. And if you look at the map, someone's coming. Someone's coming. That's ElementriX. There's actually an east wind blowing, and Pika's coming up for Scry maybe. But then again, they're trying to find up good areas for themselves.
Well, let's see if they can find one in this moment inside of the match, but it's going to be quite interesting to see what the mid-game stages are going to look like. ElementriX, they have been spotted out by Pika. Sus running out in the open is going to be shot at, finally taken down. Pika finding Knock, Liquid, and the other lad from the side of ElementriX, Incus. They have been woken up from their sleep as their teammate has just been finished off, and now they are not even leaving his vehicle. Just let the lads be. Stalwart Esports, I mean,
this is bad.
The angry men have arrived, Ocean.
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Look at this. Liquid's moving, but then Action's like, nope, I don't want to let you go. But then again, I'll have to. Incus, he'll be taken down as well as Stalwart gets one for themselves. And just like we talk about the circle, well, the islands are out of the equation. And this circle is definitely going to Minas Generales and Junkyard side. So T2K has a prime position, 1952. Well, now they're at the dead center.
Well, let's see. T2K, as you mentioned, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see what their progression is going to look like right now. No incentive for them to fight, but on the other side, Vibes, Joker taking down one of the players from the side of Savage Esports. Eisenberg has been spotted out as well, and Joker is not letting him go. Jiggle joins him as well, and Savage Esports, it looks like they're going to be in a world of hurt. Hershey getting finished off, and Rio is the man who secured the elimination point right there for his team. Anif, he is peeking his head over the ridge, but this is going to be quite risky. Takes down Jiggle. What amazing precision from the side of Savage.
Wow. What a brilliant feat of strength just, you know, being showed up. And Jiggle, I guess they're going to go for the finish. But then again, that ridge, this is why we all just, you know, think about it. You can take someone down, but then, you know, it comes down to the hating part of Miramar that you cannot go for the finish. I mean, you can, but you don't have the information for that. Maybe the player would be revived, maybe he won't be. So that's the thing, right? And Savage, are they going to go for it or not? That's the question. But look at Malik and Joker. They are coming in to try and maybe save their teammate, or maybe just, you know, try and actually move around Savage's players, but I guess that's not going to happen. So I guess the revive is definitely in the question.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the progression is going to look like. Savage Esports, Eisenberg, and Anif, in this damaged vehicle, just trying to see if they can get close to Sancher. Well, it's a numbers game right now. Having 3 players together, it's always going to be better than 2 players isolated, rotating in a vehicle that can blow up at any time. But talk about blowing up, Leo, he needs to be careful. The lads from JyanMaara, they are not too far away, specifically Susan, who is just hiding behind that ridge. And Leo has spotted out the bus, so he's going to be aware that there is someone lingering quite close to him. He's just keeping his eyes open, checking his angles, making sure the ridges, the positions, they have all the information as to where they can be attacked from. But Demo is going to be the man finding the opening, taking down one from the side of JyanMaara. And can they finish off the entire team? Well, Esports, they are assessing about it.
Seals players, yes, they are. JyanMaara quite close to them. Airdrop gets taken up by Shifu sir, but then again, Suzanne, I guess he might not just realize that he's in a bad position and he needs to stay put. He needs to stay invisible. And I guess he is invisible, except for the last player that's coming up, Baron. He is going from the same route as the other players of Seals. So Suzanne is not going to do anything. I believe so. I hope so.
Well, let's see. As you like to say, man, I'm going to quote you now. Hope is a dangerous thing.
But then hope is all we have.
Yeah, exactly.
The dilemma in living the life. But then again, as of now, look at this. All these players are getting ready for their own fights. The Savages players are just, moving forward. And Mamagor has spotted down Anif. Taken up a few shots. And nothing else. Nothing else as per se. Mamagor on the back lines. Will just be with his own teammates. And Assault from Raw is just out there as well. Raw finds up a prime position for themselves. Atrax, again, the struggles. We'll have to see if they end up or not, because Phantom's coming. Shantae's out there in the open. Phantom, that spray, left, right, left, right. All you have to do was hit the center. I guess that's how. As Mad Max is on low HP. And Atrax is arriving onto him.
Well, Mad Max, the stars aligned and he survived. But has to heal up before he managed to get away. Otherwise, Spike, as soon as he goes to the other side of the ridge, might be able to take him down. Sees Vexy now. Another spray not connecting. And Spike, I think, is just waiting for his teammates to actually also hit their shots. And Chante is like, all right, I'm going to finish it off. Takes down Yeta. So there's the opening that the Atrax were looking for, but Phantom Esports have managed to put a decent between the two teams. So I don't think revive can be an issue, but Demo! What? Oh, what happened? How did this begin?
Oh, well, it began and it ended. But JyanMaara, the players are just, out there ready. But no fear, one more shot of no fear would have been just, taking him down. But then again, Wally surviving. 24 bullets. Leo up with a good grenade. And on the other side, the players are being taken down as Wally takes him out. Yante taking down the fight on Phantom. This side starts on 13-minute, in fact, 14-minute marker. Mad Max has to make a run for his own life right now as Atrax is coming. They're coming to chase down the players of Phantom. Or maybe not, from around this ridge they are moving. Spike is trying to move forward as well. Shantae on the other side gets his own elimination for himself. Gets that number opening up for him. And looks like Atrax, they have won this fight. But High Voltage, the previous game's winner chicken dinner holders, seal. They are trying to seal the deal. Oh, shots connected on Wally as well. He's on low HP.
Yeah, I mean, Baron went down right in the nick of time. Wally, he's going to have to use up a lot of heals. The first aid is going to be the first important thing. Put the boosters on and then progress to join his teammates in the team fight. On the other side, though, we did notice on the elimination feed, IHC, they have Godless, who was knocked out a few seconds ago. Let's see if he gets finished off as well. But on our screens right now, Esports completely zoned in and focused on picking off the players from High Voltage. Leo is in a perfect spot to flank, but he can't be the one starting the fight. He has to go in either second or third.
Baron's moving now. They're trying to find up a good place for themselves. Look at this edge of the circle, right? This is really tricky. It's third to fourth zone. If the circle makes up a hard shift, you have to make a run for the circle. You have to find a safer space inside the circle, which you have no idea of. And then you have to make sure that you stay there for your own self, right? Those things are really, really important. Alex on the other side takes down Venom's Indicator and that's going to be really important. Just like we said, that circle is going to go to the sides of Minas Generalis, Labender. That's where the circle is. And IHC. dead smack inside the zone.
Well, IHC, can they walk away with the chicken dinner in this particular match? I mean, a very good position inside the circle, but they are also going to have to absorb a lot of pressure along with it. It's going to be a trade. And IHC is definitely one of those teams who do not shy away from taking those fights. But ladies and gentlemen, the first team from the lobby has been eliminated. And unfortunately, it is the lads from JyanMaara were the first ones to go out. IHC, look at them. The early rotation gave them priority on these compounds, and on Raw, they're just stuck on the slope. Nowhere left to go.
What a decent fight just coming up right now. Mamagor is trying to spot on a few players as well from Venom Legends. I am pretty sure if he gets spotted out, right, he'd be in such an open place that it would be easy probably for them to just take him out. Assault's coming close. Icy's just out here. Oh my god. Icy's close. Assault is there. He's coming with his vehicle. Jump and punch. Jump and punch. That's what they're doing. Godless has been spotted down, but I guess no one's spotting down. Icy was trying to take down a player. That was Kazi. And now Grenade. I just go for a follow-up. Rig is on the other side. Icy's going to go for his own grenades. Look at the damage that it has done on Rig as he's coming to the back lines. Assault, Kazi, Rig. 3 players at one direction. Mamagor on the other side, and there it is, the first opening that IC needed, that the team needed. That has happened. On the other side, the Mongolians are going down as well as Try goes down from one of the opponents from the other side. And now IHC will have to see, and we'll have to understand if they'll go for a rush or not, because if they don't, well, the revive's happening. But looks like they are going in for a rush. Look at them, all 4 players. They're just running out in the direction, and I guess they have that opening for themselves. But then again, Kazi is trying to save the day.
Oh!
They are doing it. Kazi takes on multiple players, and now he's moving forward with a reload for his own self, and looks like he takes on another one. Kazi is the 3rd knock that Kazi has done. Soul is surviving. Will Kazi actually take down the entire team? That's the question right now, as he will have to make up a run, but then he's down as well now. And one good grenade can just end everything.
Oh,
but
no.
for Soul, the thing is, he is the last man surviving, because Venom Legends came in and they took down a few players. Atrax from the other side, they took down Kazi. Otherwise, it was a highlight reel for Kazi.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. Last player from the IHC squad surviving. A massive blunder from the team, just charging in one by one into a situation where they know they're going to be outnumbered. And Raw Esports just doing a phenomenal job of capitalizing on that mistake. But let's see, Raw Esports, how many numbers will they be moving forward with? And if Zeol gets finished off, then Raw will have the next best priority in the match. But for now, Phantom Esports, they have an little struggle going in, as they're stuck between 7C Esports and Seal Esports, who have just managed an important and a brilliant backstab. So Seal Esports, now this is the perfect third party. Only Leo has been knocked out. Wally and Baron still remain, and they have 2 from the side of Phantom Esports knocked out. 1 lad from the Venom Legends squad out of the picture, and in fact Phantom Esports are going to be wiped out. And Seal Esports, now they're going to reset their focus, try and see if they can finish off 7C Esports as well. Memo with the mini 14 at this range, tries to tap away, is not going to work out. Kujot, the last player surviving, a nade being lobbed in Wally's direction, can be perfect. Does lob a Molotov next, and Seal Esports, they are still surviving. There's a smoke between Akujod and the lads from Seal Esports that's separating the 2 teams. They just let Leo go, basically.
Yeah, and Aku's the last one surviving. Spoke to Stoon maybe for a while. I don't know, he's still surviving. And Wall, look at him, he's burning down, but he's like, I want to take that player down. And there it is. Wally's Molotov just, goes for the clutch, as now we have 13 teams and 33 players surviving. On the other side, Deadeyes Guys taking a fight against C2K. Oh, I wanted to see that. Think about it, right? The way the fight was happening, because Deadeyes Guys, I believe Chari took down multiple players, if I'm not wrong. Pika on the other side is taking down the fight against ElementriX's Liquid, as you could just, witness it out here. Liquid is still surviving top, and Pika on one side, and they're trying to move forward. Liquid, he has a smoke that is locked on his own direction. He's trying to take up a few players, a few shots, but then again, he would be taken down, and that would be an easy finish coming down for Stalwart.
Well, Stalwart Esports finding a few extra points in the mid-game stages, but on the other side, High Voltage, we do have the MVP from the previous match on our screens, Cloud, who's joined by his teammate Assassin. And Venom Legends, it looks like Cloud knows where exactly the players from Venom Legends are. Oh! I would have loved to see a headshot hit. in that moment, but that's not going to be the case. The Raw Esports trying to see if they can third party,
Oh.
despite a little bit of damage dished out from Rig, but not enough to get a knock. And on the other side, though, Atrax have been shown the exit from this lobby. So we're down to 11 teams, 27 players surviving as we move slowly and steadily towards the 6th zone of the game.
1952, 90 degree. Needs to actually look at the 90-degree angle only because that's from where he was getting shot at as Charissa takes it down. But Assassin from the other side actually gets that confirmation for himself. Oh, this Miramar. This lovely hell of a Miramar match that is happening right in front of us. And as we are down to 10 teams, 25 players surviving, make it 24 as Stalwart. They lose 1. And that means they are left with 1 as Pika's out there. Jiggle, he wants that elimination. But then Pika, will he give it to the zone or to the player? That's the question. Because if he comes out, his HP is going down. Think about it, right? On the other side, Zeol is the last one surviving, and he's taking those players' name one by one by one. He's on a domination now, and he's burning down as well. He's trying to take down a few players, but then again, IHC, they had the zone, but they did not have the players, as Zeol will go out, and so will IHC.
And I have to say, it was a brilliant move from the lad of Vibes to toss the Molotov and deny the exit from the shack to the player of Stalwart Esports. But they can still survive. They can heal for a little while and then move on. It's still not the extreme late game blue zone damage that is definitely for sure going to force you to take the exit. And so we see Pika being there for a few more moments. Let's see if Vibes, they figure out that their Ray is still compromised and are careful about it. Finally, Joker shutting down Pika. Jiggle has been knocked out, and Rio on the other side gets taken out as well. So it's going to be quite important for Vibes to reset themselves and try and get these revives. Because at the end, I feel like it's going to be between Vibes, D, and Venom Legends. Seal Esports, they have just 2 players. Raw Esports and 90 also with just 2 players. Deadeyes Guys in a world of hurt as Joker is going to find the opening. Chari trying to see if he can trade his teammate out, but it's not really going to work out. In the end, he ends up revealing his hiding spot. And now the damage is just going to be traded from either ends, either of these teams amongst each other. Chari stuck in the blue, just 1 shot connecting, and he's going to be in a world of hurt. The moment he just peeks to take this fight, he's done.
Look at him taking that zone damage for himself. But then again, Shari gets spotted on from the other side. And Malik was trying, but what actually stuck down on Malik as he was taken down? Joker takes down 952 Sleewine, and that just showcases the incredible amount of damage that they are facing. Fragbuster follows up as well. And there it is. T2K, they do get eliminated right now on the 8th position with no points for themselves. Oh my god. Baron on the other side was moving forward as well. Raw might just follow up next as the players are being taken down from that side as well. But this time, Seal looks like they would want to be part of any fight that they can get. Baron is barely surviving on low HP. Joker, that high ground is kind of good for Vibes.
Well, let's see. I mean, the high ground is working out quite nicely for them, but they have to make sure they don't line themselves up as Malik is down. But Jiggle still finding the pick on Chari. He's going to look to see. Ryu was the one who found the pick. Jiggle is trying to secure it while Ryu goes for a revive on Malik. And as we're down to the 5 teams, 11 players surviving, Vibes with the high ground advantage are definitely looking to close this game out with a chicken dinner win for themselves. There it is, the point being secured as Chari is going to be taken out. Venom Legends, they are left with just 2 players, Rage and Dictator, and as they try to make their push, they have to be extremely careful because towards their left are the players from Seal Esports, and it's not going to be easy to worry or in fact be in a fight from 2 different angles, especially since Vibes, they are going to put pressure on the players of Venom Legends, and as soon as Venom Legends retaliate, Seal Esports, they're going to know there's someone on their flank, and they're going to try and see if they can finish him off themselves and secure those points instead of the points going towards the players of Venom Legends. But let's see, 4 teams remain. Dictator with an 8 can find the opening he needs, but it's not going to happen. Baron just being dropped down to around 50 HP.
I don't know. Venom Legends this time they are doing really good actually for themselves, right? Vibes, it's a team that just we know they are known for good comebacks and they are going for that comeback for themselves, just like we talked about. So yeah, but Deadeyes Guys with that 1 player that they have for themselves, True Love, managed to get the team to the top 4. But Wally, what a brilliant knock coming up from him, takes down Jiggle, which was good. And now Vibes, they need to actually just get together so that they can just go for that revive. They have the players for themselves. That's like nothing wrong in that. They have all the players. That's really good. Seal, they need to get inside the circle, but Vibes as well. Oh, if you think about it in that way, Johnny, It's such a bad thing for Vibes, right? They have to get inside the circle. They have to come down to the open grounds, a lower area. This is going to be really challenging for the team because they have 3 teams looking on to them.
Exactly. I mean, just moving around even an inch is going to be a world of trouble for them. But look, it's like Stalwart Esports, they might just be done. Vibes, they're pushing on both of them at the same time. Venom Legends haven't finished as Strulaf finds the important backstab, but from the flank, he did take some damage, and Rage also just landing the few shots in the end is going to make sure that Deadeyes Guys are not going to be part of the final top 3 teams in this match, ladies and gentlemen. Vibes, look at them just pushing forward with the man advantage. It's a 4v1v1v1. Sorry, 4 versus 1 versus 1. The last one guy has been taken out. Wally and Rage remaining. Wally is just hiding behind the buggy.
Oh my
God, ignored. They don't want to look in the blue.
Oh my god, they're not looking in the blue. But then again, Wally, he's going to go for the second position for himself. He gets that second egg. His Joker has spotted him or not, I don't know. Ryu's coming. But then again, Play Zone just takes him out. Think about it. Wow. They just moved from around him. But this one comes up for Vibes as they get 27 points from themselves for themselves in this game. And they are at the first position in the overall. 2,700 damage.
I mean, quite an impressive start for Vibes. And again, I mean, this is how this team has been playing the entire time, be it the Super Weekend, be it the league stages. They're not tumbling down anywhere. I think Vibes, again, we discussed this. I mean, this is a team that you and I both want to talk about, Ocean, as they have been one of the most consistent teams so far in this tournament, apart from the 3 Titans, of course. But after them, the next best thing that you can get is Vibes Esports' current roster. And I think, again, if they just keep pushing forward like this, I think the day is not far away where in the finals we're just going to see them closely compete with IHC, with Stalwart Esports
I would love to see that. I mean, I would love to see that, the way they are just performing.
At a certain point in the Super Weekends, they were just 8 points away from being third, like in this Super Weekend. So, yeah.
For them, they are doing really good in terms of the fights, right? And that's really good. Their positionings, everything is on point, and well, that's how you make a good team. Have everything good for yourself.
Exactly, and make sure the roster sticks around for a while, I think, so that the synergy developed. Because even though we have seen these players for, I think, what has been like almost 2.5 years now, we've been seeing them, but it took them a lot of time to sort of adjust to the rest of the competition, to improve themselves. And as I think now they have all the experience, all the knowledge that they need to figure out a way to adapt in game within just a few seconds and like figure out, all right, this is what we need to do, this is what's going to work, and this is how we will have our best performance. But we're going to break this game down further, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. I mean, we are waiting for the phone to be out so we can grab one ourselves. It's going to be exciting to see what the device has to offer. I mean, yeah, so I think, Ocean, do you think we'll win winner chicken dinners in every match? Do you think we can make it happen?
multiple. I know it. I know it. And so I am actually behind this phone, so I know it. It's launching. It's launching today itself, 12th April, and I'm really excited for this one. Trust me. When it
You're
comes
gonna get
to
me a
it,
discount now.
I'm gonna gift you one. But then again, when we
Nice.
talk
I'll
about
take that.
gifting, good people. All right, oh,
Handsome
hey,
people,
guys.
our old friends.
Come on, they were looking so good. Why did you remove them? All right, so this guy looks good as well. I mean, Joker's out there as an MVP. 5 eliminations, 749 damage, comes out 25 minutes of survival time, 4 knocks, and 1 assist from this individual. It was good. It was needed. It was done by him as Vibes and just move forward. I love the way this player has played and improved for himself. I mean, I remember him from the times of ASL Joker, the times when they won PMPL Season 2, and they were doing really good since those times. And well, they have just showcased an incredible feat of strength for themselves. Coming down, playing really good, and well, has been a good fragger in most of the tournaments, one of the top fraggers in most of the tournaments. And now, well, it looks like Joker is back with a bang for his incredible gameplay. And well, it's not just one of the players when we talk about it. We obviously will be looking at the top 5 players from this game as well just be talking stats. And right now, Baron comes in onto the second one as he has 4 eliminations and 800 plus damage. Jiggle from Vibes 3 with 906, Zeol with 3, 630, and Wally comes up with 4 eliminations with 443 damage comes up on Wally's side. So, well, all these players definitely did really good. IHC this time they had the circle, but the only bad thing that went down for them is their players were being taken out in a third-party-ish situation. That just could not work out. Vibes, obviously they got a good game. Seal at the second serve, yeah, I mean, all those ups and downs did happen, but at the end, what they were trying is to go for a heal battle in Miramar, and I'm like, that's not happening at all. Come on.
Yeah, that's something that we haven't really seen anyone pull it off because it's pretty much next to impossible. So top players in front of us, Joker, of course, is going to be on the top. Vibes, a phenomenal chicken dinner. Circle as well is something that we haven't really seen a lot in the past near La Benedita, and I feel like some of the off circles, I'm a huge fan of those.
I mean, La Benedita is a good circle, but then again, the openness of the areas that just comes around, that just, creates a lot of kerfuffle in the minds of the players. Esports, you see their average survival time, it's really low as compared to what Vibes has, because, well, they had all the players surviving for themselves, and Seal, they lost down on their 2 players. Early on in the game, they had only 2 players surviving till the last moments, and then it was just 1 player that was just out there. So yeah, it definitely shows. Vibes, they played really efficiently with 890 roughly damage received, with 2700 damage dealt coming up for themselves. So that definitely shows. The only challenge for Vibes was to just come up from a higher ground to a lower ground in a slope sort of a situation in front of 3 different teams, Deadeyes Guys, Venom Legends, and Seal, and they managed to do that perfectly because the man advantage that they had for themselves, and that was just brilliant.
Indeed, that was quite incredible. You can see on the damage numbers as well, 2735, if I'm not wrong, total damage from these side of Vibes, and that in itself just shows. But look at the match summary. It's like every single player from these side of Vibes. No, it's just Jiggle and Ryu all by themselves in the match summary. It's like Vibes, they have taken over that previous map of Miramar, and it's like they're just shown that they are the one who own it currently. But yeah, as what I was saying was, having the high ground, they were just able to get so much info and also so much damage off, and those damage number right in itself is like a prime example of that.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good, just coming up for these players. And this is a Vibes highlight if you just talk about it, right? The way we are just, showcasing it up on the second position. It's mostly the Mongolians, except for the highest knocks. That's where Joker comes up. Otherwise, it's Zeol, Baron, Wally, all these players coming up in at multiple areas, to be honest. Jiggle, although, he was there with the damage numbers, the eliminations was just, he was just a bit shy. But then again, they got 27 points, and now they are at the first position in the overall rankings. That just comes up really good. Seal, they got 23. Venom Legends, now it just comes up that they are starting off with the momentum for themselves. A1 Esports was not playing in this one. Their first game was really good. I would want to see what happens once they come back in the next game and they play, because that is important as well. But Phantom, since the first 2 games, I believe they are missing that old Phantom vibe from their side.
And I also saw A1 Esports, right, kind of like giving it all they have in the previous game. Not in this game, of course. They're sitting it out. But in the previous game, they gave it all they had in the game of Erangel. And that in itself shows that now they're ready to fight tooth and nail to try and get themselves a slot in the Super Weekend. But again, we wonder, right, is it too late? And I personally feel like it's too late to even get yourself solidified in the top 16.
Let's see if they do it, because right now, first things first, their only goal, they're going to be going it like, one step at a time. Their first goal is going to be to actually enter the Super Weekend. Once they enter the Super Weekend, then their goal is going to be maybe get a few $1,000s for themselves in terms of chicken dinner. And well, if they are playing consistently, if they are playing efficiently, they might, again, it's a big might, but they might enter the top 16. Because if they don't, the journey comes down to an end. Right now, if you're at 17th, 18th, or 19th position, and if you don't qualify, your journey will already be ending onto its own terms. But then again, those are going to be things for the Super Weekends and for the conversations happening around that time. Right now, we're moving forward to have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments from this game.
Exactly. Let's take a look at how things really started to kick off. And it was Deadeyes Guy to open the fray up against the players of JyanMaara. Snipeboy T, one of the big mans, got taken care of quite early in that previous one. Then Stalwart, again, was one of those teams that took quite an early hit, but still were at least able to deliver to a certain extent. And teams like ElementriX, we haven't really seen them pop up just yet, but I'm pretty sure those are one of those teams that have pretty much their slot solidified in the Super Weekend, because we know they've got the caliber in them to try and make it there.
Yeah, they definitely have that caliber for themselves, but then again, struggles, they all happen here and there for a few teams. This was such a good fight. I mean, the way Baron just took down a few players, and then Extreme pops up. Baron, he understands it, he moves back, and Wally gets all the shots straight around to himself, as he was just actually focusing on a different direction. So these are the things that just you have to understand with the communication for your own players and your own teammates, as for when and how much of the information can you rely in relay in the last few circles and those hectic fight situations. Zeol, here a Molotov comes on Zeol, although he took down one player, he was actually holding a good angle, but then the Molotov comes on in, and then he has to just make a run for his own life. And look at this, Vibes. They had such a good place inside the at that higher ground. The only challenge for them was to just come down, and they managed to do that with ease as well.
Exactly, and then Venom Legends over here too is one of those teams that missed out on the Super Weekend too, so I'm pretty sure they're going to try and give it all they have to try and make it in the third one. Vibes, as I said, they had the best high ground to play with, some of the best positionings they had in the final zone, and that's how they pretty much got the chicken dinner for themselves too. But Joker, a little bit sad on the webcam right there. I don't know what exactly went through his head, but let's take a look at the damage graph and find out. We already saw how much damage Vibes dished out, pretty much all the way on the top, then Seal is going to be right underneath him. Not gonna lie, that previous game wasn't really that damage heavy as we see in the other maps.
It went down only for Vibes if you talk about the damage stats, right? As compared to the other teams. Although IHC is there with 1,000 plus damage, Sal was there with 1,000 plus damage. That's just classic Mongolian domination coming up. Seal is there as well. Obviously, they were at the second. They will be getting good amount of damage for themselves. Deadeyes Guys did pretty good. Again, the consistency with Deadeyes Guys is coming up. Vibes, we know, one of the best teams when it comes down to the region right now. And look at the jump. From the 7th position, they jump up to the 1st with a 6-pointer jump. Nothing wrong in that. I mean, obviously, you have to be in top 16. That matters. Right now, high voltage is there. A1 Esports, they did not play, and that's the reason they are here on the 5th. The only thing they have to do is let not have any other red markers on their name. Only green markers would do, or maybe if they stay at 5th as well, that's really good. They have to just be consistent. They have done their good job right now, and now it's time for them to come back, so we'll see.
Exactly, you can see on the match count as well, they've only played one match so far. Same thing goes with Stalwart Esports too. They've also played only one game. Same thing goes with TRZ, Troy Nikhil, and then the rest bottom 3 teams, DRS, JyanMaara, and 7C. But now in the upcoming brackets, we're probably going to be seeing these teams trying to duke it out, and let's find out how things are going to be looking like, because I talked about A1 Esports, and they have a good positioning as of now. But again, the league players just started. We've only proceeded on with 2 games. We don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like in the future line, because no one can, of course, predict the future. Because A1 Esports, we've seen them struggle in the entire PMPL so far, and just trusting on them just for the final league play would be a little iffy.
We'll see though. We'll see though. What happens, because right now, 25 points was the total points that High Voltage got in the first game, and 27 is the record that Vibes has set as of now for this one, this week. Let's see if a team just goes for a 30 bomber or more, maybe if they go for a 20 elimination game, because that's one thing that we would want to see. We would love to see a 20-point elimination game for themselves, and obviously we'll see if that happens in this wrangle. If a team just likes to go for it. Last two games, we have seen a weird flight path just coming down from only one side of the map, and the circle forming up on either the northern side or the eastern side. This time we'll see if we see a standard Erangel circle that is maybe a Potato Hill circle, a Crossroad circle that is around Shelters area, or maybe a Gatka circle. Those are the standard circles. But if we see a southern circle, that would be a really good feat of strength just coming down for the players on the northern side, that they'll have to just make up their own ways, pave their own ways. And with the new bridge system that just has a right for the players, right, they will have to find up their own ways from the sidelines and all, and we might just see a different fight, because this time if you have to block down a bridge, well, you need to find different cheeky angles. And even if you're blocking down the bridge, suppose if it's a Ferry Pier bridge, right, from the area of Lighthouse you can actually see all the blockades and you can see down all the players. So if you block down a bridge, you have to be on the other side. So those are really difficult ways and things to just find and figure it all out. We'll see if that happens. Again, southern circle, that's the first thing to happen.
I mean, look, it's been a long time. I personally have seen a southern circle now, especially after the new bridge changes. I really want to see how players are going to be trying to maneuver around the new bridge changes and how they're going to try and play around that. But again, here we go. The player cams. Let's spot out something funny here. Oh, it seems like, if I'm not wrong, one of the players from Deadeyes Guys. All right.
Deadeyes Guys. Yeah, they're fighting over a pillow. They're fighting over their own pillows because they have to just use those pillows for the gyroscope control, right? The device control. So they are fighting over the pillows for themselves. That's quite weird, I guess. A legit pillow fight coming up for the players.
That would be pretty cool. But yeah, seems like the game's lined up and ready for y'all. And without any time, I mean, pretty much without wasting much more time, the game's probably going to be proceeding soon. And now, you talked about Southern Circle. That's something that I personally want to see too. I want to see how players are going to be trying to maneuver around those new bridge changes and stuff like that. But here we go. The plane is going to be on the sky, and the plane fly path is going to be starting from Severny all the way down to Nova Reply. This is something that the teams, if they do want to go towards Georgia Pole, they're going to have a bit of struggle.
Let's see if that struggle happens right now, because this time the flight path comes up from the backlines of Stalwart and moves on to Novo Repnoi, which looks like a standard but a decent flight path, and I guess all the players are going to be ready for it. You just let their wings fly, open up, drop down. This time Skylightz is going to go for a different drop for themselves again. All right, I guess we are seeing the old Skylightz maybe dropping down on Yasnaya. I guess so. Maybe. Out. I want to see this. This looks interesting.
Oh, now this is something that they've realized. So Savage is not really playing in here. So Yasna is probably going to be free. So Skylightz Gaming, it's up for grabs. If they want, they can definitely go ahead and grab the Yasna Poliana region if they want for themselves, because as I mentioned, Savage is currently sitting out of the group. On the other hand, CO2, they're probably going to get their hands on the Sosnoka military base, something that is also up for grabs for them. It's going to be free. Venom Legends, as I said, is one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for, because after missing out on the Super Weekend 2, they've taken quite a huge hit in this in the overall rankings of Super Weekend.
Oh, the zone. In the first Erangel itself, when Skylightz went down to Severny, I asked Johnny that, I want to see the old Skylightz, the old DRS Skylightz that used to drop down to Yasnaya. This time, there is no Savage. They had the flight path. They have a perfect understanding of how to play from Yasnaya. Maybe we will see a classic vintage Skylightz. That is DRS. And in Season 3, IHC, the old Zeus, used to drop down to either Georgopol or this exact area. So this is an old Skylightz versus IHC rotation clash that might just happen.
Again, might just happen. We want to find out if Skylightz have made a couple of changes or not, or if they're just going to stick to the basics, how they used to rotate all the way back in the Season 3 and even Season 4. But yeah, again, Venom Esports right here in front of our screens, as you said, one of those teams that have had quite a rough start so far, and now they will need to try and get the grip back up on the game, because if they don't, then again, the series of unfortunate start will keep on happening, but we've also seen vibes in the previous Super Weekend, or in the previous League Play week of Week 2. pretty much they bounce back on the day 2. And this is what some teams have the game plan of. They use the day 1 to try and mess around with the lobby, to try and figure some stuff out, or just to try and use some new strats. And then in the day 2, they put on a bit of serious faces and they try to qualify.
Well, as of now, it looks like DRS is in a slight hiccup of a situation for themselves, as their own drop location, that is Melta, is being surrounded by a few other players of Phantom in a 3-1 split Phantom has for themselves. We see 3 players on one side and much engaged in the multiple players on the other side that they might just not realize that there is one threat on their side as well, and they need to understand that. They need to actually understand that DRS, they are still, that the players are still, you know, quite far away from each other, so that might be issues. And it looks like Vexy has found a good vehicle for himself as well. Might just be giving those cues to his own teammates, and Mad Max is making a run for in the open road. Now the split is a 2-2 split.
Yeah, again, this is quite a bit of stalemate. One of the situations that I'm not really a huge fan of are stalemates, and pretty much waste a lot of time in the initial zone, which you can try and utilize to at least loot or position yourself in a better spot in the zone. And both these teams are wasting quite a lot of time, especially Phantom is one of those teams that really do need this time crucially so far in the game. And Phantom is actually keeping on looting. They don't really care even if DRS is in the front. They're just making sure that they don't really get some free line of sights on them, which is quite brilliant from them. And Phantom, they're probably going to try and rotate out of this spot, and that's what they're going for.
Phantom's players, it looks like that they are maybe thinking that, you know, we just take a part of a loot from DRS's side and now we start moving away, maybe to the woodcutters area, because that's to the north of Milta. And talking about the northern sides, we see Skylightz on Yasna, just like we have said. And talking about the other northern sides, we see Atrax on that northern Georgia Pool area. They are dropping down here since like quite a while. And it looks like they feel... I don't know if I should say it, like a decent level of comfort for themselves, but they do feel like quite... It looks like they do like that challenge for themselves. All right, look at AJ, 23 years of age, 50 eliminations for himself, 105 at 9 damage, 294 is the longest elimination that he has done. Yalzen, 21, quite young, 59 eliminations from his side coming up. This team has done really good in the past, and we'll have to see what they can do in the present so that their future holds quite good.
Mafia Ninja 2 is one of those young lads, or young guns in the team. And we've seen him in the past too, what he's capable of. Has some great capabilities as a player. Nemo too has been with the squad since a long time now. Skylightz Gaming overall, this squad is really well familiar with each other. Sometimes we do see them hiccup too. And hey, best of the best sometimes do fumble down under the pressure. That does happen here and there, but again, we do see a lot of teams trying to book it in. You talked about Dax, and Dax, they're probably going to have a lot of struggle to try and make it inside the zone because they're, for now, they're taking their sweet little time to loot. But hopefully they don't get just held out the zone. I mean, they will be able to play on the edge lines, but if the circle takes a huge curveball shift against them, then Dax will start to sweat.
Talking about Stalwart as well, all the players 20 and 18 years of age. And look at this, Sandesh. We are seeing his stats and we're seeing him fight as well, as takes one player down and would go for the finish. And there it is, the first blood coming up in the favor of Sandesh. And it definitely looked quite good. These teams, in fact, all these teams like to rotate from the northern side, and that's where they are catching each other off guard quite good. That looked really good. A1 Esports, a team that did really good. We'll have to see what they can do. But right now, Slipknot, it looks like he will be slipping out from the lobby. And Phantom, they were not ready for this. And that too against Venom Legends.
Yeah, Venom Legends, that's something that they were really looking for. Just to try and kick things off on a good note on this map. And Venom Legends so far, they've got a nice taste of blood. And they are probably trying to sniff out the rest of the players. But Venom Esports too, they realize they're just down to a 3-man squad. Maybe try and take things slow. That would be the best approach in the game. And that's what they will try and go for. I mean, you guys cannot really see the maps, but we have the map feed in front of us. And a lot of teams now, they're starting to accumulate in the center spot. You called it the Lumberjack area, and that's where a lot of teams are going to start to traverse now. Venom Esports is already one of those teams that have found themselves the spot. And now Venom Legends, too. They're going to just try and be the uninvited guests.
They are trying to spot down the players of Venom Esports, right? Because they took down one of the players, and now they're like, we have seen a few players, running in that direction, making a run for themselves, and that's why Venom Legends is coming in onto this area as well. As I guess Phantom has a good place, but then again, they're kind of not with each other, but they have good angles for themselves, and that's how Vexy starts it off, using a UMP and taking down one of the players. Just, does good damage right now, and it looks like a good grenade is being cooked, in fact, multiple ones, but this one's definitely going to just, bounce back off and going to do the damage to Phantom's players only. But now they're coming up with another throwable for themselves. Let's see if this one does job or not. All right, did not, as it was just lofted onto a northern side. Vexy's moving forward. I guess this looks good as the players are trying to pressurize the players. But the revive actually happens. Rage is on the backlines from Venom Legends as well. Is going to go for an off angle, but then Vexy's trying to move forward right now as well. But do they understand it? Do they see him? I guess they don't. I guess they don't. Rafford's moving forward right now, but now he does. Maybe now he understands that there were two players, and that's why Vexy would be the one taking a toll on his own self, and the finish actually happens. Phantom, when there was a time, right, they could have aggressed, but they waited, and that wait actually cost them one more player, and another one coming up. Mad Max is the last one surviving from Phantom, and he cannot do anything but stay on the other side.
And Venom Legends just doing some light work on the players of Phantoms. And so far, they're making things look so easy. All four players up for them. And it pretty much looked like almost a flawless execution, as the final man was able to take an exit. Mad Max is going to find himself in a bit of safer shoes for now, but he's going to be the only man surviving. He's pretty much just relying heavily now on his luck, hoping that maybe the circle will not take a huge shift away from him. If it does, then Mad Max will need to go all the way on either side and try and make it in. The chances of him surviving that are pretty much low. 16 teams alive, 60 players in total. High Voltage is one of those teams. We did see them struggle in the first 2 weeks, but again, at least in the week 2, they kind of caught up with the pace. This is JyanMaara. That's a great knockout on one of the players of Venom Legends. That's Karma hitting them back.
JyanMaara definitely just is looking quite decent for themselves. On the other side, one airdrop gets taken up by Action. Although Venom Legends, they need to understand that now the position was not prime for them. So they'll have to just get away from that place as soon as they can. JyanMaara, they got this one elimination for themselves. Now they are also changing positions for their side, which is good. It's all about understanding, right? These kind of circles, they don't have much houses. So you need these covers, these slight covers to play around, be it this sort of a tower, or maybe around these trees, or maybe these ridges and all. That matters.
Yeah, every single cover, though. Every single piece of cover is now going to be utilized by the teams. And Venom Legends, too. They're down to a 3-man squad. So far, so good for them. Again, every single team in the lobby, they're just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and then they're going to start to make some moves. Raw, too, was one of those teams. We saw them taking an early hit. Other players went down. Nice spray from Snipe, but no connections found just yet. TDK, they're able to get out of harm's way. Seoke 2's out in the open. Snipe, though, is not able to open the fray up so far. Just spots the rotation. He's able to shook him away. But JyanMaara, in doing so, they've also revealed their position. And TDK now, they're going to try to be a little bit more safe somewhere else.
Snipe is also just, with his own teammates. In fact, all these players. But when you come down to a prison area, right, you need to understand that the higher grounds is from where you can be easily spotted. And we talked about it, right? We talked about Skylightz versus IHC. There would be a rotation clash. That happened. That just happened. As one of the players from Skylightz took down one from Zol, they spotted the player down. Now they're going for the confirmation, but then Alex has the duty to save his own teammate, Nima. He needs to be careful with this one, as he is quite moving fast with the pace, but then the backup's arriving. Alex has a good grenade. He throws it out. It takes down to Alex. A brilliant player right now with that grenade and that understanding. And what just happened? Mistakes were made. Now Alex switches on to FTP. Probably no, he is on TPP and takes another one down.
God.
He is spotting on the last player as well. Muffins is out on the other side, and there it is. 3 beautiful kills coming up by Alex. Wow, that grenade just changed everything.
Yeah, that was a game-changing nade without a doubt. But now another wave of enemies here on the other side. Seal, they're going to try and deal with them. Mad Cat right here in a little bit of corner for his found himself. And Demo just trying to sneak up a frag grenade, but so far is not able to find the opening. Just a bit of damage dished out. Seal, they're trying to breach in. But TRZ, they're just making things a bit much more impossible. Another one as well to follow it up. The confirmation's there from the side of Wally. And TRZ, now they're going to start to fumble as it's all down to 2 players alive, Manish and Storm OP. How are they going to try and defend this compound? Because both of them are separated out. Manish maybe from the outskirts can try and maneuver around and just do some slick movement. But no, that's not going to be the case. Manish is now getting charged on by 3 players. He's not going to be able to fight back. He finds one though still, but he's taken down solo.
Oh, but then again, he's doing damage as well. Now he has just one stun grenade for himself, and he's going to just, use it, whatever it takes. But then again, he will be traded out because Wally, well, he did not want to just, move backwards with this fight. On the other side, Raw, they do get eliminated. And now TRZ, they're left down with 1 player. Storm has an Uzi as one of the weapons. It is an explosive weapon when it comes down to the close ranges. But then again, we'll see if we can just make it count more and more. Is going to go for the reload. It's going to move forward, spots down all the players out there. Takes down 1. Now switches on to the M4. Will jump out. Maybe not. Is going to play by the stairs right now and is going to go for a few shots. 33 bullets right now for him. But then again, he won't be able to make it count as TRZ follows up on the elimination pointer.
Oh, man. TRZ. Still a valiant effort, though, to try and hold it off just with just 3 men. 1 man was taken off so early and instantly confirmed, too, with another nade to follow it up. I'd see, though, somewhere down line, there's woes are just continuing for them as now they will need to try and go through Stalwart Esports. They're able to take a dig onto them. Stalwart Esports also in the front of IC. Alex took a couple of shots. We'll need to try and move on in a bit more safer spot. And this is what I exactly said, right? Kind of in the centralized spot, also being the center of attraction currently. I'd see they have a really good compound to play with, but again, the compound, there's just nothing else around the compound. So that's why every single team is probably going to take a look at this compound first.
Now, talking about, all these areas, look at this. Phantom follows up on another elimination marker. Again, ladies and boys and girls, 13-16 gets you no points. And that's what these 2-3 teams got in the last few seconds, minutes. I don't know. But then, Stalwart is taking a fight against Yol. Peek. Oh, he peeked, but Pika, he could not just, make it count. Goes for 1 more shot so that the peek does not happen for a few more seconds. Now he's going to sit down in that vehicle. All right. A smoke just, being lofted down so that vision gets denied and they could just, safely park this vehicle and maybe move forward again. But look at this. This grenade, it looked like it was just being cooked for them and them only. Then out of nowhere, he just moves forward and he takes down a few players. Now the backups are arriving for the players of Stalwart. In fact, they're changing their position, which is really good as now they are focusing up their attention on JyanMaara. Imagine, all right, so now if Stalwart gets 1 knock on JyanMaara, they will rush, they will get hold of that compound, and then they'll fight with IHC from the back lines.
IHC too. Just right there in the outskirts. JyanMaara 2 on the right side. Venom Legends, though, somewhere all the way in the outskirts, they're engaged in a fight. On the other hand, Seal, they're straight up charging on in, just ramming their vehicles in A1 Esports compound. And invited guest, this is a prime example of that. Killer YT taking a couple of shots on the Venom Legends, as I said. Another fight happening somewhere else. And RX finds a nice knockout on the Baron, just slipping out in the open. Demo now behind this little vehicle. Just wants to slip in another frag, maybe. But RX here just cooking up a nade. Has no another clue where the rest of the players of Seal are. Just trying to find a little bit of visual. Does find Leo in the front. Tosses in a nade. No connection will be found.
Not a one as of now. Not even a single one as of now. As these players are just trying to find down those players. But A1 Esports, oh, what is going on with this team? Sinister is out in the open, but then again, that might just be an issue as he's just on low HP. Will be taken down now. A1 Esports, they're left with 1 of the players only. And that would be really bad as Zimmer's going to go for that finish. And now Jack's last one surviving. He has been spotted on. He doesn't care right now. He'll go for a good nade. And now he's moving on to the back lines. But before he could just reach in on time, he would be taken down. And Seal, well, 300 plus eliminations. They are not stopping at all now. Not at all.
Oh, no. The zone's going to dish a lot of damage. Leo falls down. Baron's barely able to patch himself up, and now we'll try and go for the res again. DRS, on the other hand, though, again, in the edge of the zone, they are not really inside. And at this point in time, you might as well just try and play on the edge. There is a little bit of compound in the center, though. If any of the teams, they do want it, they can just try and straight up book onto it. At this phase, every single team will try and just scout out the compound. No one has taken it just yet. DRS bought out the rotation in the front. It's going to be the players of JyanMaara. Snipe YT's out in the open. Peek's out in the open as well. The confidence on this man is another level. It's on cloud 9 currently. And Snipe YT is taking a couple of shots all the way from the bottom of that buggy. Rule's doing a great job capitalizing on that fact. Action, Prone's out in the open. Cloud capitalizes on it.
Action is definitely down. And but not out. So yeah, still surviving. Seals players, just like we said, yeah, that they're trying to find a good place for themselves, and that's one thing. IHC, Alex, Zeol, they have a decent area for themselves. Stalwart with that 3-1-ish split for themselves. I would say they don't want this split, but they'll have to play it like this because Pika is looking on the other angles with that bolt action for himself. Action was down. He was revived right now. The, good smoke wall just being formed up by these players. And now the zone moves forward. Stalwart, will they rush in that circle right now? Not that's the question, because if they take up the vehicles and if they start moving on from one side, JyanMaara is going to take them down. From the other side, IHC is trying to go for a few nades, few throwables. But then again, Stalwart, how will they move? Because right now they're in the depth. Once they're in the open, they will be spotted down.
Indeed, they will be. Stalwart Esports, look, as you said, they've got a little bit of battle to play for themselves, but they still need to make it in the zone. And for that, they will need to leave all the cover that they've found currently for themselves. All 4 players in this little bit of battle to play with. High voltage in the front. Their crosses are trained too. IHC in the back too. Stalwart Esports currently, they're in a huge sandwich situation. Cloud's all the way in the open. Look at that man. Just standing there. Crosses are trained from that man too. Making sure no one's going to be trying to just slip out. On the left is Cloud. Maybe Top should be a little careful. Now catches a bullet from the back. Is JyanMaara peppering some down.
Oh. Well, IHC is moving forward as well right now. 7C on the other side. They are. In fact, they have a decent place inside the zone, and everyone would want to just rush onto that place for themselves because everyone would want that prime location. High voltage, the winners of the first game today. Now look at them trying to move forward as well. DRS might just not be good. If Praveen has a grenade and if he locks it down, he can take down one of the players of DRS right now. That's how weird is the positioning of DRS, and they're getting shot from the back lines. Although it's the outsides of the circle, but then again, it looks like they don't care. Delta switches on to that FPP and would want to take up a few shots, but then again, is he missing down something? I don't know. He's going to go for a Molotov. Waru is on that direction. He gets down. Oh, he's burning. Waru's burning. But then he sits in that vehicle, and that's how he wants to be saved right now. He would have to heal. But then again, Praveen is out there. Praveen takes down one. He moves on to the backlines. He gets shot down, spotted down, in fact, traded down by Rules, who wants to take down Wadu as well. But Wadu is trying to be safe. But what is this? What is this death rush that the players are doing right now as the players of High Voltage, well, they are getting a taste of their own medicine as they are getting taken down. And DRS, they are being shotted from the backsides by the players of 7C as well. We're actually enjoying taking those eliminations of High Voltage as well. As we talk about it, High Voltage, they get eliminated. T2K. Oh, this grenade is good. Stalwart's action goes down as tries the last one surviving in action. It's a second knock. Another grenade follows up. Jane, he might just be taken down as well. But then Stalwart, look at the struggles. More and more grenades are coming. Stry is surviving. Sandesh, I guess he knows the location, but then again, he's getting shotted from 7C. 7C is actually taking down every team because of the central area that they have inside the circle, but all that might be changing because now they're at the edge.
7C, yeah, as you said, they're on the edge of the zone, and that might just be the best way to play the final zone, or the final couple of zones. 7C, DRS right in the front. They exactly know where the players are. They know the directions, but they're just waiting for a little bit of glimmer to try and capitalize on. But that's a great retaliation fire from the side of DRS. With the Scarrail, finds Turulov. It's Killer of IT with an insane spray, with a beamer of a spray right there. Dax 2 still alive in the game, right on the edge of the next zone too. They found themselves in the luck shoes right now. Deadeyes Guys with the high ground, currently being the Overwatchers on top of the players of Dax. 7C again, they're just trying to rip them apart. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports, Christ being spotted out, is just proning in the open. He doesn't have any cover to play with, was just hoping with his fingers crossed that no one actually gets the eyes locked onto him. But he took a couple of shots, he gave his position away, and that's where he got taken down. Deadeyes Guys too spot out the rotation of DRS in the front. It's quite out in the open, and might as well just try and take the shots. 7C on the edge now. There's going to be a bit of threat.
Definitely has to be. Definitely has to be a bit of a threat situation, but that DRS dribble, look at him getting taken down by a few shots here and there. Precious gone to one side. DRS, the players. Oh, the open area. It's not that good for them as DRS, they do get eliminated. Now we're down to 4 teams, 12 players surviving. Seal was looking good. I'm saying was because you see them on the elimination marker with 11 eliminations and 4th position. Wow, that's 19 points secured by this team. That's brilliant. 7C, they have the edge of the circle for themselves, but it looks like they're still doing good. Deadeyes Guys out there. Atrax, finally, they are having a good game, a good day right now. In fact, let's see if they can convert it for more points or not.
It's a 4-on-4-on-3 situation. 3 players in the favor of Dax. Chante, look at this, man. Dax, they need to move inside the zone. But the problem is they just don't have the core to play with. They're trying to utilize the smoke grenades just to try and provide some visual blockage from the side of Deadeyes Guys. But Deadeyes Guys too, they will need to try and move on in. 2 players all the way in the back just to make sure they're also going to provide the cover fire and also report some insane amount of info at the same time. Nades lopped in. The toss is not going to be on the mark. Octopus, though, still kind of scared with that one. Frack Boys all the way on the top. Dax, they still need to move in. They're taking a lot of shots. And Dax now, at this point, it's just a standing moment. If they don't, it's going to be a do or die.
Wow. But then again, Deadeyes Guys, just as you know, we talk about it. Look at them. They're taking those damage from the nades and all the throwables that are just now coming up onto their side. Looks like Deadeyes Guys is actually in a trouble situation because from the backside, Dax can take him down. From the other side, 7C, but then Shorty takes one player from 7C down. Memo's trying to move forward. He has spot on 2 players probably, but he's not taking any shots. But then again, he's getting shotted from his own direction as now 7C is left with 2 players. Obviously, they can go for the revives if they get time. I guess they will go for the revive on one of the players, but look at Spikes' nade, takes on Frag Boy. They understand someone's coming from the backline. Shiva goes down with the nade damage as well. Deadeyes Guys is on low, and this might not be looking good. 7C, the players are coming onto them as well. Dax is actually on a roll right now from the backlines. Look at them trying to take down the players. If Chari goes down, the team goes down. Chari has been spotted. Yes, he goes down. Dax is out there in front of 7C, and now all of a sudden, Dax is on the strongest position to actually win this game because 7C, they have to make a run for the zone. We'll see if they are able to do it because if Dax has a few grenades, they can actually use those.
Oh, it's a 3-on-3 situation. Dax versus 7C. As you said, 7C, they will need to try and move out in the open. They will need to leave the compound. On the other hand, Dax, though, also have a little bit of high ground over the players of 7C. Imagine the amount of info that's being collected. He spots out Precious. Now it's probably going to toss on an aid. It's not going to be on the mark, but there's still some heavy amount of smokes being lifted on. Ripson right here in the back. 7C, they're taking their time to try and rotate in the zone. 3 players from the side of Dax. They're well spread out. 2 players with each other. And Chante is all the way on the right side. Precious is in the front. Akujod, and Ripson all the way in the back here. And look at him just punch boosting his way in, making sure he's not really going to be giving a lot of foot cues away.
Spike has a smoke on him. Chante, a smoke in front of him. They are trying to deny their positions, in fact, with the vision denial that they are trying to go for as the 7 circles closing in and the distance for a few players to get inside the circle is actually on just a single digit. Chante, the smoke in front of him is just, going out. Spike as well. Octopus on one side. This 3 versus 3. Look at how far away everyone is. If they go down, they will try and move forward only so that they could just give up the locations of their own teammates. And in less than 5 seconds, and now the circle's closing in, and we'll be moving on to the 8th zone, ladies and boys and girls. Atrax versus 7C in a 3 versus 3 situation. Oh, this is good.
Oh, this is getting even more intense. For now, it's a stalemate. Both those teams just lobbing in some nades, hoping that maybe one of them will find a crucial connection. But so far, that's not the case. The next circle is going to be shifting a bit in the court of 7C. They'll find themselves in the lucky shoes this time. Dax, they will need to try and move on in. That means they will need to at least leave the high ground and expose themselves. And when they're exposed, probably 7C will capitalize on it.
We'll see, though.
Look at how well they're spread out too. Octopus in the right. He will have to be the first one to make the move.
I mean, I get it, right? Because Octopus has that vision from the right hand side. He can take down Akku. Maybe he could take down Precious. If Precious just, goes for an off-angle flank, Octopus can spot him down. But then again, we'll see if that happens as the circle's closing in. And, oh, Necro, it's a single digit that Precious has to move. 9 meters from him to the zone. And he has to make a run for it. Octopus, he's going for Akku probably. If he spots an abnormality, I guess he has spotted on Akku. He will take one player down, will go down to the cover for himself, but then Ripson has spotted on. But then again, there's a trade that happens as Chante goes down by Precious. They are moving forward. Ripson goes down. Precious is the last man surviving, but he goes in the Molotov. Only he's burning down, and oh my, Precious! He goes out. And there it is, a winner chicken dinner coming down for Atrax, and they are on the 5th position.
Oh, they really needed this one too, man. Especially coming inside the final week right here. You're going to be having a lot of pressure. One of those Dax teams that is all the way in the bottom of the Super Weekends too. And Dax, they really need this or at least to boost their confidence up in the week 3. What a great chicken dinner. Trades did happen back and forth in the end. It got really close for comfort. But hey, Dax, they finally do come out on top, and they prove that they are worthy of being in here too. Dax, what a way to close things out. 7C, though, again, is one of those teams that couldn't really make it in the week 2. You talk about a great game, 7C too. They have had a really nice game for themselves. But again, you somewhere down line, think for yourself. 7C also got favored by the zone pretty hard.
Yeah, and well, I've talked about it, right? The third week or third day, anything that relates to the third one in this game always means chaos, and that chaos actually is coming up as these teams, 7C, if you talk about A1 Esports, they are doing really good. So they might just, make up their name in the final Super Weekend. We'll see though what happens in that one.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I want to personally find it out too, because as you said, it's going to be the final week right here. Everything's going to be on the line, all the money for the Super Weekend. So it's going to be the final chance to try and take those $1,000 in for the chicken dinner. You might as well just give it all you've got. But again, we will just be able to find out how things are going to be looking like, because as I said, Dax is one of those teams that is all the way in the bottom. And hey, just don't focus on Dax. A1 Esports, they haven't even made it in the Super Weekend up till now. So still to make their slot in the Super Weekend, it's going to be quite of a struggle for them. But it seems like it's time for us to push your short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, with, of course, Oppo F21 Pro as our sponsor. And now, pretty much moving on forward, Ocean, things have been really great so far, at least in the first 3 games of the day. I don't really know what to expect from the rest 2, though, because I pretty much know Venom Legends and Avon Esports, especially Avon Esports, those 2 games are going to be one of the most crucial games of their lifetime.
I mean, it definitely comes on, but then again, it's not just today, right? Tomorrow might just be a different story as well. You might just have good points today. You might not have points tomorrow, and that might just be the reason that you either don't qualify again or you barely qualify for something. I mean, A1 Esports, the first game that they had, that was the only impact that I would say that we felt from their side. This time as well, they were trying to actually make up an impact on Seal's side, like when they were taking a fight, but then again, it was not exactly the way they wanted it to just move forward, and that is the reason that they got eliminated quite early. But then again, we went to the end of this game, and well, we'll be having a look at the MVP of this one when we talk about it, and it's going to be Demo, in fact, as we talk about Team Seal, with 4 eliminations, 901 damage, and less than 20 minutes of survival time.
Yeah, he still gets the MVP for himself. This just shows the pedal to the metal. This just shows the aggression that Seal is bringing in on the week 3. Because Seal, no, currently they're sitting in all the way on the top of the overall rankings on the Super Weekends with 377 points for themselves. So Seal, they have no care in the world because they, of course, know they're probably going to be qualifying in the Super Weekend. So Seal, they might as well just try and go in, and Demo is just going to go ham because we know he's one of the players from the Seal. He's also in the elimination leaderboards, and we know what he's capable of doing. This is just a little glimpse of that.
Got good stats, in fact, just like we said. But the only thing that the only matter at my hand that I would be more concerned about is the way Seal is performing, right? Obviously, it's just 3 games that have just went forward. But then again, I'm not seeing the exact way that they just, got the first position for themselves in the overalls in the Super Weekend, right? That snatch up, that's somehow missing. But then again, this time, Spike comes in from Atrax. Happy to see this kid just, coming up with 5 eliminations, 395 damage, and 27 dot survival time. Now, think about it, right? 19 minutes, 41 seconds versus 27 minutes. So, there's quite a bit of a difference when it comes down to the MVP stats versus the other players' stats in terms of their eliminations. Then his Sandesh with only 2 eliminations, but 700 plus damage and 20 minutes of survival time. It's so good.
Yeah, Sandesh, I mean, is one of those players that I've been eyeing out for since the Season 3. And we know what this player's capable of in general. Then you have Precious as well coming through from the side of 7C. 7C as well doing a great job holding that compound down or holding that centralized spot in the circle down. But again, as I said, they also got favored heavily by the zone. Don't get me wrong, though. 7C is, of course, a phenomenal team. But they've just been struggling this year a bit too much than I expected. Then moving on forward, Ripson 2 is going to be there on the top 5 players for himself with 3 elimination points and damage number of 344. When we talked about it, Demo is, of course, going to be all the way on the top, and it's going to be really tough for a man like Demo to just pull him down. On the other hand, though, let's take a look at stats comparison between the #1 and #2 team of the previous game, Dax and 7C. 7C is, of course, going to be on the charts.
This means Seal might just be at the 3rd position, think about it, right? Because they got eliminated on 4th, but then they had 11 elimination points for themselves. So that is just so good. Talking about Atrax, just like we said, 7 eliminations combined with their points. It comes down to, with their placement points, it comes down to what, 22. 7C with 8 for them, they go down to 20. That's just so good. Talking about the damage dealt, Atrax, they have less number of damage dealt, but 7C has more because there was a time when they were at the center of the zone, so they took down a lot of fights.
Exactly. Indeed, a lot of fights they definitely took down. It's like a lot of fights were just flowing in their direction. Dax as well, we saw 936 damage dished out. And then 7C, on the other hand, it's going to be 1,512 damage dealt. Dax, pretty much, they just try to keep their heads down and they just try to keep on move on in. And that's how they got the elimination points for themselves as well. And a great chicken dinner too. Patience paying off for Dax. And finally, in week 3, we're just seeing a little glimmer of a domination coming through from Dax as well, but we still don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like. With 7 elimination points, the conversion so far, it's looking quite great with only 4 knockouts for themselves. A lot of kills stolen though, but on the other hand, take a look at Matt's summary. It's just Demo all over the place, but then Spike has taken a little bit of throne from himself. or thrown away from Demo with that highest elimination points.
Wow. 901. Had Spike had 4 eliminations, Demo would have been on top because the MVP preferences comes up first right now with the new standard charts. But then again, Demo did really good. Highest assist, highest assist is still low, just 2 only, but still it is like they earned it for themselves. Talking about highest knocks, it's 3. That is really good. Longest distance, 300 plus coming down on Demo. That's just so good. We talked about this as well. But then Spike just takes that chart, and it's good that he earned it, right? Because the team just went with that chicken dinner for themselves. So at the end, it works.
Yeah, it did work out pretty well for them. And Demo is pretty much going to be, as I said, on the most of the part of the match summary. And this man is just absolutely impressive. We saw Seal straight up trying to take away or snatch away the compound from TRZ without any sort of fear. And you talk about fear, man. TRZ is also one of those teams that's going to be feeling all sorts of fears. And now to get away with those jitters, TRZ will need at least one pop-off game for themselves just to get away those jitters from their head and just to stop overthinking things. Because so far, TRZ, they aren't even able to pop off. Match rankings in front of us. Dax, of course, got the chicken dinner, but still, they're going to be on the top. On the other hand, 7C on the second spot. Seal right on the third. You mentioned about this. Seal will be on the third with the consistency flowing in their hands.
But TRZ, just like you said, right? TRZ and Phantom, to be honest. TRZ, they came in last Super Weekend and they just, took down competition by being consistent. This time, they are not there. As of now, it looks like they are in a bit of a pickle situation. Phantom, a team that just, has impressed us a lot in the first and second Super Weekend. This time, they're struggling a bit for themselves as well. But then again, all the other teams, like there's nothing wrong with the other teams' performances, but these 2 teams, TRZ to be specific, because if they don't qualify and if some other team qualifies or something, they might just be out of top 16. Phantom, it's good that they are at that good position for themselves in the Super Weekends, but then again, their gameplay was quite unique, quite different when it comes down to the Super Weekends, and to showcase that gameplay, they'll have to qualify again. That matters.
They will indeed need to qualify. I'm literally taking a look at the overall rankings in front of me. In TRZ, they're currently on the 15th spot. And Venom Legends, just because they were not really able to make it in the week 2, now they found themselves in the 14th spot. So qualifying in on the 3rd week, it's going to be more crucial than ever. And you can also imagine all sorts of pressure they're going to be feeling. But let's take a look at how Dax were able to rotate out of those tricky spots and were able to win that previous game. Let's take a look at Dax map. Or Dax rotation.
They like to go to the northern side of Georgia Pool to start off with their initial loot. Now, this is where they understood that, the circle is actually not on them, so they might have to go for a decent rotation. Look at them. All of them rotating with their own vehicles and trying to move from the gas station area of Yasnaya. A few players rotated from the gas station area, whilst a few went down to the other side of Rozhok and they rotated from the back lines. This is quite a unique rotation because mostly players like to rotate together. But Dax, they had a different route for themselves somehow. And then after moving there, they were like, let's hold different positions for ourselves. Wherever the circle will go, we'll try and rotate to that side. A few players rotated early to the northern side of Mansion, that is like the southern side of Yasnaya, whilst a few players were slightly slow on their own rotations. Like Dax, every player played with their own, it's like, they had their own comms coming up. That looked really good.
That's pretty good, right? Just not really having one player's making the call. On the other hand, just every single player using their brain and trying to just find a great footing or sweet tuning for yourself. And sometimes that can also be a little bit of more brainstorm at times because that can also confuse the hell out of your team. So that's why there's like pros and cons for both the sides, right? Because then you'll just have a lot of calls to try and deal with, and then there will just be a lot of overthinking, a lot of overguessing with your team. But Dax, in the end, it worked out for them. So might as well just try and think the way they are thinking currently and might just well try and stick to the playstyle that they're playing. They were really patient. They were not really challenging a lot of fights until the end. And then in the end, they had all the... there are 3 players up for themselves. The patience paying off and Dax pretty much coming out on top in that fight. And they got a great chicken dinner to play off of with. Now Dax, they're going to be looking really good on the overall rankings. Elite play. All they need to do is just keep the consistency flowing.
Yeah. And this is obviously where the circle just, ended. The game ended when all 3 players just, went moving in their own directions for themselves. And they got a good a fight, in fact, just, coming up for themselves. And that's how just, the fight just went. And talking about this one, right, Dax, they are going to be enjoying it. Obviously, if you talk about the players' individual performance, we saw Spike just coming up, but then Shantae could not get any elimination points in Gante as well. So it was Octopus and Spike just doing the job. Obviously, Shantae and Gante, they were really good with their own comms and everything. And Gante, the team lost Gante quite early, like around 18.5 minute marker for themselves. So that just creates kind of a difference. But Shantae at the end, he did really good. It all just comes down to communications and the information that you're relaying in that communication. That's how it happened. But Spike, he started off, Octopus, he started off taking down the final few fights in front of against 7C, and well, it mattered. It worked out pretty good. They enjoyed it. So yeah, they got those. It's a matter of 15 and 12 points, and that matters at the end.
I'm not going to lie. On the rest 2 games, though, I'm really going to be having my eyes deadlocked on A1 Esports, Venom Legends, and Phantom Esports. These are 3 teams. Phantom Esports, they're currently on the 8th spot in the Super Weekends ranking, and they really need to qualify in because we know it's still not really that solidified. Maybe they will barely make it on the edge on the top 16 marker Super Weekend, but still, that's something that a lot of players or a lot of fan base is not going to be happy about. So might as well just try and get yourself that spot solidified. This is how really the F21 Pro moments looked like, and Phantom right here, they got engaged in the fight, they got taken down, or at least dismantled pretty well by Venom Legends. These are the 2 teams that really need to, really crucially need to make it in these Super Weekends, and so far they're doing a great job, and then still JyanMaara then just third-partying the entire fray, putting a bit of more trouble on the players of Venom Legends and just taking them down single-handedly 1 by 1. Zol 2 was right there from the side IT. Yeah, this nade was just so good.
That's actually such a perfect name just being, used up by Alex, and it just helped them up. Really, really good. On the other side, this is where, one of the players was surviving and then they just took down, but then Godless was taken out. That was really good. And Seal versus TRZ. Look at how Manish just, started off with his own fight. UMP is just a very good weapon, but then he could not get time to just, get a breathing space for himself as Wally just, he pushed forward, he charged on it, and he could not do it. And that just created a lot of difference. And on the other side, there were so many fights that were happening for these areas. Like these houses are really important for the informations in those kind of circles. And well, whosoever has it goes forward with the fights.
Exactly. DRS2 right here. They spot at the Venom Legends squad, just making a really bold rotation out in the open. And somewhere down the line, they just got capitalized on, and the position got compromised. Stalwart Esports cry, we did see him got taken down just like that in the front. And in the end, the zone just was screwing up so many teams because it shifted out in the open, not a lot of cover to play with, and all the teams, they had to heavily rely on those smoke grenades. And there will be a certain time in the game when you will just completely run out of those nades, and you will have to just rely on your complete gun skill and maybe try and maneuver around some movement and just try and pull off some slick moves. But again, that's next to impossible to dodge the bullets, and that's how in the end Dax just got a nice instrumental chicken dinner for themselves. And as I said, and as I'm mentioning it over and over again, they are really needing it, and at this point you might as well just try and grab every single point you can.
Yeah, and talking about, look at this, so many teams have good damage. In fact, the minimal damage in this game came up as 283. Other than that, we have a few teams on 300, a few on 400, and then a lot of teams after 800 to 1,000 plus marker. Such a damage-heavy game this was, and it was actually a treat to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, incredible game without a doubt. Seal 2, I mean, they got, if I'm not wrong, in the match ranking, they were on hashtag 3 spot, but over here, look at them. They got taken out in the 4th spot, so Seal, still an insane amount of damage wrapped up from their side. Also, the highest eliminations in the entire lobby, but you take a look at one of the squads right there, Skylightz Gaming, that got absolutely decimated by one of the men from IHC. Alex just with that beautiful nade taking out 2 of the players of Skylightz Gaming. At that point, he cannot even do much, right? You're just trying to ramming the weak hole on that compound, and then there's just a man in the front called Alex, which just cooks up a nade to perfection and just tosses it on your face. Nothing much can be done or said after that. Overall rankings in front of us, and Seal, they're going to topple the charts again.
Well, as of now, yes. But then again, they are making up their marker, but still, I don't know, it just doesn't feel it. It feels like, I am too much used to seeing Seal just go really aggressive. This time they are not going aggressive, but they are going just, a bit tactical with their game style and game plan, and that just, is looking really good. 43 points for them in 3 games. Deadeyes with 42 in 3. high voltages out there. That's really good to see them. A1 Esports, they are toppling down right now. They still have 25 points. They can qualify. Again and again, we are talking about the 7C. They had a good game for themselves. Atrax is on that top 5 position with this one game, just like we said. Vibes, they are at the 4th position in the league plays and in the super. Like they like to be at the 4th position. What is this?
Yeah, and now after this game, we're also going to be seeing Group C back in the action. That means Vibes, 1952, Savage, and ElementriX, they're going to be returning, and Deadeyes Guys, Raw, High Voltage, and Venom Legends are going to be sitting it out. I said Venom Legends really do need this one. They're currently on the verge of falling down. They're on the 8th spot, and if you take a look at the overall rankings after the match 3, it's right in front of us, right? I mean, just showing themselves up right there, the latter half of the board, and Raw with 11th spot, 12 points in their name. The struggle is still being seen, and I'm not really worried about teams like Stalwart Esports, DRS, or Train to Kill, Skylightz Gaming. At this point, I'm not really even going to talk about it because we know they will either try and step things up in the final 2 games, or tomorrow will be their day to shine.
But Phantom, as of now, in 3 games, they have only 1 point. TRZ, I get it. They have just, played 2 matches. I get it. They would just, want to get more and more points in the upcoming games for themselves. ElementriX on the other side as well. They are out of top 16 right now. 1952, well, they have to just, get back to this place. Skylightz, it was such an unfortunate game for Skylightz. You saw what happened. I mean, everyone, plus their first elimination came in this game only. First and only elimination. Skylightz players, they took down Godless. That was the only elimination they got. Other than that, nothing. Nada. None.
Yeah. Man, Skylightz Gaming, something needs to be done here. Because, I mean, again, look, they're one of those teams, as I said, I'm not really worried about. But on the other hand, Skylightz Gaming, they'll probably try and pop off in the final 2 games, or maybe on the 2nd day of the league play. But for now, let's take a look at the schedule and let's find out which group is going to be sitting out. And currently, Miramar is going to be played after that one. As I said, Group B, that means Deadeyes Guys, Raw, High Voltage, and Venom Legends are not going to be seen anymore in this game. Only on the other hand, Vibes, 1952, Savage Esports, and ElementriX, they will get a chance to try and get a decent positioning. Because you see on the Group C, right? The 2 teams, 1952 and Savage, I mean, even though Savage, they have been proving themselves time and time again, but still, sometimes we do see them struggle.
We do see them struggle, just, coming down on their own charts, to be honest, for themselves. But just like you said, right, we might not just see that incredible play coming up from their side, maybe today, maybe not. Again, it just comes down to their own understandings. But talk about Vibes, right? They had such a good Miramar, the first Miramar that they had as their chicken dinner. I'm hopeful that that sort of a run is something that they should continue more and more, in fact, in the super weekends. No doubt, they have chicken dinners in super weekends. They are doing good, but it's like, right now, they are one of the strongest teams in South Asia. They are showcasing it by being constantly in top 5. But if they want to just, showcase it, I would say make up your name like the Mongolians are making up their name by having multiple chicken dinners. They only have 2. That is multiple. I get it. But multiple as in have multiple chicken dinners in one day. They are going for placement points, but in the final zones, when the placement points plus elimination points come into the matter, right? Sometimes in terms of getting those elimination points, they do go down. No doubt in that as well, they are in top 3, top 4, and all those things in multiple matches. But top 3 is good. Top is always better. Not Stalwart's top, he's obviously best, but top position it's just always good to have it. So that's one of the things that I think Vibe should go for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, top position, as you said, that's always better. Will also give you a lot of confidence. But again, I mean, that's something you talk about, right? Sometimes even the top of the teams that are doing really good, right, that can fumble it down in the upcoming competitions too. I mean, I can give a great example right here. If you can take a look of the past year, Exit, they pretty much won the PMPL North America, and then later on in the Global Championships, there was just nowhere to be seen, right? That's something that can happen. You might just perform really well in the PMPLs, and then later on moving on forward in a certain weekends in the future where it really does matter, where there's higher stake on the line. Some of the teams do tend to crack under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they do. But then again, we have the CDM going up for us, ladies and boys and girls, as Wives is taking up a fight against Deadeyes Guys. And look at that nade! Shifu just takes down Rio. Wow. Rio was moving forward. He's like, I got him, I got him, I got him. Nope.
Wait, is he just what is he doing? Is he nading himself? He is. What? Why? All right. Well, Rio, I guess that nade really did insult you quite a bit there. And now you just want to, it's like, all right, I have been impured by the enemy nade, so I'm just going to try to pure myself with my own nade.
That was quite weird, but then, now Joker, all right, gets taken out. Shifu is using an M24. I love it. I love it the way, this player wants to take up a few shots. Jiggle peek, jiggle peek, jiggle peek. Oh, he peeked, but then again, the shot did not connect. The score line is 1-7. Just think about that, right? The score line, it is 1-7. And now Jiggle's moving forward. Joker on the other side as well. The nade, it's coming. All right, that was a stun, but then Shifu, he just, managed to just stay away from that. And, that shot was good.
Oh, just, was a little bit of chest shot, so of course did not take him out. Another shot too, but the unfortunately was invincible, was at least in the invincible mode for the couple of seconds right there. Shifu now, again, just with the M24, just trying to be the showman of the team right there. Vibes as well, they were trying to bounce back, but this score line is quite far away from Vibes' reach so far. It's 3-13, 10 points lead on the side of Vibes, and that's something, or on the side of Deadeyes Guys, and Vibes will need to try and reach back, or at least try and make a comeback happen. True to Love finds another man right there from the side of Vibes. Jiggle should probably be taken down, but using the UMP in here. Okay, interesting, yeah.
Malik, how long is he cooking that nade from? All right, now he just throws it, and it goes in, but no one goes out. 7-15 is the score line. As Deadeyes Guys' players, they are on a slightly low HP for themselves as well. I mean, it's just Shari though. Joker on one side, True Love, all right. Getting a few shots out on him, on his own side, as Deadeyes Guys' Shari takes down one, but then they could not look out for the other players, and there is the elimination comes up as Vibes also reach down to double digits. It's 11-16.
Exactly. And Deadeyes Guys right here with having also a great lead, but Vibes have done a great job on capitalizing it. Nice frag point taken down quite low. Just trying to play some peekaboo games here, not really able to find any connection. Shifu with the M24, he's just going to slap a man down, and Jiggle, he will fall on top of that bullet right there. It's quite a big one too. On the other hand, Deadeyes Guys right here in the back still having a great lead to play around with. The Vibes, they are getting a little closer slowly and steadily.
Definitely they are. As now they're trying to just, take a decent fight. But Frag Boy and Malik, what are you guys doing? All right, now it starts up. 14-21 is the scoreline right now as Malik takes a few more shots and takes down one more. Shari would be taken out. 15-21, 16-21. In fact, Vibes, they are picking up the pace. 17-21. As they're taking down players. Drew is quite close. Frag Boy might just be looking in a different direction. But then again, the players are moving forward, and Deadeyes Guys, they take one more down for themselves as Shifu uses that M24 and takes multiple players down.
Yeah, I don't know. I was able to pull that off, and that's something that's going to put a bit of more pressure and a bit of more awkwardness on the faces of Vibes, and they will need to try and recover from every single shot that Shifu is just doming them with. Another one to find, misses that one for sure, but Ryu, another shot's going to connect. Ryu will fall down. And oh my god, Shifu is just rubbing the salt on their injuries. He's just making them hurt even more with every single shot that he's able to inflict on the players of Vibes.
But then again, it's 19-26. That's the scoreline. 21-26 as we see the scoreline coming up. Frag Boy, he's there, and Shifu's still using that M2. You see that? He's still going with that M24 and going really strong right now. Frag Boy already takes down a few more shots and will take one more player down. 30-point marker. Deadeyes Guys, they are just so close on to reaching that, and there it is.
Oh man, that's just too many things to try and deal with on your way. They're also using those nades, and oh my god, Vibes, they're just getting blown up from all the different sides, and how are they now going to try and get the grip back up on the game? That's something that I'm wondering, and he just keeps on inflicting those shots. He keeps on hitting them with the M24. Shifu, at this point, he's just trolling in the lobby, and he's still able to put on some insane amount of numbers against Vibes. 28-32. Vibes now, it seems like they're able to catch up, but no, they just put a full stop on that too.
Yeah, 28-34 is what we see right now. Malik is going to be using an M24 of his own. He's going to go for a reload. But then again, 30-35. 5 more points for Vibes to just get that loss, in fact. Or maybe a draw. We'll see what happens as we are still 4.5 minutes remaining with this match as Ryu just moves forward and gets or gives one the kill. All right, he gets one and gives one as well. 32-36 is what we can see right now. Malik still with that M24, but he's not taking any shots on the other side. Joker takes down Shari and spots one. What a good shot.
Yeah, quick scope right there. Right in the chest. And Malik, now he's on a manhunt. He's just looking for the players in the front. Quite close, but this time the bullet's just going to whiz past by him. Malik looking to find someone on the left side, but Deadeyes Guys too, they're being really clever because they know this score line's getting a bit too close for comfort. Vibes now, they're going to start to take things a bit more serious as Jiggle is also just waiting with the third-person perspective, waiting for at least one of the players from Deadeyes Guys to try and show himself up. The nade from Joker might just be instrumental. Spots out Frag Boy getting back, but oh no, I'm pretty sure this one's not going to connect. It's quite close, does connect, but not a bit, not a lot.
Yeah. But it just
Ooh,
keeps on happening. But then there is a win coming up from Deadeyes Guys' side as they reach to 40. And it's like Shifu with those 12 eliminations, right? That was actually really good. I mean, what is it with just M24?
Yeah.
It came down really good. It came down like he won with style. He definitely won with style. So, yeah.
Talk about the style, though, man. Shifu was just styling on that entire lobby. Now it's time to end all the style, and it's time to put the serious faces on again, because as we talked about, there are a couple of teams that are in the struggling phase, and then there are a couple of teams that are making those teams struggle too. And how are they going to try and stop that again? This is where we talked about it, right? In the first 2 weeks, just try and, or at least in the first week, just try and whip out those notebooks, get a lot of strats down, just try and find the kryptonite that a team is trying to take you down. Just try and be a little bit more countering. And now, hopefully, in the week 3, a team like A1 Esports expecting greatness from their side. And also, I mean, I'm not really expecting them to just absolutely pop off and do some demonic plays, but at least fight for the pride.
Yeah, that's important, right? You kind of need to go for that fight for yourself. And right now, with everything on the line, because the prize pool and all those things, you know how important it becomes for the players, right? To get that fight going on for them, the stance going on for yourself. And all these players, in fact, will just, be ready with it. Seal, we know they are topping the charts, be it right now or be it when it comes down to the Super Weekend. So they are topping those charts, but then Stalwart would want to just get a hold of their own position for themselves. They will come back. They will come back for a fight. Deadeyes Guys is doing really good. They did really good in this one as well, and they will be doing really good overall in their own way. But then Deadeyes Guys, we know it, right? We have that understanding that sometimes the team falters, and once that happens, the downfall starts up. Hopefully, they have cracked the code of that thing. Vibes, a team that has just started off on a really good role for themselves, is really consistent, and everyone is just enjoying it from their side. Atrax, a team that has struggled when it comes on the previous Super Weekend. This time, as of now, although it's just the league play, but they are doing pretty good. But Phantom and TRZ, things are not going good for them. So this is what the game is all about, right? That uncertainty. That's one of the things that I guess no one can understand, no one can get a hold of, and well, it just becomes bad.
Yeah, that's something that no one can predict, right? And it's quite understandable too. Then you talk about Stalwart Esports. I really do want to see the teams that are all the way in the top of the boards. I want to see them contesting some of the other teams. I want to see them drop on someone else's drop spots, because at this point we know they're sitting on the top 3. They're pretty much the king of the hills right there. No one can really just drag him down just by holding their toes. Even if they do, that's not going to matter to them a lot. And then moving on forward, I want to see these teams target each other or target someone else that you don't really like in the lobby, because that will, of course, give us a lot much more to talk about. And that would, of course, give us a lot much more content too. And would be fun to watch.
Probably, but then obviously we'll move on to the next game in a while, as all these players are definitely going to be ready with the map of Miramar, and then after that is going to be the map of Erangel. All those 2 important games. They're going to be really, really risky for a few teams, because, well, today, just like you said, right, if you're in top 5, if you're in top 3, well, it's 100% that you guys are qualifying for the Super Weekend. But if you're maybe at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, something like that, if tomorrow is not your day, you might just be out. Depends on how your opponents are going to be just playing their own games as well, because maybe you might just be having a bad day and your opponents, well, they might just be having a worse. So you never know, right? You never have that understanding for yourself. So we'll just see what happens tomorrow. But then before that happens, today is going to be that day of those two games that are remaining. Again, Miramar, Erangel, two long games.
Yeah, exactly. Two big games without a doubt, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be moving on in the map of Erangel soon, where teams like Savage Esports, we talk about, they're going to be back 1952-2. They're going to be back in 1952. We've seen them do pretty good on the map of Miramar, so I'm just hoping a okay performance from their side, and then they still have one more game to go after this one, and then pretty much the entire day tomorrow. So they have a lot much more things to try and focus on, and that's what they can try and do so. But Savage Esports is one of those teams that I will opt out for, at least if I want to bet on a team that might just win the previous this upcoming game. I would go with Savage Esports. I feel like they're one of those teams now. They're pretty much just got a little bit of time off from the entire lobby. They're able to cool their heads down, and now they're going to be reset back in the lobby with a nice mentality to move on in. Savage Esports, I think so. They should have this game in their back. As you guys can see, the player cams in front of us, every single player is just ready. Don't really know what's going on in the center of the cam right there. I think so. The cam's froze, but damn, that's gonna scare me for a while. But yeah, then you have the players of Stalwart Esports to your right in the center. Someone just helping out action right there. I don't exactly know what's going on. Then Deadeyes, then TDK all the way on the right too. Nothing really funky happening in the webcams. Every single player, they have their game faces on, because we know it's the third week. This is where everything goes down. This is where it all has came down to. And every single team will give it all they have, or at least the teams that are on the latter half of the board, they will try and give it all they have. As the planned flat path is going to be in front of us, and the planned flat path is going to be starting from El Azhar all the way down to Minas del Sur towards prison. And day one, match 4 is on the go. And we talk about this, right? 7C, they should have a free pathway for themselves on their drop spots, and they're probably going to try and go so. IT is going to be the first one to take an exit from the planned flight path and try and traverse on their drop spots. And then you have 7C as well right in the front. Then you have JyanMaara too. JyanMaara is one of those teams that I have stepped things up quite a lot in the week 2. As I said, or as I've been mentioning over and over again, A1 Esports, it's their time to fight for the pride, Johnny.
I mean, definitely, it is their time to fight for the pride. They're doing quite decent in the matches that they've played today so far. But even if this Miramar, they can find a way to secure this one, I think that is something that they're going to be focused on. But let's see if they can make this happen. It's not going to be easy. But based on this trajectory, I mean, it is leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the other teams are going to be doing, specifically the teams that, in fact, are going to be trying to play around from El Pozo, from Crater Fields, all the positions towards the western side.
There we go. I mean, TRZ too. I mean, I don't know if you were watching the previous game, but TRZ, they got absolutely demolished by Seal. And Seal was one of those teams that was just out for blood, right? Makes a lot of sense too. I've been talking with this about Ocean. I mean, I've been talking about this with Ocean, and Seal is all the way in the top in the overall rankings as the Super Weekend. So they don't have any care in the world. They can just try and go for the fights off the bat. They can try and amp up the aggression, or they can also use these lobbies as a practice lobby for the upcoming Super Weekend.
I agree with you. I mean, they can use these lobbies to try out new strategies, use the weekdays to try and see if they can sort of surprise the opposition, be it just between the team fights or just have an early game collision or drop clash, see if that works out for them. Because as far as the Super Weekend are considered, I think they've done a very decent job so far, securing all these points for themselves, leading, sitting on the first position, and then, I mean, they are already headed towards the finals. So for the finals, I think the prep needs to begin. But look at the cluster that's there towards the center of the circle: T2K, DRS, Stalwart, ElementriX, 1952 going for a 4-man split drop on Miramar, where entry is too far away from his team. Well, I mean, it is Miramar, so it shouldn't be a big trouble for him to make it if he starts moving towards the rest of the squad right now. But a little bit later in the game, like 5-6 minutes more, and then things might be different.
Talking about things might be different, though. I mean, Skylightz Gaming so far in the overall rankings, things are looking quite different for them. I mean, not really able to step themselves up, and still they are in the... Oh, so he just reskinned the vehicle. Got back on the bike, and now he's on the move. Interesting, huh? That's why do you think he just did that? Is that like some kind of like a new strategy that the players try to do, like just reskin the vehicles?
I mean, they like what they like.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Plus, I mean, it's cool to watch all the cool things that they have inside of the game.
True, man. I was like, I was thinking of like buying all these skins and stuff.
Yeah.
And I look at the rates, I look at the money, and I'm like, damn, that's that. Yo, I'm just good. I'm just gonna watch these pro players.
Yeah, we're just gonna enjoy their performance. I mean, we're not gonna get lucky. I mean, I still haven't gotten a glacier so far, so yeah, I've just given up. I've just given up on getting good skins.
I mean, that's pretty much me in every single game, man. I'm just the most unluckiest person. I'm not gonna lie. Not just in this game, in any other game that I played. I just hope for myself to get something really good. I invest money, and then it's just like I don't even get some common material. I get like, if there was a below like material below even common category, I would be getting that.
Yeah, it's
like
the same with me.
Sawdust or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we can share each other's pain at this point. And I think a lot of people are going to be with us in this because, I mean, that's the reason these skins, a few of the skins inside the game, and are considered high priority because of how few people have them and how difficult it is to achieve them. And I think that is the thing that I think sort of forces the pros to use them in the game and be like, yeah, we have spent a lot of time in this one. We basically have everything. And talk about having everything. I think ElementriX right now are going to be just struggling to find a lot of loot, since Incus, we do see him out in the open and has a few small isolated compounds, these factories that he can loot around in, but how much stuff will he get? I think that's a big question. Just found a level 2 helmet, as I say that.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh? The level 2 helmet too. Just gonna drop out the moving vehicle to unfortunately. Like, thank God it did not take any damage because, man, I'm not gonna lie, I dropped out a moving vehicle and I just got knocked out yesterday, and my rank was it took a heavy hit. But yeah, man, that's one of those nightmares that I have pretty much. But yeah, I had a little bit of question to the chat and to you too, Johnny. Is what do you guys think of the new 8v8 TDM mode?
I think I love it.
You love it? I just feel like it's chaos all over the place.
That's the best part.
It too. I like it too.
That's the best part.
Damn, I sometimes rage playing that. I'm like, where did he come from, man?
You need to embrace the chaos, Necro. If you want to enjoy the mode, you have to embrace it. If you resist, you are just gonna get more and more frustrated. That's the thing. And I think, I mean, I've been enjoying it quite a lot, but we have to say, I mean, the 4v4s, they are always going to be the sort of the go-to.
The goats.
Yeah. The go-to mode, I guess, to get warmed up, because it's like pretty easy. You know, you're not dealing with a lot of bodies, so you can get warmed up properly. But look at this, Eisenberg from Savage Esports, and I think again, so since it's Miramar Central Circle, the trajectory wasn't way too off from its mark. We're gonna have a pretty standard textbook game of Miramar in front of us, so expect no action post. I want to say 10 minutes, but every single time I've said it, within the next 2 minutes, we see the fight. And right now, A1 Esports, they're quite close to Seal Esports, so I think there might be some action between the two teams, as A1 Esports have taken the high ground just on the eastern edge of Los Leones. And we do have Stalwart Esports in front of us, on towards Hacienda del Patron.
Ooh.
And San Martin. Well, that's where they like to go, in the middle.
Oh, why is Top just staring at that box right there? He's like, he's looking at all the sins that he've done so far in the game. He's like, man, I've taken down so many players just to be the best.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe that's something that I will need to confess later on. But yeah, jokes aside. But yeah, I mean, Seal right here, currently on the top of the hill too in the league days, and of course they're one of the best teams in the Super Weekend so far in this PMPL. But again, I had this conversation with Ocean too, is that we've seen some of the best teams, right, just fumble down in a little bit of more level up competition, right? They're doing great in the PMPL, but if they move on up in the different competition, a bit much more elevated competition, sometimes even the top teams, they fumble down, and I do not really want to see these teams, just pretty much the same thing happening on them. I want to see the consistency, not just in this PMPL, but even in the upcoming stages.
Jax getting out of the car, trying to run behind cover, and does make it in time as soon as Baron runs out of the clip on the AKM. But on Esports, they have been spotted out, and Sealy Esports, they're going to try and see if they can force their way into this fight, as Baron now has managed to cut off Jax from the rest of this team, and if he can finish him off, then it's going to be a 4v3 in the favor of Sealy Esports. They're going for the push. Sinister takes a lot of damage, but from the flank, Demo is going to get knocked out.
Wow, what a frack from Dante, too. Instant confirmation on Demo. Dante now on this high ground is going to try and provide a great backup fire for the team. Baron's being spotted. Why is Dante not really reacting on that? He still hasn't really gotten his size locked on them. RX Jax is still just playing with his death out in the open, trying to maneuver around, trying to find himself a great compound or at least a great cover to play around with. But Avon Esports in this fight so far, they have a nice upper edge to play with. And Seal, they will need to try and back out from this. If they don't, then Avon Esports will pretty much be able to claw their way back up onto Seal, and it should be an easy elimination out the lobby. Airdrop one's going to be on the board. It's going to be the AUG coming in. I'm pretty sure none of these players are going to be interested in taking it unless the airdrop's just going to be right next to them.
Well, but let's see. Sealy Esports slowly and steadily backing off, trying to see if they can just get a little bit of a distance between them and the new rejuvenated A1 Esports. As from the start of the day, this team has been scary to watch. I mean, it's a completely different situation as to what we were seeing in the first 2 weeks. And now with their backs against the wall, A1 Esports, they also realize that they have nothing to be afraid of. Either they go home or they go big right now. And, well, it looks like the team has decided to go big, as they are not letting Sealy Esports out of their sights again. Taking one more player, Leo, down to around 30 HP. Sinister realizes there's utility being tossed in his direction from Baron and Wally. Were quite close to the ridge that was being used as a height advantage, and Sealy Esports finally do end up getting a little bit of a distance between them and A1 Esports, so they should be able to survive this.
Again, there's a huge should. We're not really confident if they're going to be able to survive or not. But we've seen Avon Esports, even if the stars are aligned onto their side, they still somehow find a way to choke things up and just gift it over to the enemy team. And I wouldn't be surprised even if Avon Esports, even though they are on a winning version of that fight, you might just see them losing that. That's what's been happening so far in the entire PMPL. They're just able to throw those. But hey, Avon Esports, they have a huge history, and the respect is earned from this team. But they will need to try and keep it going. This is their time to fight for the pride. Are Avon Esports going to be able to qualify in the Super Weekend? That's something everyone wants to find out.
Yeah, and I don't think they're too far away from what usually seems like the cutoff for every single qualification week. Just to be safe, we're going to say it's 40 points. A1 Esports this time, I mean, on day one, have had a phenomenal start. They're doing so well in their matches. Are sitting in the top 10 now. If they don't slip up, I think this team can definitely make it to the Super Week. But from there on out, Necro becomes another challenge. How do you cover up the 30-game deficit that's there now?
Ooh.
Well, not necessarily 30. I just did it to sound scary, but still, 15 matches.
15 matches? Boy, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? You just need to fight for the pride, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's not even, at this point, it's not even fighting to try and get a little bit, to try and move on over on the upper hand of the PMPL. It's just, you are going to try to fight for the pride. And Avon Esports, that's all they can try and fight for at this point, because things have went out from their hand. Every single team in the overall ranking so far, they have done a great job. And considering the fact and looking the way they've struggled, I don't even feel like they're going to be able to make it in like the top 16. But again, hey, we never know, right? Avon Esports, They might just go full demonic mode and they will just start slapping every single player down in the lobby.
I mean, you never know. They've already gone pretty ham right now, but let's see. Wally now finds himself against Memo from 7C. Oh, a few pre-fire shots, and Wally, he's going to know exactly where he needs to toss the nade. Is going to go again over the corner with the lob. Well, just landing between the two buildings, and Memo on the other side has backed off completely. He's trying to disengage, see if he can bait Wally into the line of fire for his teammates to help him out, but Baron is here And Esports with a 3-man roster have seemed to caught this one lad from 7C Esports completely off guard. They're going to try and go for a finish, but Memo with a wonderful nade is going to take down Leo in a 1v3, and this man is doing everything he can to survive. The smoke is being tossed out, but Leo's going to be finished off with this one, and now it's a 1v2. Memo is just being an absolute monster. Quite frustrating for the players of Esports to deal with. Another one is going to be tossed inside of the smoke, and Esports, this is not as easy as they thought.
Oh, indeed, it's not that easy. 7C Memo now in the front. Still, we did see them getting pretty much handicapped early off in this game previously, so they were just a 3-man squad trying to move on in, and they're still able to put down the nail in the coffin for 7C. A great Molotov to deny the push, and he's going to be able to do so pretty well so far. Memo is also going to toss in an aid. This might just be an instrumental too. Finds one. Instantly going to back out now, and also going to reposition himself. Wally, somewhere down line, knows his exact spot too. Memo is also catching bullets from somewhere all the way in the outskirts. It's 1952 peppering some shots, and they're also able to connect a lot of shots onto Memo. He's taken down so low, a little bit of more exposure, and that's going to be it for him. But oh no, Memo, he's able to shut down the final mana seal, and he puts them in the coffin.
Well, let's see. Esports, quite an unfortunate beginning, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen when the next game begins. But for now, 7C Esports are going to be pretty happy with the elimination that they've got. Phantom Esports, it looks like they're going to be in some trouble as TRZ is trying to go for a push on Yeta, the man who has been knocked down. The 3 players from the side of Phantom Esports, they're going to try and see if they can protect their teammate. And it's not just TRZ, because look at the radar. There's another team, and it is 7C Esports that can close in on this position at any given time.
Oh my god, Memo just absolutely nailed the 3 players of Seal. What a way to close things out against him too, huh? Especially having a great game in the past, and now also in this Miramar, just doing such a great job. Memo has proved himself indeed. Still though, 15 teams are in the lobby. Seal was the first team to take an exit, and now TRZ just peppering the bullets in the front. Phantom Esports is one of those teams that's on the receiving end. And I'm pretty sure Phantom would not like to be on the receiving end for sure. Savage with 3 players up. That's going to be a free rotation for them inside the zone. And also a little bit of high ground to cap off with.
Well, let's see. But with this shift of the circle, Vibes Esports find themselves in a very advantageous position. Smack in the center with a lot of area under their control. Savage Esports, they're going to have an easy time moving in as well. But A1 Esports, they need to be extremely careful. They're going to be at least 2 to 3 teams closing in on their position. And it's not going to be easy for them to survive this. But TRZ now looking to see if they can finish off Phantom before they start off with their rotation towards the zone.
Talk about rotation towards the zone. TRZ, all 4 players here. So far, they have a great positioning. Now, I do remember the previous Miramar game too kind of ended near the La Benedita area, right underneath Minas Generalis. And now this area, this circle too, is kind of ending close towards it. Not close enough, but still close enough. And you can see right in the smack center is the Vibes squad. They're doing quite good. Avon Esports, they have a great compound to hold off with in the next zone. But if the circle takes a hard shift away from Avon Esports, that's when things are going to be looking a little bit more dicey for them.
Well, let's see. I mean, things are definitely going to look dicey, but Storm, he's low himself. Needs to see if they can figure out a way of getting Manish out of trouble, but it's not going to be easy for them. Fardi, he was with Storm. Mad Cat is the man who was rotating and lost. And on the elimination feed, a lot of action all over the place as we did see 7C Memo kneeling down in front of the lads of 1952. ElementriX, they have their own fight going against Dax. IHC part of the action. Vibes have started off with a fight with a knock being found on the lads of Skylightz Gaming. And what is happening to JyanMaara? I mean, one after the other. They are just getting absolutely destroyed by IHC, and I feel like they might just be close to getting eliminated in this match.
And not just
one
that,
lad. Yeah.
Not just that, look at Phantom Esports too. They're getting dismantled, and now they're just down to 2 players up, and they still need to make it inside the zone. I don't know exactly what's going on in this lobby so far. It's utter chaos all over the place. Shots just ringing all across the board, and it's really hard for the players too to get their hands on to some of those players. Just moving on in the open. I'd see Akujar spots him out. Nice spray to take both of them out the vehicle. He's going to eject him out. And I'd see now this is something that IC did not really expect. He was just hiding in that little compound, waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and he finds one.
Well, let's see. I mean, he has found one, but 7C Esports on the other side have been eliminated. And it's not just them. It's going to be quite interesting to see which the next team is going to be. 1952 Evil Eye. He's trying to push forward. Phantom Esports, they have been pinned down, trying to make a run for it, trying to see if they can get inside the circle, but the UMP spray, it's not going to connect. Switching over to the Mini 14. C1 is trying his level best to make sure that Phantom Esports, they don't make their way out of this in one piece. Mad Max and Vexy, they have to get separated, but where did this nade come from? Well, it was a gift from the players of TRZ, and it was just impressive. Look at the distance.
Oh my god, is that really the distance that TRZ just tossed in the nade from? And now they also got rid of the final man of IC. They're all taken out the equation. Still 13 teams alive, Johnny, this late in the zone. Phantom Esports is all the way out in the blue. That will finally be capitalized on. 1952, the entire squad is in the front. Nate's going to be quite close this time, though. Entry is going to be taken out all the way in the back. A third party from the side of Vibes, kind of helping the players of TRZ.
Well, let's see. TRZ, this is not going to be easy. It's a 2v2 situation. But 1952, they do have those smoke covers laid out in front of them. And even though TRZ have managed to pick off Entry, the three players on the other side, look at that. Evil Eye is going to get a revive right now, as he has 90 degree and C1 right next to him. Manish with Storm, they're going for a push. This is going to be quite interesting to watch. They're running forward, no fear in their eyes at all, with a nade being lobbed as well in the direction of 1952.
Oh my god,
oh, it was a Molotov. C1 is going to be burned alive, and Evil Eye is losing HP in this fight as well. It doesn't look like 1952 they're going to make it out of this in one piece, but, well, TRZ, they have been shut down, and 90 degree and C1, they do in fact survive. It was a wonderful moment to witness. I was wishing for TRZ to make it, but quite unfortunate.
Not just that, I don't even feel like 1952 Esports aren't going to be able to make it inside the zone because they're right on the edge of the blue. They still need to try and traverse on in. Dax and Savage Esports right against each other, head-on-head fights, as Spike's going to be in a huge disadvantage because he's on the lower ground, and Hershey's found himself in a great spot. But still, Savage trying to take things a little bit more slow, just trying to be mature in this fight. Hershey now is also going to try and close the distance on in with his teammates, just reuniting with the friends. And Chante out in the open, that risky rotation is not going to pay off. Eisenberg, what a great spray to connect onto Chante. Just takes him out the vehicle. A great knockout to follow up, and an instant confirmation as well. Spikey's going to be the final man up from Dax. Avon Esports still up in this game. 3 players for them. Erangel Jax will be taken down now. 19 degree in the front. The final man of 19 Esports, or 1952, will fall down too. Avon Esports, 3 players up for them. The blue zone's now closing in.
Well, let's see. The blue zone is moving forward. Not a lot of time left before we are, well, almost at the closing moments of the game. Sinesta is trying to see if he can just go over the ridge to check who, in fact, and where they are on the other side. DRS, they have Dax Spike pushing in their direction. It should be an easy pickup for them, but they are totally zoned in on the players of T2K and Legend, giving a massive dink over there to one of the players from DRS. Killer YT was really low. Rules is down to very low HP as well. It's just Rebel left to fight it out, and in fact, Killer is going to be knocked down. Hershey pushing forward. The Molotov, it should be able to dish out the damage, but it is a bit short, and now it's just going to be settled with the weapons in the hand, as Eisenberg and Hershey have pretty much found out where the players of DRS were going for a revive. Rebel, he's going to start with it again, but this spot is also exposed, and it's DRS just not making it through the fight in one piece. In fact, the entire team has been picked off. A1 Esports, Dante securing 1 pick in this matchup, and, well, they are in the top 4, A1 Esports once again.
Oh my god, but 6ix9ine Boy gets taken out in the process. The kill also will be confirmed from the side of Vibes. Just stealing it away like a thief in the night. And Vibes so far looking phenomenal, as great as ever. All 4 players up for them, the stars are aligned. And Vibes, they might just seal this one in their pockets. A1 Esports right in the outskirts. Savage Esports still need to make the rotation in, but what a nice frag from the side of Eisenberg. He just sent Sanchir in the front with a buggy. Every single player from Vibes was distracted, and in that process, Joker just reveals himself, and he gets taken out. Now 2 nades are straight up going to be tossed on in Sanchir's direction, but he just moves out, or at least he moves away in the nick of time. So he's going to find himself in a bit of safe shoes. Eisenberg, that's quite a risky one too, but Savage, so far, they're alive.
Well, so far they have made it, but she's very low, and I don't think he's going to make it any further as finally Jiggle steps in, takes him down, and now Vibes Esports find themselves just fighting against the only team that has numbers close to theirs. Vibes Esports still a 4-man roster, and whoa! Before we even think about the fight progressing or any resistance from the side of Savage Esports, they are wiped out. Vibes just looking to close this game out, have taken down Sinister from the side of A1 Esports as well. It's down to a 1 versus 2 versus 4 situation where Vibes, they have the compound, they have a good position inside the circle, and along with that, they have the numbers to close out this game quite nicely. And I thought they were just going to go in the buggy and start hunting down the last 2 surviving teams, but they want to give them respect. They are going for a safer approach, just holding down, anchoring down their fortress.
Sundesh in the front too. A1 Esports, 2 players on top of the hill. Sundesh almost exposed a bit of his head, and it could have been cut off right there with the bullets. And now Vibes, look at him. Oh, he's somewhere down the line, knows that Dante's right there. Just takes a couple of shots onto Dante. But A1 Esports, man, their position's compromised. They're going to expose themselves, and nice shots. A1 Esports, they cannot even give a little bit of glimmer. If they do, they're going to be capitalized on pretty easily.
Well, let's be completely pinned down behind that tree. Dante, one clip after the other, is trying his level best to see if he can finish them off, but takes a hit from the flank, instantly goes behind the ridge. But Rio, he still will have an angle available if you try and push forward. So that flank from the side of Vibes can be quite brutal for the lads of A1 Esports. But look at this. So Sandesh has managed to make sure that Rio is going to be quite low. If he finishes them off, that's open real estate for A1 Esports. And with that nade, he does find the opening. But Dante picks up Sandesh. Now it's down to a 2v3 situation between A1 Esports and the team of Vibes. Vibes, they have the circle. So A1 Esports, they're going to be under pressure, moving out in the open. Dante is the man leading the charge. Takes a lot of damage on the bus. Joker out in the open. Time to take him down. But Dante makes his way behind the cover. Now Joker going for a push. Needs to be extremely careful. Dante is extremely low. Joker is gone very aggressive, and that's it.
Wow.
A1 Esports, they're done. It's Vibe to walk away with the chicken dinner.
Wow, that's second chicken dinner too for Vibes right on the Miramar map. And Vibes so far, they're just owning the property of Miramar. It's going to be really tough for any other team to just take it away or snatch it away from Vibes, because currently they're feeling the Vibes on the map of Miramar.
I mean, definitely Vibes are doing so well for themselves right now, and I don't think they're going to look to stop anytime soon. As you mentioned, second winner chicken dinner on the second Miramar as well. And after that, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what they're going to do in this week's Super Weekend.
Oh man, but A1 Esports though, I mean, even though they got taken out, what's going on in week 3? They're just looking like a completely new, gelled up team. And damn, Johnny, you're looking way too small compared to me. Look at me, I'm just a giant.
Yeah, I'm going to fix that after we have a very short break, which I believe there's a few more seconds left. But yeah, I mean, this was a very exciting game to witness. The early game action that, I mean, I expected there to be a few drop clashes, since there were a lot of teams that were headed towards that southwestern part of the map. Didn't really get to see that, but the mid-game action was very impressive, especially the run, not just Vibes, but A1 Esports are showing this week. It's very exciting to watch.
Yeah. Johnny, I feel like we should call our duo like the David and Goliath.
Why?
Come on, man. You kind of like David. But yeah, moving on forward.
So you want me to, like, end you, I guess. You know how that story ends, right? That they weren't friends.
It's okay, but over here we both are friends. But it seems like we've got the call from the production to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League. With, of course, our sponsor as Oppo F21 Pro, which is going to be out in the market soon. I did a good job, right, Johnny?
Yeah. I mean,
so
that was
much.
okay, but every time we say out in the market soon, I think I just feel like, yeah, I need it right now. I can't wait.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about my faults, and I was like, damn, bro. Come on. I
No,
gave
just-
it all I have, all right? But yeah.
Just look at the device. I love the colors, love the shape. Now I just
Mhm.
want to see, can I play with this? That's it.
Oh, yeah. I want to play with a device, too. Man, imagine the things I can do with it. I mean, I can play the game with. But yeah, moving on in, ladies and gentlemen, we're probably going to be seeing the MVP of the game soon. And I personally, I know, I mean, we all know it's probably going to be one of the players from Vibes,
Yeah.
because they had a really great positioning for themselves. And I just don't know. Today, in the week 3, things
Yeah.
have been looking quite astonishing. I mean, we called week 2, day 3 astonishing. But this one, it has been surprising us on all the different occasions. As Avon Esports, the consistency is hitting different.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, A1 Esports have been consistent. Vibes Esports, I mean, we know they were vibing pretty nicely during the Super Weekends and in the league play days as well. So it's quite nice to see them finally get those chicken dinners and close out the matches. But this time, the MVP, it is not going to be from Vibes. It's going to be Dante from A1 Esports.
Oh,
because
my
he
Lord.
had 8 eliminations, 922 damage, and the 24-minute survival time. Got his team to the second place, picked off that final elimination points, shutting down Sandesh from the side of T2K. Dante did a phenomenal job and
Damn.
had towards the very end, he not been alone. The other lad also sort of figured out a way to push into the circle. Maybe we could have seen the 2v3 go in the favor of A1 Esports. You never know what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. You never know. I mean, again, and this is what Avon Esports has proven us, right? You never know when even a team that's all the way in the bottom, they might just start popping off. And Avon Esports, so far, they're able to pop off. And, I mean, Dante's number in itself, they're like a prime example of that. 4 knockouts, 8 elimination points to follow it up. 922 damage dished out by all this, man. 24-18 survival time as well. Top 5 players in front of you guys. It's going to be Dante, of course, all the way in the top, and then Jiggle's going to be on hashtag 2, while with 3 elimination points and 447 damage dished out. Then Sandesh is going to be on the third one with 2 eliminations with damage of 541, and then Manish there too from the side of TRZ. Talk about TRZ and 7C, man, Memo, that squad wipe on the seal, a 1-on-3. It's there right there. That single 1-on-3 was so remarkable that it just put him on the top players.
I mean, definitely was quite an impressive moment. But again, I think Memo, had he survived, had the lads of 7C Esports made it, it would have been fun to see what the collision of 7C Esports, A1 and Vibes would have looked like in the end. But it is going to be quite exciting to see what the point distribution is going to be like in the match rankings, and also what the overall rankings are going to look like after this match. Because going into the last game of the day, Group A won't be playing, so a lot of the important names are going to be sitting out, including Stalwart Esports, IHC, Phantom, and Atrax, and Deadeyes Guys, Raw, High Voltage, Venom Legends. All these teams are going to be stepping back in, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the stats comparison of the top 2 teams inside of the match in A1 Esports, they were just not worried about getting hit at all. They were so focused on that secure the elimination points. Look at that. 1700 damage dished out, but 1165 taken.
Yeah. Damn, I mean, Avon Esports, they were probably burning through a lot of meds. I wonder how many meds they had in their bag in the first place. But yeah, 11 elims to follow it up with 6 knockouts only. Now, this in itself tells us that there are probably a lot of kills that are potentially stolen, or it's just some direct final kills on the spots. And now if you take a look at the damage dealt and the conversion, that's quite good from the side of Avon Esports. The conversion is looking pretty phenomenal, but on the match summary, it's going to be Dante almost all over the place. Then you have players from 1952 just stealing a bit of limelight.
Well, yeah, definitely. 1952, they didn't just steal the limelight. They stole the game in its entirety. I mean, apart from just closing things out and winning the chicken dinner, they did everything quite perfectly in this match. And, I mean, it was quite an impressive run from their side as well. But, I mean, you can only deal out so much damage. But A1 Esports, I think they have to be the highlight performance of not just this particular map, but the entire day. Because again, not slowing down at all and just being consistent. I hope like I'm pretty sure they're going to make it to the Super Weekend after this match. This secures them their spot and basically pushes them on the other side of the cutoff. But I hope that in the 15 matches that this team is going to play now, A1 Esports are going to play now in the Super Week, they play like this. I don't want to see a fall off in the performance. I don't want to see the fall off in aggression. This is what they need to do 15 times again and again in the Super Weekend if they want to stand a chance of making it to the finals.
Talk about standing a chance, though. I mean, damn, dude. Look, Johnny, all right? It's going to be next to impossible. You know it too. I know it too. The amount of consistency that A1 Esports will need to deliver, that would be absolutely nuts. They will have to at least have like 4 chicken dinners in the final weekend of Super Weekend, and that's so tough, right? I mean, A1 Esports, now the toughness is just going to keep on rising. The difficulty level is just going to keep on rising. It's up to them how they're going to try and adapt. But so far, they have been looking pretty phenomenal. Even though they got the 2nd place in the previous game, they still stole away the #1 spot from Vibes.
I mean, definitely. But again, they have to make sure that the consistency is going to be there. But it's going to be quite important to see what the other teams are going to do to stop the sort of pressure that A1 Esports is building upon the rest of the teams. Because earlier on, when they would be in a position where they know A1 Esports like to lurk around in, they would feel quite comfortable since the team was not doing too well for themselves. The teams, I mean, were inherently, there was a little bit of a confidence boost, like, all right, we can take this fight quite easily, we can win this fight quite easily. Not anymore. Now, if you're in front of esports, you have to be scared for your life. You have to be scared for survival because they're not letting things go at this point. And again, I think one of the few teams that does, in fact, well, do this quite well, replicate the same sort of performance is Stalwart Esports, because even they and Seal Esports at the same time, because those two teams are not the teams that usually like to back away from any sort of situation. They don't care if they lose the first player running into a team fight. They're still going to try and commit. They're still going to try and see if they can trade him out, secure a few extra elimination points. And I think A1 Esports, they need to take those pages, like steal the strats of Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports and see if they can keep up with that level of aggression, keep pushing inside the matches with that level of aggression, and if they can make it work. Because in the current state, I definitely think they can make it work.
And man, this shot from Godless.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this gives me a little bit of flashbacks in the Season 3, Johnny. Remember, Godless used to be the best bolt-action sniper player in the entire lobby. And now Godless is also giving us a little bit of glimmers of that. And Memo, this is the nice 1v3 against players of Seal. He was able to just seal it off against him. And Seal, I'm pretty sure they're going to be a little disappointed in themselves, even though they got 1v3. But again, when you talk about the Weekend 3 and Seal, and pretty much most of the Mongolian teams are not even going to care about the fact that they will need to, at least qualify in with some insane points. All they would matter is, okay, as long as they're able to qualify in, and then maybe move on in, and in the future line, they can try and just, close things off on a great note.
Well, let's see. I mean, they did try the level best to close things out, but it's the end of the day, and I think if you can end on a high note, do that. Otherwise, just wait for tomorrow. It's a new start. It's a fresh day. You will have had time to exactly just go back to the drawing board and figure out like how, in fact, you can improve your performance to make sure that you get more points in the next day. And I think that is something that needs to be done by every single team. But look at the smiles on the players of Vibes. They are very, very happy at this point. They're enjoying the day they're having. And I think if the trend continues, this is going to be the best performance we've seen from Vibes. And maybe once we head to the Super Weekend Necro, Vibes, they will finally break inside the top 3.
Ooh, I mean, hey, look, as I said, look, I'm personally kind of person who doesn't really care about league play overall rankings as long as you're going to be making it in top 16, unless you're barely qualifying in the final couple of games. Then I'm going to have a bit of worry for you moving on in the Super Weekend. For example, A1 Esports now doing really good on the final weekend. Where were they in the first two? Don't get me wrong, A1 Esports is a phenomenal team, but they just were completely absent in the first 2 days. And now, take a look at this, right? Stalwart Esports, some of the big teams like Stalwart Esports, they're just absent from the first league play because they know they can pull things back in this day 2.
Well, let's see. I mean, heading into the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, overall rankings in front of us. And look at that Necro. A1 Esports, they are second. The 5th-place jump that's there. Well, you've heard their slogan, right? Be the one, A1. Well, can they be number 1 into the overall rankings at the end of the day? Now, I want to see that happen. I want to see that happen.
Oh, man. Can they really be the A1, ladies and gentlemen? That's something we need to find out. Are they really back in the PMPL? SA or not? Are they here to prove a mark? Are they here to show themselves something? Are they here to prove their nation that they are here for victory? They are here for the glory. Are they going to fight for the pride and take an exit from the PMPL SA? We'll only be able to find out once we move on over to Super Weekend. For now, we'll still have the league play going off the day one, and there's still one more game left in the day one as the overall ranking, the latter half too. So Venom Legends is going to be one of those teams that still needs to move it in.
Well, let's see. I mean, wives, look at that. 2 chicken dinners for themselves. So can they make it 3 chicken dinners in a day? It's going to be interesting to see. But let's see. Going into the last Erangel, once again, a reminder for the audience, for our viewers, that Group A is not playing. So the Atrax Esports, IHC, and Phantom Esports, they're not going to be part of the last Erangel of today and basically any day that was there during the league play stages. But although we are going to be joined by Group B teams, so Deadeyes Guys, Raw Esports, High Voltage, and Venom Legends are going to be joining us in this particular map, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this last Erangel is going to turn out. Well, at least for today. Tomorrow there's going to be 2 Erangels and 3 Miramars, and since Vibes have been doing so well on Miramar, I think they are one of those teams that are definitely and for sure quite happily with a smile on their faces looking forward to tomorrow.
Talk about smiles on their faces, though, Johnny. You know what? I have a little bit of suspicious smile on my face for the teams that are still in the latter half. For example, I mean, it's like the reason why I have a suspicious smile is because they're just pretending at this point. The latter half of the board is pretty much like filled with some of the top teams. For example, like Stalwart Esports that are not really doing good. Then you have ElementriX too, who are just sitting back and waiting for the day 2 to roll in. And once the day 2 comes back, they're just going to start pulling off things. They're just going to start popping off insanely on the day 2. And pretty much, as I said, the goal is top 16. As long as you're in the top 16, that's all going to matter. And then in the Super Weekend, that's where everything goes down. A1 Esports, so far, they've been doing a phenomenal job. And it seems like the final game of the day is locked in and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Strap on your belts because we're going to be heading on in the map of Erangel once again, the 3rd time in the day.
My chair doesn't have belts.
It's okay. Use your hands.
All right, I'll just hold on to my seat as we head into this match. And again, I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to watch, but I completely agree with what you said. I mean, the latter half of the leaderboard, right now, they're just pretending that it's not working out for them. Hey, Necro, we see someone eating. I mean, I'm just like waiting.
Oh, he's also drinking coffee. Look at him. Yeah. How dare you, man?
No, I mean, it's just exciting to see. Like, what all can you fit in between the 10 seconds of us seeing the player cams and these lads just being in the match? That's what I love to see. I mean, apparently you can squeeze in a workout if you're quick enough like Godless. So, yeah.
Oh, talking about squeezing in a workout. Something else squeezed up my mind. And take a look at the plane flight path in front of us. Something that we saw even in the previous Erangel game. And the plane flight path this time is replicating the same thing. I mean, it's a pretty standard one without a doubt. But again, teams that do like to go towards charger pool. For example, Dax last time, we saw them going towards that. But this time, Dax are sitting out, so they don't really need to deal with this one. But Dax, they won the previous Erangel, so maybe they could have found themselves in luck again. But, Johnny, if I ask you to lock in your bets on one of the teams, on thinking which one's going to win, which team you think is going to take this one?
Oh, this one? I want it to be A1.
Okay, all right. But, look,
yeah. What about you, though?
I'm going to be a little bit more methodical and tactical, all right? Considering the fact so far, a couple of teams, they're trying to hide some stuff. Okay? And I personally don't like hiding stuff too. When people hide stuff from me. So you know what? I'm going to sniff all these teams out that are trying to hide stuff, and I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. They're going to end things on a good note on the final day. It's time to end things here, Stalwart. It's time to stop pulling off that prank, and it's time to put the serious faces on.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see, as you mentioned, who is hiding what strats. And look, since Sealy Esports aren't here, ElementriX, TRZ, they've decided, yeah, we can start off from the military base. ElementriX, although they're going to cross over to Ferry
Oh my
Prius
God,
and
Southern Circle?
Premosk. And, well, yeah, this game just became a lot more exciting because we have a hybrid circle, a proper hybrid circle in front of us right now. And now, Necro, I want to see you. You don't really hear me saying this much, but now I want to see central shifts because the center is where the two islands are separated, so the water is always going to be there. That's going to make for a lot of interesting playmaking potential from all the teams. Either you're on the main island or on the military island, you still have an opportunity to sort of outplay your opposition for the late game stages, and you don't necessarily need to take any fights from that. TRZ all of a sudden find themselves in a wonderful position in the game. Think about that.
Interesting. But we still don't know though, Johnny, right? There's still a little bit of anonymous aura going on in the circle. Is it actually going to shift down south, or is it going to take a huge shift or a huge toll up north? We don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like, because the circle, I still feel like, is equally divided between two islands. And you can see ElementriX, they're already on a move. They're not really interested in staying in the military base, or this is at least what they like to do the whole time. They're probably going to try to go towards Fairpier, towards their designated drop location, and get the loot in the hands, and probably try and camp the bridge out.
Well, let's see if this is going to work out for them. ElementriX, I think the chances of them camping on the bridge are quite slim because their priority is always going to be in the early stages, just stick to that Ferry Pier Primos. If you don't have space, go to Query. That sort of a game plan, because I mean, even in the past, it has quite a lot backfired every single time they've gone to the bridge. Either someone closes in from the farm position, or it was Sealy Esports causing them a lot of trouble. This time, there's no TRZ. They are headed towards that direction, so it's well, it's not going to be an easy task for them to survive this, but let's see. I mean, there's still going to be opportunity for them. If they can make it work, especially in a dire moment like this, I think this is just the thing that they need to build up the momentum for the rest of the week.
Talk about building up the momentum now. Boys, 7C is one of those teams that so far things are looking quite great. At least Memo is able to get off those jitters, because wiping out a team like Seal all by himself, that's something that's going to boost up your confidence by quite a lot. Because we talked about this, or at least we're mentioning this over and over again, is that Seal, they're currently leading the charts in the Super Weekend. And taking down a huge team like Seal should bolster up your confidence by huge, or by a hell lot. For now, we do see a lot of teams just accumulating on the edge lines of the two islands. 1952, Avon Esports, DRS too, Venom Legends as well. They're just guarding the edge lines. And Stalwart Esports, I called Stalwart Esports, Johnny, so I think so. The circle is actually going to shift down south.
Well, let's see. I mean, if it's going to be a sudden shift, it's going to get, well, it's going to make the game a lot more exciting to watch. But right now, the bridge situation for a lot of teams is going to be under a lot of pressure, since we know Venom Legends, they went to the Milta power position, DRS. They had the control of the Milta city earlier on. What a beautiful view of the map. Quite nice. Feels like maybe this is what the pilots of the plane see when they're traversing. Just the beauty of Erangel. But yeah, coming back to what I was saying.
To the plane. I was actually for a second I thought you were gonna say Pirates of the Caribbean, and I'm like,
no. Yeah, pilots of the plane. I meant I did not mean Pirates of the Caribbean. Also, I think
Pilots of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Do see the lovely Everest Hill, the Stalba Kameshki Hill as well. Potato Hill. Doesn't really look like the potato from this angle, but that's what we've been calling it for ages now.
Kind of looks like a potato on the map, though, so that's probably the main reason. Yeah, it's called the Potato Hill. Do love the cinematic view, though, on the map. It's quite cool. Thank you so much for the productions and the observers to actually get it on our screens. Skylightz Gaming, though, look at them. That's quite an interesting rotation. This is something we haven't really seen Skylightz Gaming do for a long time. Especially now that it's a Southern Circle, they're moving up all the way from the left, down Promorx, and they're going to try to find a boat for themselves to rotate in the military island. I don't exactly know how the game plan is going to be looking like, but that's potentially what I'm thinking.
Well, let's see. A1 Esports right now have taken control of the shoreline on the main island, but need to be extremely careful. 7C Esports are not too far away from their position, and there it is. Sinister and Jax, they are going to have to readjust as quickly as possible, because now they will have to think about saving their team. No! Oh! Whoa!
He's knocked. He's knocked. He's gone. There's no way he survives that. Oh, he barely does on a sliver of health, though. So at least for now, it's going to be fine. He's going to be finding himself in luck. But 2 players of 7C, they're getting dismantled. And even Esports, they're able to prove a team like 7C completely unparalleled. Ukijot is straight up trying to book it, but he's quite low too. One single bullet from the side of Dante will seal the deal, and he does connect the final bullet. And that's going to be the final nail in the coffin of 7C. A big team taking an exit. We talked about having a huge confidence, but that's an overconfidence right there.
Well, let's see. I mean, definitely doing an impressive job. Basically, what started as a 2v4 became a 2v2 very quickly. And I have to give props to the lads from A1 Esports. They weren't scared. They didn't retaliate. And that was good synergy between how the Molotovs were laid out. So one guy threw it right on the door on the outside, and the other guy aimed the Molotov to go inside that shack. And that basically left the player from 7C, Ukijot, nowhere left to go. He was going to get roasted extra crispy no matter where he went. But, I mean, even 7C Esports, I think, are going to be surprised by what just happened to them. 1952 on the other side have taken position between the lads from A1 Esports and High Voltage. So they don't have a lot of space to work with, but it's still the early stages, still the first 8 minutes of the match, and already one team has been wiped out. So let's see what is going to happen next.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. A1 Esports, they're back in form indeed, man. The way they're playing. Where was this team throughout this entire PMPL? And now they decide to step up in the final week, where things are going to be pretty much so tough, next to impossible to try and make it in the top 16. A1, you're going to have a lot of eyes on yourself. And you're also going to have the sword hanging on your neck. Something that's going to be quite tough for you to make it in the top 16 in the Super Weekend, especially missing out on the first 2. 19 Esports or 1952 Esports. Just taking a couple of shots in the gas station in the front. A little bit of connections found, but nothing really critical happening just yet. The entire squad of JyanMaara. Now, these are the Pirates of Caribbean.
Yeah. Oh. And they're dressed all in sync. All in purple right there.
Yeah.
Like the moment.
Which is their favorite color?
I've told you this before. Olive green.
Oh yeah, you're kind of like that weird type.
Yeah.
So weird. Like, all right, this is a question for the chat too, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know what's your guys' favorite colors in the chat, and maybe we'll read it out, or maybe we'll read it. I don't know, but yeah. High Voltage over here and DRS.
No, maybe the team with your favorite color would win in this game.
Ooh, that's a good one. Maybe the team with your favorite color will potentially win this one. And Johnny has spoken. The man from the dead, the man from the ashes has spoken.
Well, we'll find out who's going to die as Praveen is going to get taken out. What an amazing push from Killer YT, and finding the knock and the finish as well. High Voltage in a world of hurt, and I mean, DRS, they're off to a good start in this team fight, but they need to be extremely careful. There are lads present from the High Voltage team on the other side of the ridge, quite close to the shoreline, and it is not going to be an easy rotation on the other side of the bridge if you want to go there, if you want to go to the military island. DRS. So, I think for the next 3 to 4 minutes, Necro, these players don't have to worry about covering their backs because there's no one there. Yeah. But after that, there's going to be like 3-4 teams present. So, DRS, they need to finish this off as quickly as possible.
Talk about finishing things off as quickly as possible, though. Oh, boy. High Voltage. Down a man. 3 players up. And I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I do love chat quite a lot. They're quite cute.
Yeah. I agree.
Chat, you guys are cute. I love you guys. Same thing is with Johnny, too. We both love you. Absolutely love you a lot. If we could, we'd hand out kisses.
That's why I mean, that's why I've been around for like almost 3 years at this point.
Yep. Oh, look at this cute little Godzilla. Ooh, no, it disappeared. What? Who did it to him?
mean, it just
Why?
vanished. We are not allowed to be happy in this live, Necro. It's
Man,
just a struggle.
it's okay, man. As long as the chat is happy, that makes me happy. Talking about the chat, though, which is your team you guys are favoring too, or which you guys are supporting your favorite team? Which is the
No
team that you
teams,
guys
colors.
are lining up for?
We're doing colors right now.
Okay, I mean, still, okay, even though if their favorite color doesn't really match their
Yeah.
team's color, then which is the team that you guys support in here? Let us know.
But Necro, all right, all jokes aside, which team right now do you think has the best position in this game and why?
Best position? Stalwart Esports. Look at them. Look at the right side of the bridge.
Yeah.
It's just completely
Empty.
stacked with so many teams. And Stalwart Esports, they're going to be able to rack up some free elimination points. And they also have 2 players in the back pretty much being the Overwatchers. So
I mean,
yeah.
so I agree with you to a certain extent, but the only way Stalwart Esports do actually end up in the closing moments of the match is if the circle keeps moving south. The moment if it shifts up north and Stalwart Esports are the team that have to cross the bridge, make it to the main island, that is when things will look very difficult for them. And with the gamble that JyanMaara and Venom Legends have taken rotating to the military island quite early on, if that doesn't pay off, if the circle just keeps shifting towards the Nova Repnoy bridge, then they're going to be in trouble. And it is going to be quite interesting to see, in fact, how the other teams are going to progress. And again, another interesting point right now, Necro, no team is using the military bridge. All of them have gone for Nova Repnoy. Military bridge is left completely abandoned, and it's a free rotation point quite close to the players of A1 Esports.
High Voltage 2 just really trying to be proactive in here, right?
Yeah.
And they're just waiting for a couple of teams to try and just trespass their area of this bridge. But so far, that's not really the case. Teams, they're just taking their sweet little time. Savage 2 is one of those teams that is all the way on either half of the island. And now, the longer you're going to take to rotate in the military base, the tougher things are going to get. So every single team that's still on either half of the island, you better start moving as quick as possible. If you're not, then things are going to get even more tougher.
Well, definitely things are going to get tougher as we have reached the 50, almost at the 15-minute marker right now at the 14, and Skylightz Gaming. Yeah, these lads, they ain't got no chill.
Look at it, Gus.
Yeah. Skylightz Gaming definitely is one of the team who has the least amount of chill. They if they know they are in trouble, they will do anything.
Dude.
Anything. They will move
Poor
heaven
man.
and hell to just survive and get those points. And right now, as Necro, you have pointed out perfectly, almost all the teams on the second half of the leaderboard were sort of going for a prank, but Venom Legends, oh no, they got blown up.
Oh boy. Well, I feel bad for ElementriX, man. They just try to
Yeah.
break it. They listened to me. They were listening to me. They were like, all right, if you don't listen to it, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now. It's Training Kill Sundays, just ripping every single player of Deadeyes Guys apart. A huge spray from the back. He's just able to connect so many bullets, and he's able to inflict a lot of hurt on the lobby. Deadeyes Guys now, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Chari is the only man left in the back, as he's going to be the final link alive, and the rest of the TDK players, they're going to start to book it in. And just like that, it's going to be Deadeyes Guys who are almost about to get wiped out. Vibes 2 is going to be another wave of enemies approaching TDK. 2 players already down. TDK is in a world of hurt.
Well, let's see. I mean, T2K, can they make their way out of this one alive? Sandesh on the other side is going to be the world of hurt, as Malik, he has a perfect flank, and flank Vibes Esports, they're going for a push. Jiggle is the man leading the charge with the buggy, gets a few hits on him from Jane, who was quite close. And what? Wait, how did he get there? The 4-man split fight from Vibes is a success. Oh man, this game is all about just going YOLO now.
Look
ain't
at the
it?
amount of weakles. Oh my god.
Imagine one nade just
Dude.
being lobbed over here.
Yeah, it's just going to be like a complete... I still remember there was like a little experiment being made on the bridge, and there's this like lining up so many vehicles, and they just like blew every single vehicle up line by line.
Oh, that's gonna be fun to watch from like just like a, I don't know, if we can get a good observation angle on that, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Oh my boy. Look at DRS so far. They haven't even left that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're just in the
high
same
voltage
place.
have moved though.
Yeah, they have. And Savage now is going to be another challenger approaching. They will have to go through 2 teams, High Voltage and DRS, to get the entire bridge control. That means 8 players in total. Indeed, it's going to be a bit of a tough challenge for them. Airdrop 3 is going to be on the board. It's going to be the MK14 with a little bit of upgrades for the team if they want to go for it. But again, it's quite risky out in the open, in the waterways. There's going to be a lot of risk and a lot of threat lingering on top of your head. So might as well just keep the greed away and keep playing the game you are playing right now.
I mean, definitely. Just make sure you're not doing anything to step out of the comfort zone, because while, I mean, as people say, you get out of your comfort zone, that's when you grow. It's a good thing to talk about in life,
oh,
but
no.
with games on the line and points on the line, it's not a good advice.
Oh my
but
God.
Oh, Anif just barely managed to survive. Rules is going to be the one who's going to be upset about this. He had so much time to find that knock, but just completely whiffing that spray.
Oh boy, Anif. Yeah. This time this man's found himself in some lucky shoes. So far in the game, not a lot of things happening, but I'm pretty sure a bit more time and it's going to be complete hell break and lose.
Yeah.
What soon now? They're going to start traversing on the same bridge on the right side. Imagine the amount of teams that are accumulated. Stalwart Esports, they're up for a treat.
Well, let's see. Vibes, they're moving, and I think DRS, they need to start moving and thinking about crossing the bridge as well. Oh, wow. Now, that's what you call being on top. And since it is top, it's quite perfect, right? What's his name? Just on top of that no rep no bridge, and now just waiting for the players of High Voltage, Savage Esports, DRS, and in a few short moments, Vibes as well to reveal themselves. Stalwart Esports, but I think the tricky part for them is going to be to make it work in a 4-man push on the bridge, because it's just 2 players that are blockading the bridge right now, Action and Top. Pika, he is on a few compounds that are across the bridge, and Scry is all the way towards Observatory. So it's not going to be an easy squad fight if a squad fight happens against the players of Stalwart Esports. They're going to be taken out in that, but look at Assassin.
Ooh, those could have been some deadly taps from the man. But still, no connections found. Stalwart's just waiting for every single team to make a move. And as soon as they do, it's just going to be Top raining down death and destruction from the top. Hershey finds a great opening. And now it's trying to deliver on top of it. But Vibes from the back, they're just creating so much problem for Savage. Savage, they're quite sandwiched. I wanted to see these bridge lines being maneuvered. I wanted to see the new ways of the steps being used. And so far, teams are doing a great job. Assassin slips a bit down. Eisenberg's position's compromised. Savage, they're going to get eliminated pretty quickly. Man, how did this just happen? But another question for the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Which is the favorite player that you guys are eyeing out for? Which is your favorite player that really stands out to you? Or one of the players that you guys would like to date in the future if you get the opportunity?
Why are you always on the point of dating people, like Ross?
Listen, all right, I'm here to help people
find their significant other.
Significant other, and eventually, you know, just, yeah, something, yeah. Let's not focus on that, let's focus on the game.
Well, talking about the game, Wadu G has been taken out as he went for a 1v2 push against the players of DRS. Well, it wasn't him pushing, it was the players of DRS pushing towards him. So he had no option but to take the fight, finds a knock on Killer Whitey, but won't be able to go for the finish. Now look at this, Vibes, they are here, they have arrived, and Rebel going for a spray, does not find anything, but has given away his position, and now jiggling his way towards Rebel, trying to take him out. The damage is quite even on both these players, but Jiggle, he's being extremely careful about this. Rebel trying to heal up using the cover of the rooftop, but Jiggle, he's almost there. He's almost there. He's so close now. Jiggle needs to be extremely careful, but Rebel, he needs to find this opening, but again, taking a lot of damage, and the Molotov is going to be lobbed in his direction. Jiggle, he wants to go for the finish, and well, Joker is the one who finds the knock. Vibes Esports, they're trying to find their way on the other side of the bridge, claw their way out of this fight, and what? He just stood there.
What was that? What, Johnny? Oh.
He just stood there and got knocked out.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, man. Did not really expect one of the players from High Voltage to be there, especially using that jump boost or punch boost to just mitigate the footsteps and just take him out the game completely, so was not really able to anticipate the assassin is moving all the way from the right. And now here you have Vibes too, just watching out, just guarding the players of DRS, because those are one of the players that are really being a huge threat for the entire squad of Vibes. They will need to make sure they're at least wiping out the entire existence of DRS to try and move on in. But Stalwart Esports, they're still waiting. They're still waiting to grab this entire treat. And now Top's going to finally spot out the player. An easy confirmation and a steal.
Well, but let's see. Stalwart Esports, can they just pick off everyone on the other side of the bridge? Killer YT is going to get killed off by Top with 2 precise shots right on his head. And as we have been talking about the bridge situation all this time, now out of all the teams that have tried to cross over, High Voltage are the only ones that remain. Vibes still on the other side, struggling to find their way out of the blue zone. And Stalwart Esports, they're doing a pretty decent job, but as we did talk about the fact that Stalwart Esports went for a 2-1-1 split, they've lost one of their teammates as Pika has been finished off by the players of JyanMaara as he tried to find his way inside the zone all alone.
Oh, man. Vibes, they're tanking quite a bit of damage, but at least they have all the players alive. Top spots out the rotation from Joker. Couple of shots peppered down, but Joker's going to be out of harm's way for now. Great way to take a jump from the bridge, too. Malik is knocked out. Jiggles in there, too. Joker now from the back, too, is just going to try and sandwich the players of Stalwart, and we might just see the tables being turned now.
Well, let's see. The tables have definitely been turned as Vibes Esports have figured out a way to sandwich the players of Stalwart Esports. Top, he needs to be extremely careful. Rio going for a dive. Top sees him. Now, not giving the opposition time to heal is always going to be a smart decision, but you need to be careful. Guns out is how you need to push. Now, Top has healed up. He has the HP advantage. You goes prone in the wrong time. And since it does compromise your movement, he was left with nowhere left to go. Top finds an easy knock. But action has been taken down as well. So Stalwart Esports, they're not doing good themselves.
Yeah, they indeed are not. And Malik now just trying to keep his head down, trying to move on in as quick as possible. But Top's not letting that happen. A nice headshot. And now Malik will also need to try and just tank so much amount of damage from the play zone. But it's somewhere from all the way across. It's high voltage assassin just helping out the players of Vibes. I mean, an unintentional help indeed, but still Vibes. They're going to find themselves in safe foots for now because Stalwart Esports, they're still not out yet. They still have 2 players up. Or at least we might as well just count 1 player up so far.
Well, let's see. On the other side, though, High Voltage, Cloud, and Assassin have to get out of the way to get to the military island. Now going for a push inside the circle, but No Fear knows exactly where they are coming from. Dishes out a little bit of damage on the 2 individuals. And now has to back off, but Vibes, they are now going for their own push towards the zone. It's not going to be easy as they find themselves up against the remaining players from the side of Venom Legends. Joker with a nade being cooked right now, has lobbed it in the direction of Dictator and hits it perfectly. Finding the important, crucial knock for his team and finally going for the finish on Steel Shot. Needs to be extremely careful. Play with the numbers advantage. Don't push solo.
Interesting. And now look at this, Vibes. They're just charging on in. They're going to march on in. They're not going to stop anytime soon. Venom Legends, Steel Shots in the front. The final man up and alive. And he's also going to fall down now. Vibes, they're just fighting their way in. They're being the cleanup crew so far in the lobby. Another question for the chat. Another question to test the chat's luck. Tell us which team you guys think will win this game from all the teams that are currently left over. 9 teams are alive. Let us know in the chat which team you guys think will win.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. And again, I think A1 Esports right now doing a pretty phenomenal job. All 4 players alive, but Skylightz Gaming also seem to have a quite decent position right now in the military base. Since the circle had moved up north, they need to be careful with how they rotate towards the zone because TRZ is going to be blockading their way, but TRZ are getting destroyed by A1 Esports, who have in fact gone for a 2-2 split right now, with Dante being the one inside the circle and the other 2 players still barely on the edge of the zone. But the pickup is here. Sinister showing up with the buggy as they know that they will have to take care of Skylightz Gaming before they push the late game stages of the match. Mafia Ninja getting spotted out, will run inside, well, not inside, behind the tree, in fact, right in the nick of time, but from the flank, Jax is going to be forced to go on the back foot as Skylightz Gaming, they know exactly where to shoot, so they do dish out some damage, but A1 Esports still focused on the players of TRZ as Kopshi is going to be the last player surviving. Not anymore, gets finished off by 1952.
Oh, man. A1 so far, they have all the players up too, and that's something that's really phenomenal in the lobby. The next circle shift too is going to be quite a crucial one, yeah. Out in the open, the hilltops to play with, and A1 Esports, they have a great positioning for themselves, but we do see Sinister kind of stuck in the enemy territory. Skylightz Gaming right in the front, the entire squad of Skylightz Gaming too. It's going to be hard for Sinister to try and hold them off at bay.
Well, let's see though. For now, JyanMaara on our screens. No fear, going for a push on. Well, I don't know who is helping out right now. ElementriX, Mr. Yosu was stuck in a 1v3, and all of a sudden he finds it to be a 1v1 as No Fear did dish out quite a bit of damage on the players of 1952, and A1 Esports, look at that, not looking to stop anytime soon. They have lost 6-9, and Jax is down as well, but Sinister and Dante, they still remain. And Dante has been quite deadly this entire day, so maybe if the revives happen, A1 Esports can make it to the late game stages. But finally down to the 7 teams, 17 players still surviving. Skylightz Gaming still here in this matchup. Gals and Nima as they try to find their way inside the zone.
Yeah, the next circle shifts in no man's land. And JyanMaara currently, they have the highest winning rate in the entire lobby. 28.87%. They might just take this one. This nade from Hyozu has to be an instrumental one, but again, doesn't find any connection so far. Is not going to try and cook on in another nade. This better be cooked to perfection, but Evileye just doing such a great job of dodging those nades. Man.
Well, let's see.
Molotov, though.
Oh, and it's entry that went down. Evileye is still there.
I don't know. Evileye is so quick on his feet, and he's still alive. Oh, okay, there we go. No Fear from the back is going to take him out the game. And 1952, with only one single elimination point to rack off with, they're going to take an exit from the lobby. As Raw now, they're going to try to keep on the pedal to the metal. JyanMaara is going to be on the receiving end this time. 2 players up for Raw, but JyanMaara, they're giving a tough fight to Raw.
Well, let's see. JyanMaara doing quite a phenomenal job right now. Ghana is the only man who was knocked out, and they know where the lads from A1 Esports are, so if they finish them off, then I think JyanMaara can easily go on to secure the win, because it's just A1 Esports with 2 players. Skylightz Gaming, 1 lad is already down, and Sinister has made sure that he's pinning down the other one. Dante, in the meanwhile, just taking care of Mr. Yozu, but still, JyanMaara, they have the higher advantage. They know exactly where everyone else is. And I think I agree with you now, Necro. This is going to be their game. They're going to win this if Ghana is back in the match, if they get a revive going.
Yeah. Yozu in the front, and he is also being spotted out. A little glimmer is going to be more than enough for JyanMaara to try and capitalize on. Still all 4 players up, though, for them. 2 players on the side of A1 Esports, and now how are they going to try and bounce back? Either the 2 of the leftover teams will now need to try and work off with. Together, Skylightz Gaming have found themselves in such an unfortunate situation, or in such an unfortunate circumstance. It's going to be really tough for them to try and at least reposition themselves. Dante, though, from the back is also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt, and the final man of Skylightz Gaming, he will put down Snipe YT. Oh, no, JyanMaara, how the turntable. It's all down to No Fear.
I mean, before the game started, I said I wanted to see A1 Esports win, and they are in a position from where they can close this game out. It's a 1v2 situation right now. No Fear has made the push inside the zone, but can he clutch out this win? JyanMaara, from being in a spot where it was supposed to be their game, to the game plan backfiring quite brutally as well. Let's see if they have what it takes. If No Fear in particular has what it takes. Oh, a lot of damage being dished out on Sinister. Maybe this might be the thing that does the trick. Now he's trying to find his way towards Snipe Whitey, go for a revive and bring the numbers back in the favor of JyanMaara. But will this be enough? A1 Esports, they have a push of their own laid out and have gotten quite close to the ridge. Look at Dante. He's on the slope. Sinister going wide as well. Just a smoke wall separating the 2 teams. And between the smoke is where A1 Esports want to fight this one out.
Oh, Evan, they're spread so well too, right? spread out pretty well from each other. Sinister now is going to try and move on in with the buggy even more as No Fear is being spotted out. Dante doing a great job in inflicting some pain, but that's all he's going to get. No Fear now, it's a one-on-one situation. Sinister also trying to get the high ground on top of No Fear, but somehow No Fear takes it, and he gets that chicken dinner for JyanMaara. A1 Esports, they got so close, but yet so far. Oh my god.
Congratulations to JyanMaara and No Fear for getting this amazing win for themselves. But A1 Esports, this should have been their game, just not being able to close it out, giving out individual 1v1s to your opposition. It's never a thing you're supposed to do. But again, JyanMaara, what a way to win it all. I mean, No Fear especially, I mean, he has to be the MVP of the match. I would take anything else.
Oh boy. Only if Dante could have stayed alive for a bit more and played things a little patiently, then things could be different. But still, I mean, A1 Esports, man, even if they did not really get the chicken dinner, we talk about all that matters is the points. And in day one, A1 Esports on the week 3, they've had a rocket start for themselves, and they better keep this going.
I mean, definitely, as you said, I mean, that's the rocket start right there for A1 Esports. Now, all they need to do is make sure that the same performance, the same delivery carries forward to the Super Weekend, because the league play days have been quite phenomenal, and they're pretty much guaranteed a spot in the Super Weekend at this point. I think they've already crossed the 60-point marker. But all right, so the competition for the top was between Vibes and A1 Esports of sorts, but I want to see, will A1 Esports end the day on the first position? Because Vibes got taken out quite early in the match.
It's still going to be a little bit too much to ask for, I think so. It's going to be a bit tough. But again, the way A1 Esports, they've been playing this final couple of games, or at least the final 2 games,
yeah,
it seems like that might just be a bit possible, right? Because you never know, man. A1 Esports so far, I mean, they've been really phenomenal on the week 3. But again, this will just keep on over and over again, hindering my mind. I feel like it's a bit too late. And again, chat, I love you guys. Absolutely love you all. It's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back. Man, I'm not going to lie. PUBG Mobile is just hitting us different with those musics and the advertisements as well. But yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia 2022, where the air now has completely heated up. And even A1 Esports, be the one, A1, as you like to call it, as they have been stepping themselves up quite huge. And hopefully they keep on going the same way even in day 2.
I mean, they've shown impressive consistency in this particular week, especially in the first day itself. But again, it's just the first day of this particular week, not even the Super Weekend. And we want to see how far can they take this. Can the Super Weekend performance be the same? Because even if they deliver the same performance, I mean, it's still going to be very tough for them to make it to the other side, Necro. Because, I mean, the other teams, first of all, there's a 15-game depth. With some teams, there's a 30-game deficit. With the other teams, there's a 15-game deficit. And if worst comes to worst, I mean, A1 Esports still somehow, at minimum. So High Voltage are doing pretty well this week. So I'm still going to assume they don't make it, because that's the easiest way for me to make the calculations. They will still have to make sure that they secure 86 points in the matches that they played. That's going to be the lowest bar. I'm pretty sure High Voltage are headed to the Super Weekend. So they will be moving forward from there on out. So it's not going to be easy for them to qualify. But look at this. Oh, No Fear. 1290 damage.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, just blew me over too, huh? Damn, 8 eliminations all by himself. JyanMaara in total, they had 9 elimination points and 8 elimination all by himself. No fear now, just proving that indeed he has no fear, or he feared no one in this entire lobby. 8 elimination, 1290 damage with the survival time of 2952 as well, and the knockouts of 2. No fear, he's a true deserving, or at least he should be called the most valuable player of the previous game, doing a phenomenal job from the squad of JyanMaara.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the top players in front of us, and Dante is going to be there representing the side of A1 Esports. Was the MVP of the previous game, shows up in this one as well. Joker from the team of Vibes is going to be there on the third, followed by Top from Stalwart Esports and Rick from Raw Esports. And it was a very exciting match, and also a very long one as well, because look at those survival times. 29 minutes, 50 seconds. Just 8 more, and it was just like a 30-minute match. It's like a full Erangel experience.
Oh boy. And then Joker too is right there. Rig as well from the side of Raw. I mean, we did see Raw, unfortunately, though. They had to move in with the zone, and they got capitalized on with JyanMaara. JyanMaara, of course, holding the high ground in the final zones. Did such a great job keeping it to themselves. And now top players is in front of us, I'm pretty sure soon. I just want to take a look at the overall rankings and find out, has A1 Esports made it up to #1 spot, or have they made it up to the first spot in the overall rankings of the league play? Stats comparison in front of us, as JyanMaara are going to be there against A1 Esports, the top 1 and top 2 team.
Well, let's see, but I mean, the stats completely in the favor of JyanMaara, and I think, again, No Fear is the man who is responsible for all of this, because as we saw, out of that 2,000 damage, 1,200 was just by him. And, I mean, just being absolutely brutal. Also, not just securing eliminations from himself, but making sure ElementriX was in the top 3 at the end of the day, because, I mean, I had that push from Dax not been stopped by No Fear, ElementriX would have been wiped out. But still, not a lot of difference right there between the two teams, apart from A1 Esports being a little bit more coordinated as far as those team fights were considered, and JyanMaara's No Fear just being Superman in this match, with guns, of course. But look at that, 9 eliminations to 11, there's 6 knocks to 10, so A1 Esports were a little bit more well, they were dishing out a lot more pressure getting those knocks in, but weren't able to secure those elimination points more consistently, I guess.
Oh, man. Talk about the consistency, though. No Fear definitely delivering up to the mark in the previous game, with also the highest damage on the board right there in the match summary session. And then the longest distance to the limb is going to be on the name of Top. We did see Top all the way from the bridge top. He was able to take down one of the players from DRS, and if I'm not wrong, that has to be the elimination that Top got, which was the longest distance one. And then Dante with the highest knockouts in the previous game.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, just being there with the highest knocks in this matchup, and also being there with the highest elimination, with like the number being the same. So basically, we can say like he was just being very efficient. If he knocked, he went for a finish straight away. On the other side, though, I think I'm just waiting for the overall rankings now to show up to see what the cutoff for tomorrow is going to look like, because that is where the scores will be settled.
And A1 Esports fan, make sure to stick around the entire stream, because you guys still need to look at the overall rankings and find out, has A1 Esports got the first position in the overall rankings of the league play of the week 3 for themselves or not? Because that's something that's still creating a huge mystery. For now, there is a match ranking in front of us, as A1 Esports, they found themselves in the 2nd spot. JyanMaara, of course, on the #1, and then Vibes on 3rd. Vibes is just one of the most consistent teams out there.
Well, let's see. As you said, Vibes is definitely one of the most consistent teams out there, but I think their consistency is put under pressure by what A1 Esports is doing today. Although, surprise, surprise, Savage Esports, no points from this matchup. So they're not used to seeing the team perform like this in a few matches. But one thing, some things never change, Electro. Look at Stalwart Esports' point split. 7 elimination points, just 1 placement points.
Dude, they're just going for a complete kill-heavy game right there, and fortunately, wasn't really able to do that well with that one. But yeah, here we go. Faces are back, and now, as I mentioned, something that we're really going to be looking out for has to be the overall rankings. But before that, I'm pretty sure we'll have to pass through the Oppo F21 Pro moments, because those moments right there from the side of Venom Esports, from the side of JyanMaara 2, and from the side of Stalwart Esports, I personally want to take my eyes back on them again, because we did see that stalemate on the right side of the bridge, or at least on the right bridge. There was a huge stalemate between DRS, if I'm not wrong. TDK2 was right there, and then Vibes as well just came on in, and Savage 2 was right over there. And Stalwart Esports, they knew all they needed to do was just be a bit more patient, and they were up for a treat.
I mean, definitely from the top of the Nova Repnoi Bridge was able to secure a lot of points for his team. But now let's move forward. I think have a look at the JyanMaara's team path to zone, and in fact, just try and figure out how they won the game. We did see them quite earlier on in the match going for a water rotation, so I think that is one thing that was very exciting to watch. They went from the east all the way wide, landing towards the military island, and found the easiest way, a very early rotation from their side. And I think they could have gotten in trouble had Stalwart Esports decided to stick towards Nova Repnoi containers, but I think the stars were aligned for JyanMaara to get this win, because as we were discussing it a few seconds earlier, Necro, Stalwart Esports abandoned Nova Repnoi early this game, and moved towards the Nova Repnoi bridge.
And as you can see right here to your right, at least they had a nice, great rotation for themselves. We were talking about JyanMaara at that time. We called them the Pirates of the Caribbean too, especially with the rotation they were making from the waterways, and then they got a great hilltop. Luckily, the hilltop wasn't really uncontested, but they still had to fight their way through a bit while they were trying to make it up top the hill. And then in the end, the circle just kept on shifting in their favor, and all JyanMaara needed to do was just take out a couple of enemies in the front and keep on moving on in. And so far, they did a great job. And you see, the next circle was quite out in the open. This is where, if I'm not wrong, JyanMaara were in a fight with Raw, and they took a couple of casualties on their side.
I mean, yeah, they did take a couple of hits, but at the end, I mean, it was just No Fear left surviving, and in a position from where we thought he couldn't win. So this is where No Fear was left all alone, and this is where the game came to an end almost, because A1 Esports, the lads decided to go for a push, but I think the communication was a little bit off, because even though the formation was quite nice from them, they should have just committed at the same time, which they failed to do. Dante was spotted out a little bit earlier, and the other lad from the team was just on the other side of the ridge. He started running towards No Fear a little bit sooner, and then A1 Esports could have closed this game out. But hey, no regrets, right? They still played a wonderful matchup, both these teams, JyanMaara and A1 Esports. And at the end of the day, it's about the total points tally. That's all that matters, unless you're in the Super Weekend where $1,000 for a chicken dinner.
Ooh, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, because I just want to hear those gunshots ring in my ears till all the way up to my skull. Here we go. Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really kicked off. Some of the teams that I'm going to be eyeing out for is A1 Esports, because this is how hell started breaking loose, with A1 Esports just wiping out the existence of 7C.
Yeah, and they did it in a matter of seconds as well. Did not waste any time in just destroying completely 7C Esports. And this is what you were talking about, the whole DRS situation. We did talk about Skylightz Gaming as well, just picking off the lads from ElementriX earlier on in the game. And then in the latest days, ElementriX were the one who, well, outlasted Skylightz Gaming of sorts. But DRS, Vibes, High Voltage, there was there anyone else? Is missing anyone from the Nova Repnoi situation? Stalwart Esports were there. Yeah, 4 teams on just one bridge, and it got very chaotic.
Indeed, pretty chaotic. And then Raw 2 right here. This is exactly the hilltop fight that I was talking about when they tried to rotate in. This is where they got rid of Yozu 2. But this knockout right here made things go a little bit too close for comfort. And then A1 Esports, they had their chance. They had the chicken dinner too. Potentially, the chicken dinner was up for grabs right here. No Fear took a bit of damage, or took a bit of chip damage from the zone. But this spray right there from the UMP, just expecting that peak from the player of A1 Esports, and was able to take him down perfectly. Great headshot representation right there. Taking a look at the damage graph, of course, JyanMaara, they're going to be leading the charts.
Well, they are in fact leading the charts and doing quite a phenomenal job as well. But let's see. I mean, the rest of the pack is not too shabby, and Stalwart Esports again, early game aggression paying off, but 7C Esports. So Apparently, in that entire fight, only 72 damage was dished out.
Quite sus, huh?
Yeah, that was completely one-sided fight. I don't know how A1 Esports. I mean, not like A1 Esports, but how did 7C Esports miss out on the flanks and just like overcommitted out in the open like that? I think that was something that should have been avoided, but doesn't matter. And looking at the overall rankings, oh no, just 3 points. Well, 4 if you want to be on top, but yeah.
And then here you go. Almost, ladies and gentlemen, almost on the hashtag 2 spot right there. But for now, Vibes, they're going to be on the first one. But look at that. It's quite close. A1 Esports with the magical number 69 and 72.
Necro,
And they're quite close, man. What's up?
this one game got JyanMaara in the top 16. They jumped 11 positions in one match.
Damn.
Wow.
Wow.
Never seen that happen.
Wow. I mean, this in itself just shows how close the overall rankings are. One single game slip by, and that's pretty much going to be compromising your spot. A1 Esports with 3 points away on the hashtag 1 spot. You guys will be able to find out tomorrow if A1 Esports are going to be the king of the hill or not in the overall rankings. Before now, taking a look at the latter half of the board to 7C Esports, which got absolutely decimated by A1 Esports right there in the previous game. They're going to be finding themselves in the 11th spot. On 16th, though, it's going to be Raw. Savage, they're barely making it in the 14th. You talk about ElementriX, you talk about Venom Esports. I feel like on day 2, it's going to be a complete new breath of fresh air for them.
I mean, definitely. It's going to be a breath of fresh air, but on the other side, I think, again, 1952 TRZ, 2 teams that have also missed out on those super weekends, can't afford to do that again, will make things a lot more easier for the lads from A1 Esports, but today was, in fact, again, dominated by Vibes, as they just went completely nuts on the entire lobby, and look at this, 8 eliminations, 13 on Joker, Jiggle with 7 and Malik with 6. The survival times looking phenomenal, the damage numbers looking very good, very solid, and hopefully, just like I have been saying for A1 Esports this entire time, hopefully the same Vibes show up for the Super Weekend. I want to see them in the top 3 at least once before we head to the finals.
Oh, me too. Me too. But yeah, Vibes, they're pretty much like a burning torch of consistency. Yeah. And if anyone, they just want to blow a huge air onto that torch and just make sure it's being turned off, then they'll have to pull off something insane. But again, Vibes, so far, they've made their mark up there on the top 5. They don't really need to try even much more harder anymore. But the elimination leaders of this entire one are right in front of you guys. As Action, again, is going to be leading the pack.
Well, he's always leading the pack, but this time he's been tied up. Wally's there with 84 eliminations as well. The damage numbers look very close between the two. The survival time in the favor of Wally, though. Then there's Joel from IHC on the 3rd with 80, Demo on the 4th with 77. Joker was there as well, and now the other 5 lads, 6th to 10th. And even though earlier on, Necro, if you remember, as we've been saying, it was just the players from Mongolia in the list of elimination leaders, Joker is there within the top 5 now.
Ooh. And then you have Leo too right there.
Yeah.
Damn, Alex as well has to be there, right? Alex is one of those players that has been so great, considering the fact this is his first ever PMPL and he's in the elimination leaderboards. Imagine the amount of skill set this player has.
Well, let's see. I mean, it has been a day dominated by South Asia in its entirety, and just, I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Will the teams in the latter half of the leaderboard, will they start making a comeback, or will we see the same domination from the side of Vibes and A1 Esports? We can't really tell what's going to happen, but no matter what, it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Oh, indeed, it's going to be very exciting to watch. But let me tell you what else was exciting today. The chat was absolutely cute. It was absolutely exciting to interact with the chat as well. It was a fun time, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a fun time, especially when you're enjoying the matches. That just is like the extra cherry on top of the game. Because, I mean, I'll be honest about this. I do not like slow matches. That's why I hated Weekendy for so long.
Same.
I miss it though now because, I mean, the late game chaos on Weekendy can't really be compared to anything else. So it was quite an exciting match to watch on that particular map during the late game stages, but the early games were like very brutal. They tested your patience.
Ooh, talk about not testing your patience is it's gonna be, oh man, I'm pretty sure every single team, for example, teams like Stalwart Esports too, that are just sitting down, taking their things quite slow and chill, they're gonna start testing their own patience right here, and probably in day 2 they're gonna try and bounce back. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to end the day as well. It was an absolute pleasure to be here with you all. You guys were absolutely cute. Love to you, all of you, every single one, every single viewer in the chat. Love you guys. But again, it's time for us to close the show. So that's going to be it from our side. It's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny taking leave.
go.